Bum, bum, bum.
It just reminds me of during Avengers Infinity War where Big Chungus was relevant, and then Sully's like, "There's no monster in here," and there's just Big Chungus chasing Sully and Boo with the Infinity War music theme. I will admit that was a funny Big Chungus meme with the Infinity War theme. Okay.
Oh man,
What?
I think I think that was a thing in multiverses, right?
Mm-hmm.
Big Chungus.
It was. It was like a thing for also some Looney Tunes mobile game or something, and then you got the current voice actor going.
It's live.
Yep, I can see from that. I see the notification, and as always, gonna promote because, like I said, I'm a YouTuber because that's what I do. I mean, better late than
That's
never
what I
doing
like.
MCU tier list, which, for the record, we were supposed to do this a bit earlier, but due to some rearrangements, I'm not sure if y'all could see, we set up a bed that has blue lighting. So yeah, coolio stuff that you are seeing. Hold on, let me get a good angle from the camera. Yeah, you see it right here? The blue dabba dee dabba da. Some good professional lighting.
I'm good, man. I'm feeling alright.
And yeah, if you're wondering, the shades, got some Spider-Man cap, and then I got Tony Stark's Edith glasses, even dead, I'm the hero, along with Spider-Man t-shirt, because now that we're getting to phase 3, obviously gonna talk about Homecoming and Infinity War, since Tony Stark wear these glasses around the Infinity War era. And I still haven't shaved my beard because, one, no urgency right now, and number two, no barber appointment set up, or in this case,
Barber.
yeah, trust my barber if we ever talk about Spider-Man Far From Home. So,
We'll get there.
I know I'm in the middle of promoting, but let's see, anyone in the chat? Okay, there's one. Hello, Cameron. It's good to see that you're here. And even though
What's up, Cameroon?
the Iron Spider profile is fitting, because like I said, we are now entering phase 3 of the Marvel Cinematic Universe after when me and Gabriel, yep, just me and Gabriel, phase 1 to 2, while Lesnar and Dwayne were just having cameo roles, Deadpool and Wolverine style.
Yeah,
That's what it is.
doing their own thing. But tonight we will be reviewing and tier listing these amazing movies,
Yeah, in my personal opinion, the
and
peak.
hopefully we'll get them all done.
Yeah, hopefully. Like, it really depends on our runtime because we got to wrap up around midnight, but we can always split this up where I don't want to make a Marvel Tier List 3 2.5 featuring the other half of Phase 3. So, don't want to do that. Marvel movies.
Yeah.
But luckily for now, we've already caught up with Phase 1 and Phase 2, so hopefully we can get from Captain America Civil War to Spider-Man Far From Home. I know it's an Endgame, but I'm like, wait, Far From Home still counts as Phase 3. But we will get to that pretty soon. So, anybody else? Like I said, I will be promoting, but we'll get to the way anytime soon. I'm going to go to 8th grade on Wednesday. Well, congratulations for you, Cameron. I wish you good luck for
Yay!
I wish you good luck for completing middle school, which, to be fair, as we are about to talk about Captain America Civil War, that movie came out when I was in 8th grade. So, can't wait to talk about it. So, without further ado, just to not make any time to waste, and I will promote later on, have you seen Kevin Conroy and Mark Hamill's Final Volumes as Batman Joker? I could not tell if that was Mark Hamill, but that was definitely Conroy's Batman. And I only seen the clip. I have not seen the full movie, but I'm like, wow. Where he says I'm Batman, then he disappears. Poetic. Man, legendary, man.
Yeah, I've seen that clip.
Sure was.
That was a much better send off to his Batman and to Kevin Conroy than what the Suicide Squad game
Yeah,
did.
the Suicide Squad game's like, dude, I would have been heartbroken if that was the case.
Yeah.
Get out! Phase 3 of MCU. Phase 3 of the MCU. AOFB.
Hey, oh, happy
Okay. Let me just add the Avengers theme song with no copyright. So the Endgame portal theme. Big Nuggets Avengers things. Okay, I got that done. Marvel Phase 2, 3. Now we've enter Phase 3. No, mute it because Phase 3 of the MCU as we'll rank these films live on our list. Our listen. Accidentally spelled our. Fenny because we probably might talk about Thanos if we have the time for it.
Please.
That will be.
We gotta get. Didn't I forget?
What?
No, it was Josh Brolin. He actually posted a picture.
Yeah,
one time
I
of
noticed that.
Thanos'
It was
cheeks.
when I was watching the honest trailer of Avengers Infinity War. Literally, the joke where the honest trailer guy just talks about Thanos is like, "What a daddy." Oh yeah, and certainly Josh Brolin with this naked. I don't want to show that to me because I don't want to get demonetized. But for y'all who watch the chat, it is one of the most hilarious memes where it's like perfectly balanced with all my purple-sized butt cheeks should be. Oh.
Perfectly balanced.
Oh man, if we get to Infinity War, I can't wait to talk about Thanos if we could.
That'll be something.
It would be because, like I said, I
remember when he was supposed to be menacing. Maybe he was menacing at one point, but I just can't take him seriously.
Because first of all, the memes too. I mean, we can all agree that he's definitely the most quotable MCU villain of them all. So it's like, you know what? This bro definitely deserves a tier list on his own for best Thanos design, best purple-sized butt cheeks, daddy thick nose, including the one scene where Ant-Man goes inside his anus and just go, "Roar!" I'm sorry, every time he screams, I just can't. And he goes, "I had to." But either way, I guess we'll get to next. Don't expect Batman Beyond Crisis. He has 3 lines, so the same thing. Next to Green Goblin. Yeah, okay. We're not going to talk about No Way Home in this stream, but we're going to say, like, look, I know Green Goblin is a Raimi villain, but since he's in the MCU, I would consider him now as an MCU villain, despite not being originally from. So I will say Goblin is a fan favorite MCU villain that got transitioned into the MCU because of No Way Home. Gabriel, you good? Gabriel? Crap. Gabriel? You good? Hello? Gabriel. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. I know in the tier list, I know y'all can hear me in the chat, but basically my Discord server is having a hard time trying to connect with Gabriel. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. Yeah, by the way, Jack Pacific, do not take down my stream. My Discord signal is going slow. Signal is connecting. Come on, man. Man, why you have to
Technical difficulties, because
There we
Discord
go.
is awesome. Never
Finally,
mind.
we're good. I don't know why my Discord was not just going too well. I know the stream. Gabriel Plier. Yeah, that's the nickname. Anyway,
Yeah, dude.
So anyway, we good, Gabriel?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
So, alrighty then. Without further ado, let's finally talk about Phase 3. And it all starts off with a strong beginning, a strong comeback. Captain America Civil War. Do you think I should do the honors, Gabriel, or you should go along?
Go right ahead.
I'm gonna be honest with you, y'all. Captain America Civil War, around that time when I was in 8th grade in 2016, it was my favorite MCU movie ever. Like, I loved it more than the first Avengers movie. I loved it more than the first Guardians movie. But until when Infinity War, Endgame, No Way Home, and Guardians 3, when those movies came out, that's where my mind just changed. But I'll say this, Captain America Civil War was my favorite MCU movie around that time. And there are multiple reasons why. Hey, what's up? Just setting up the Windstream and your bed looks pretty good. How y'all doing? Is that your girl? Anyway, just kidding, bro. S tier? Yes, Cameron. I will get to the reasons why this movie is easily an S tier. Because first of all, the Russo brothers, like, they made Captain America the Winter Soldier walk so Civil War can run. But why do I love Civil War so much? Because first of all, I would say this, even though, yes, it's basically Avengers 2.5, despite being the third Captain America movie. And let's be honest, the third Captain America movie is basically the start of Thor Ragnarok did the same, Spider-Man No Way Home did the same, Deadpool Wolverine did the same, where you got a main character, but then you got these other popular, beloved Marvel characters up in this big third climactic ending for this trilogy. But that's where Civil War was like, it was the first one basically that just started it all. And I will say this movie is a perfect successor to Captain America the Winter Soldier, but it does a really good job of mastering dramatic conflicts, which is ironic because this movie came out the same year when Batman v Superman was doing the same thing on DC's behalf. But the difference for what Batman v Superman failed and what Captain America Civil War succeeds at least there's a proper build up to the conflicts. Like, we get from the beginning where even though Captain America is leading up his new Avengers, where Falcon and Scarlet Witch are part of the Avengers team and they fight off Crossbones, which even though as cool as Crossbones looks in the movie, it just sucks that they just nerfed the dude. Like, they set him up hard in Winter Soldier, and then after, like, during the moment where he's fighting Cap, he's like, this is for dropping a building in my face, and then literally he just dies from Scarlet Witch's mistake. But from the beginning, it just sets up to the conflicts for what drives the plot to Civil War, including the moments where, I forgot to mention this in the beginning, where we get to Bucky's, like, you know, brainwashed from Hydra's program as the Winter Soldier, which was explained for the last movie, but then it gets reported to the exact same date where it goes December 16th, 1991, which little that we know, that's when Bucky Barnes he's still like the Soldier Serum and killed Tony's parents around that time. But then as we talk about Tony Stark, which I'll admit, the de-aging effect of making Robert Downey Jr. look younger for Tony using like these glasses, like literally the glasses I'm wearing right now, the Edith glasses during Civil War, is the fact that it's like a flashback where Tony wishes that he would have had that last moment with his parents before they eventually passed away. And during around that moment, that's where Tony's like doing his best just to make more of his programs and learn from his mistake. But till then, some woman blames Tony Stark to the death that her son died in Sokovia, which, even though despite Avengers Age of Ultron may not be the best Marvel movie, sure it does have its highlights, but and yeah, even though Age of Ultron's tone can be a bit too over the top when it comes to comedy and too many subplots, but at least by continuity's sake, it definitely was like, you know, the formula of what makes the plot to Civil War, where it's like, hey, my son is dead because of you. Even Tony Stark just says, Ultron, my fault. And that's where we get to, and yes, this is where things get political in the movie, where you got two sides, and how ironic they did this in election year 2016, where you got Team Captain America and you got Team Iron Man, where General Ross from the Incredible Hulk movie returned to the MCU and talks about all the Avengers tragedies from the first film to Winter Soldier to Sokovia and everything else. Like, that's where it leads to Sokovia Courts. Either you rather be a hero that will represent the other government's like policies and recognition just to follow their order and take the responsibility. But for Captain America, he's like, so basically we're just going to be your puppets. We're just going to be like, you know, your guard dogs and basically just do the job for you. It's like, no, like, this isn't freedom. This is fear, man. And you're not just letting us, like, yes, despite the casualties that we have done and the fact that so many lives are lost just because our enemies are taking over them, that's where Captain America steps out and steps in. And Tony Stark feels responsible for all the tragedies that happen since Age of Ultron, since the first Iron Man film and everything else. That's where he's like, that's why Tony in the beginning, he's like, weapons that were used against him since the beginning when he first became Iron Man, that's what he regretted for the rest of his life. And like I said, like, the conflict is not just universal to like all the Avengers, it's also personal to everyone else. It was better than Civil War comics. Yeah, the one thing I will give credit for Captain America Civil War is the fact they they do take elements from the comic. Like, you got the iconic where Cap and Iron Man were just blasting their shields together. Spider-Man was first introduced, but he does not switch sides since, it's the introduction to Spider-Man. And like I said, I just like that they just make their own take on it. But I will say this, man. The action sequences, it never fails. Like, it definitely has like the ground to hand combat for what makes the Winter Soldier great in that film, but also brings like the Avengers flavor to it. And that's where we get to introduce to one of the most badass characters in the MCU, Chadwick Boseman, as the King of Wakanda, Black Panther. And literally his introduction, first of all, Chadwick just kills it in the role, man. And I will say this, like, his quotes and his monologues gets like very inspiring, but at the exact same time does get very, like, very deep. Like, most of the times where he goes from past to warrior, and that's where his father was dead from a frame from Baron Zemo, who basically just, mistaking his identity as the Winter Soldier so they can expose Bucky Barnes, like, assuming that he's the killer of Black Panther's father. And I'm just gonna say this, man, like, Chadwick just gave it all in this movie, despite, the health story that we're not going to get too deep about it. But his character in the movie, amazing, man. Like, even the moments where he assumed that Bucky Barnes was responsible for his father's death and the talks that he has with Natasha Romanoff. And during his introduction, where he has his claws out and taking down Bucky, where Cap and Falcon chasing out to the highways. I'll say this, the score for this movie, Captain America Civil War's OST soundtrack from Henry Jackman, it screams Marvel every single time when Black Panther comes in, where the highway scene where it goes da na da da na na na, and it same goes on for the airport battle na 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 na. It's like, I remember all the music tracks from all the iconic action sequences through and through. And I forgot to talk about Zemo, which I'll say this, I think he is a good villain. I like the villain, I like the actor, which the one thing that makes Zemo such an interesting villain from the start is he's not a super powered villain. He's not just an evil copycat of the main hero. He wasn't created like Ultron. He's just a guy, just an angry guy that basically has a connection to Hydra. But since, his wife and his kid were dead during the events of Sokovia and Avengers Age of Ultron, he can't physically fight the Avengers, because obviously if this man goes up to the Avengers, this man is a toothpick compared to them. But he can just find ways to destroy the Avengers from the inside, from the conflicts, from the misleading, but also a lot of the actions that could trigger not just them physically, but emotionally as well. But I will admit, I feel like my biggest criticism with Zemo is the fact that, no, he doesn't wear the purple mask until the Falcon, the Winter Soldier Disney Plus series. The fact that his plan is just so timed perfectly. It's like, whoa. So you're telling me that he framed the Winter Soldier, he framed Bucky Barnes, assuming that he killed Black Panther's dad, and then out of nowhere, he perfectly turns off the system where he breaks in to free Bucky with, the Sokovian translation of lunging, rusted, 9 but 9, homecoming, 1, freight car through and through, and he actually finds a way to escape, including the moment during the final act where he shows the December 16, 1991 footage of Tony's parents getting killed. Like, for instance, Zemo's a good villain, but how the hell does this man do everything so perfectly on time? It's like, I don't think that's going to be logically possible for a standard human being. If it's a dude that has powers, then I wouldn't believe it. I will admit, it's more complicated than Lex Luthor, Batman v Superman, but at least Zemo as a character is more taken seriously than Lex Luthor in that movie. Sorry, just drinking some smoothies because I'm speaking a lot. So, however, Zemo's a pretty cool villain. I do like the fact that it literally in the final act where Cap and Tony were fighting each other, where it's like, if I can take the Avengers each other, and the best moment with Chadwick Boseman's Black Panther, like literally my favorite scene with Black Panther in the movie, where he talks about where vengeance consume you, like, you let vengeance consume you, I'm done letting it consume me, justice will come soon enough. And then when Zemo was about to kill himself, and then Black Panther stopped the bullet from him, it's like, bro, the fact that T'Challa just assumed that he got the wrong guy that killed his dad, but then when he met Zemo, who basically is the one that's responsible for his father's death, and the fact that he doesn't want that anger and that revenge just to go thriving through him, and it's like, that's not nobility, that's not royalty, that's not what his father would have wanted him to do. But like I said, Black Panther, Such a cool dude, man. And the one thing I will give Black Panther credit, the fact that what makes him different from other MCU characters is not the fact like, oh, he's an African hero, is the fact that he's one of those only Marvel characters that doesn't make a joke. Like earlier in the airport battle where he was about to face Hawkeye, and Hawkeye was like, we haven't met yet, but I'm Clint. I don't care. It's like, bro doesn't want to take a shit about any of the quit backing and just, being silly just to roast one another. Like, Black Panther does not roll that in his Kingdom of Wakanda. But then, I mean, as you could tell from my t-shirt, you got my boy Tom Holland as Spider-Man Captain America Civil War. And I'm going to be honest with y'all, when he first debuted in that trailer on March 10th, 2016, where I asked my history teacher permission by saying, hey, can we watch this trailer in front of the class? Man, we have lost our minds when Spider-Man was in the MCU, played by Tom Holland. Like, when I first saw that trailer, I felt like my soul just escaped my body for like 3 seconds. Like, my heart just stopped beating, and it feels like I was going to pass out. And after when I see him in the movie, like, literally, when I was sitting next to my dad in the theater next to Gabriel, when Tony and Natasha were talking about their other recruitments, and when my dad's like, and Spider-Man, I was like, wait, what? And then when it shows Queens, well, your left hand's free, and I was like, 14-year-old me in the theater when I was in 8th grade, I was on the edge of my seat. Like, don't get me wrong, even though I love Andrew Garfield, which that is my favorite live-action Spider-Man, was sad that we'll never get an Amazing Spider-Man 3, but you know what? I was welcome to Tom Holland as Spider-Man. I subscribed to this YouTuber named 7Webheads, and I'm gonna be honest with you guys, man, like, I love how the way that he got introduced into this movie. He's just a young kid in Queens, living in an apartment with his sexy hot aunt, who's played by Marissa Tomei, and the fact that he got recruited for the Stark internship, and like I said, even though Tom Holland does a good job, like, establishing Peter Parker from being this nerd, but also socially awkward, like, he stutters, like, what do you do? Oh, what are you doing here? Like, clearly, you could tell there's a bit of a nerve wrack with this Peter Parker, and I like that literally just for 5 minutes alone, that we get the idea of who Tom Holland's Peter Parker is. I mean, the one thing I do complain about that scene is, how did Tony Stark knew Peter was Spider-Man? Did he literally got, like, Stark drones just to spectate his homemade suit, like, around in New York City? So, I don't know, that just caught me off guard. Which, to be fair, as much as I'm grateful that Spider-Man got introduced to Captain America Civil War, I could tell if the Marvel-Sony deal would have never worked, I think there would have been a way that Spider-Man would not be in the movie and just completely cut him out from the movie. But thanks to the deal and thanks to the casting of Tom Holland, which he was cast, like, he was like 19 when he was cast in this movie. Well, he perfectly embraces that young, youthful side of Peter Parker. Like, he's not mature like Tobey and Andrew, but I do like this young take of Tom Holland's Peter where he gets some scraps, some computers out of a junkyard, and I like that the fact that he creates the web fluid for himself. And I like that Tony was literally having that conversation with Peter, and I like the music where we didn't get to the iconic do not until we saw Homecoming, but the music of Spidey's theme where it goes do. It's like, man, I'm already getting nostalgic already, since this is like his pre-theme before Homecoming make his definitive theme. And the moment where Tony just explains like why Peter decides to be Spider-Man for 6 months, where he's like, because I've been me my whole life and I have these powers for 6 months, I read books, I build computers, and then he find a good way just to be like, like, how do you say with great power comes great responsibility without repeating the phrase where Taunts Peter says, where you can do the things that I can, but you don't, and then the bad things happen. They happen because of you. And to me, thematically, that became like his arc, not just like when he first got introduced, but throughout the whole entire MCU. Bad things will happen. They'll happen because of you, from your reckless actions for you being Spider-Man. And it becomes present later on. So, great introduction for him as Peter Parker. But him as Spider-Man, though, even though, like I said, he's not my favorite live-action Spider-Man, but he nailed it, man. Like, during the moment where he stole Captain America's shield, and then he starts geeking out like a fanboy, like, Captain, big fan, Spider-Man. And his funniest moments was during the moments where he was finding Bucky and Sam, where he's like, you have a metal arm? That is awesome, dude. And I will admit, the one moment that did make me laugh on first viewing, where he's about to throw an object to Bucky, and he's like, hey, buddy, I think you lost this. And then just literally take him down, including the part where he webs up Falcon, and literally, bro was like, look, I know you've been in a fight before, but there's not that much talk. So I'm like, I like that this version of Spider-Man doesn't shut up, because that's who Spider-Man is in the comics. And by the way, Speaking of Bucky and Sam, when Bucky's not brainwashed into Winter Soldier mode, I do like their dynamic duo throughout the movie. Like, Bucky and Sam do have funny moments. Like, the one moment when they're in the car where they're like, can you move your seat up? No. Or during the part where Spidey was about to web swing away, but then Bucky, like, Falcon's, like, what was his drone called? I think it was called Red Wing. Take him away, and then Bucky's like, you couldn't have done that earlier. I hate you. But yeah, speaking of which, we gotta talk about the airport battle scene. Like, sure, the first couple of scenes were awesome, but this by far was the most entertaining action sequence throughout the whole movie because it brings so much variety where you got Spidey versus Sam and Bucky, you got Captain America facing Black Panther, you got Ant-Man out of nowhere, which I almost forgot about talking about Ant-Man. So just like Spidey, Ant-Man becomes a fanboy over Captain America, Scarlet Witch, and I like the fact that we got teased to his giant Ant-Man form, which that was spoiled from Lego and Funko Pop. But the reaction that the bro has made, where he grabs War Machine, where Spider-Man goes, holy shit! And then the reaction of Paul Rudd's eyes, where he goes, ho ho ho, I'm big now! So, the Giant Man sequence was pretty cool, including that one funny moment where Vision goes through him, he's like, something just flew in me! So anyway, let me read the comments. If it's true that Tony's a stalker or anyone else comment here, well, pretty much you. The only problem with Spider-Man is the screen-tight suit is fully CG, and yeah, I would admit, like, it's not just this movie, but pretty much throughout all of his appearances, I hate the fact that, his suit does look good, but you could tell it's very CGI throughout the whole run of Civil War. I remember I watched behind the scenes where Tom Holland has a mocap suit, and there's some moments where he actually has, like, black lining. It's like, bro, why would you over CG that, Marvel, just because it's less expensive? Like, look, even Toby and Andrew has CG moments, but even for their CG moments in Toby and Andrew Spider-Man films, like, it's more believable if you think about it. So I would agree with you, Cameron. That's a common complaint that I got for MCU Spider-Man. They just make him like a PlayStation 2 mod. But that being said, for the airport battle scene, it's also fun. I like the moments where Hawkeye slings Ant-Man inside of Iron Man's armor, and the funny moment where Iron Man was like, who's speaking? Enter conscious, we don't talk a lot these days. So, I like the different dynamics that they got from each Marvel character when they're fighting, including the moment where Hawkeye and Black Widow were about to attack each other, and literally Natasha's like, we're still friends, right? And then Clint's like, it depends how hard you hit me. And the Scarlet Witch was like, be gone, woman. I will admit, the moment where Spider-Man fights Captain America, I'm like, oh, okay, that's sick. Spider-Man meets two of the biggest MCU Avengers stars, from Iron Man to Captain America. And my favorite moment is when Cap was talking to Spidey, where he's like, Stark telling you anything else? That you're wrong? You think you're right? That makes you dangerous. And then when Cap literally beats down Spidey, I like that Cap was like, you got heart, kid. Where you from? Queens! Brooklyn. I'm like, hey, two New Yorkers in the MCU. I also like that homage. But during the moment where we get to the moment where Steve and Bucky are trying to escape to the airport battle, and the one thing that did surprise me is the fact that War Machine and all the other side Avengers from Team Iron Man decides to face him through and through, and they trying to find their way to escape. I like that Black Widow, despite she's knowing that she's gonna regret doing the wrong things to oppose her team, I like that she makes Steve and Bucky to like have their friend too, because you know Natasha still has at least like a good friendship with Captain America. Now I'm talking about the Wayne Daffy Duck Dawn Civil War with the airport scene talk, right? I mean, Batman v Superman and Captain America Civil War came out the same year when Wayne Daffy Duck was born, and when I was 14 around the time, I love Civil War, and since Looney Tunes and DC are Warner Brothers, while the Disney characters are Marvel, you know, Disney Marvel are the same brand, I decided to recreate that where Grumpy was Wolverine. You touched my wig. Like, those moments were just, like, kind of just looking at the Dawn Civil War moments, which I thought that was hilarious. Because, like I said, I love this movie so much to death where, even though it was my favorite MCU movie around that time, but this movie is still in my top 5. But back to the point, the airport battle scene, like, when we get to the beginning where Sam was telling Cap, what do we do, Cap? We fight. And then when Spidey was telling Iron Man, they're not stopping, neither are we. Boy, it was like a childhood's fantasy seeing your favorite Marvel characters, even though you don't want them to fight, but you're very entertained by it because you're seeing all these Avengers, minus Thor and Hulk, just fighting on two different teams like it's football or something. And like I said, the music in that sequence, da 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 na na, da, na, na. And I almost forgot, the one thing I do like what they add with Spider-Man, when they're literally taking down Giant Man, where he's literally talking to Iron Man, where he's like, hey guys, you see that really old movie, Empire Strikes Back? And I'm like, That's nice to know. This iteration of Spider-Man is a huge Star Wars fan, which back then, Tom Holland never watched Empire Strikes Back, but years later on, thanks to the actor who plays Ned, he convinced him to watch the Star Wars movies. But I like that Spider-Man literally takes down Giant Man like the AT-AT walkers with the walkie thingies. And when Iron Man and War Machine just knock Giant Man down, Spidey gets knocked down over. And I like that the last scene that we got with Spidey's when Tony Stark was telling Peter, like, you're done or are you calling at me? And then Peter's like, I'm not done, I'm not done. Okay, I'm done. So literally and metaphorically, I like the fact I'm like, well, I expected Spider-Man's screen time was going to be short, and obviously he did from the comics. He did not switch sides to Team Captain America. If it was Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man, then yeah, then maybe he could have switched sides. But this is Tom Holland. It's brand new, but it's amazing. Grumpy is like, Mouse, why did not get the Wolverine mask, but Hugh Jackman did? Well, because we did not have the rights, That would have been something like that if Grumpy was, Wolverine. Question is, I wonder who would have been the Deadpool in that universe in the Wayne Daffy Duck. I don't know. I would have just thought about it. But either way, back to the point. So as entertaining as the airport battle sequence was, I know the trailers were like teasing a lot, like, oh, War Machine Rodney's gonna die, but Vision accidentally just shocked War Machine when he meant to shot Falcon. But during the moments, I feel like that's when the drama continues to shine a lot more, when Tony was about to rescue Rodney and then Falcon's like, I'm sorry, and then Tony blasts him away. And the look on Robert Downey Jr.'s face where he looks pissed, where he's like, well, you almost killed my best friend, man. What is wrong with you? And then that's where we get to Steve and Bucky trying to escape just to find the other Winter Soldiers. But then when Iron Man noticed when all the other Avengers were locked up into their cells, and then Tony Stark noticed the murder for what Zemo's done. I like that later on when Tony and Steve meet again, they're allies again, and it's not about the Sokovia Accords. But then unexpectedly, even Black Panther track Steve, Tony, and Bucky around. But then when they get to the Winter Soldiers, which I forgot, Bucky didn't tell Steve this because he was already brainwashed when Steve was grabbing that helicopter where he's growing biceps, when he kidnaps, not kidnaps Bucky, but takes Bucky away from the public view. Bucky says that Zemo and all these other people could have been other Winter Soldiers, but Zemo just killed them all around that time. So that's why Bucky became the one and only Winter Soldier around that time. So it is what it is. But then Zemo find a way just to not just make Iron Man and Captain America have their conflicts. Like literally during the moment where Tony was questioning Zemo, what is this? And when Tony's like, I remember that road. And I'm like, you mean you remember the date, December 16, 1991. The moment when Bucky was killing Howard Stark, punch into the car, and then you hear Tony's mom saying, Howard. And then after that, when Bucky chokes the mom, the music, the intensity in Tony Stark's eyes is like, man, Robert Downey Jr.'s acting in this movie, like, don't get me wrong, like, he's great in the earlier movies, but I feel like on the drama side, he took, like, Tony Stark's, not just his vulnerability, but Tony Stark's anger, like, top tier acting from Robert Downey Jr. in this final act. And I like that he literally told Captain America, did you know? Don't bullshit me, do you know? And then Steve just spilled the beans by saying, yeah, I did know. And then boom, that's where we get to more personal conflicts, like airport battle sequence, fun, entertaining. Then it gets very serious, and I'm going to be honest with you guys, this has got to be one of my favorite final acts in the MCU. Probably my favorite final battle in the MCU, period, where you got Tony Steve fighting over, and the music, it just never stops. Da-na-na-na-na-da-da. Tony whispers to Bucky, do you remember them? I remember all of it. And then go the way when Steve and Tony were all the way to the downfall. And I like that Steve tells Tony, this isn't going to change what happened. And then Tony, like, looking so angry where he's like, I don't care. He killed my mom. Like, I get that Batman v Superman tries to do the Save Martha! Why do you say that name? But I'm sorry, with the line delivery, it didn't make the emotional scene too serious. But for Civil War, they somehow made it work. And even though it leads to this comic accurate moment where Steve and Tony were clashed together with a shield, but during the moment when Tony was about to be crushed by Bucky, where Bucky was about to remove the arc reactor and then blast his metal arm, my jaw was dropping to the floor when I was 14. And then literally when Tony was about to kick Cap, where he's like, stay down, final warning. And then we get to this nice callback for what Steve said in the first Captain America movie when he was all skin and bones, where he's like, I could do this all day. And then, like I said, things get even more intense when Steve was about to go John Walker, about to kill Tony with the helmet, and then boom, on with the arc reactor. And then after when Steve went away, where it goes, emotional music, da-na-na-na. And then when Tony was telling Steve as he's walking with Bucky, that shield doesn't belong to you. You don't deserve it. My father made that shield. And then when he drops the shield and lets it go, it's like, bro, the intensity, man. It's so raw. Like, the Russo brothers knows how to master drama, conflicts, and basically the personal struggles, not just like physically, but mentally with these characters. Like, man, the Russo brothers, and I know Robert Downey Jr. gives credit to them. I mean, why I think he's coming back in the new Avengers movies as Doctor Doom, because they did a really good job of how to ground Steve Rogers, ground Tony Stark, and ground the majority of these characters. And once then we know that Rhodey's alive, we get to a funny cameo from Stan Lee as a FedEx guy. Are you Tony Stank? And then it gets to an apology letter from Steve Rogers, thinking like, I wish that we could assign the Accords, but you know, I just don't roll and want to be regulated by the government. But if you need us, Tony, if you need me, I'll be there. So then he breaks his friends out, but I like that. Hey, Tony, despite you and I disagree with each other, but I know whenever you need me or else, whenever you need us, I'll be there for you, man, despite our differences. So, like I said, I just like that the ending just makes itself bittersweet. Then you got cool post-credit scenes where Bucky frees himself, and I like that Black Panther tells Steve by saying, like, you know they're coming for you, and then T'Challa was like, let them try. And then he gets to the Black Panther statue that sets up his movie, and then the callback where Tom Holland's Peter Parker's back with Aunt May by saying, Steve, no, he's from Brooklyn. And even though I'm so disappointed that we never see the spider signal in the movies, but I'll admit, my 14-year-old self, when he shows the signal up in the ceiling, I'm like, just like in the comics. But then in Homecoming, they barely use it. So overall, Captain America: Civil War, it wasn't like not only my favorite MCU movie, but it still is in my top 5 favorite MCU movies for sure. So without question, it is 100% an S tier ranking for me. So that's my ranking on the peak Civil War masterpiece. So, Gabriel, if you're up, take it away.
I'll be there. Oh, man. Civil War. I don't even know where to begin. Civil War is, I mean, if you thought, like, the first 2 Captain America movies were great, this one is... it exceeds those, in my opinion. I know people prefer Winter Soldier more than Civil War, but me personally, I like Civil War more.
The best one.
The most.
Same.
It does everything right. It does the drama right, the music, like each character gets to shine and not just, hey, we're here, cameos. Like they all get their moment to shine. And you know, we get to see more of Captain America as a character and what he stands for, not just as a hero, but as a person. And like, you know, because the Sokovia Accords were like, hey man, y'all destroyed all of this and killed a bunch of people, we can't let you do that, so we're gonna like basically control you now. And everyone, mostly Tony, is on board with it. Or not everyone, but Tony is mostly on board with it. And then Steve isn't. So then that already alone starts this feud with the both of them. And obviously you got Tony's closer friends like Rhodey to team up with him, or you know, the obvious people. Then you got the obvious people to team up with Cap and agree with him. But then it's interesting that there's characters that are like kind of neutral, like they, I guess, agree or disagree with both of them.
Yeah, like Black Widow and Black Panther, which those are the guys.
Yeah, and then they switch sides, like Black Widow, Scarlet Witch.
Yep, her too. Vision.
And then Vision was mostly neutral.
Yep, he was.
Black Panther was just trying to get revenge for his own sake. He didn't care about what team, whatever.
Yeah, because, hey, Bucky's on Team Cap, I should attack him.
He was just trying to get Bucky.
Yeah, because he assumed that he killed his parents. Well, his dad, to be exact.
So it was just, like, super cool to like. We always see these characters team up with each other, and that's what we've wanted to see for years. But not to see them fight each other, it raises the bar higher, and they did it right. I mean, uh, they brought conflict and um drama between each character correctly. Not just, hey, I'm on this guy's team, so I gotta punch you. Well, besides Hawkeye and Black Widow.
I like those guys.
Yeah. But they had their reason for, like, each one of them had their reason to fight each other, or almost all of them. Uh, but to the beginning, I mean, Crossbones look cool and all that. It's cool that they brought him into the movie, but now he's just kind of wasted because they killed him.
Yeah, the actor was
Um,
pissed about it. That's why he's in DC now.
yeah. Uh, but either way, it was pretty cool. That battle sequence was really cool. And then like the camera or cinematography with like the action sequences was well done.
All shot in
Uh,
IMAX.
yeah, and like when Cap was jumping through or into a building or stuff like that and throwing his shield against the walls and like that stuff was just so cool. Um, Seeing Black Widow fight as well, even Falcon, they all did their thing and it was really cool. I love the chase scene. I mean, yes, this was in Winter Soldier as well, where they chased each other, but in uh, in Civil War, where they chased each other
Dude,
as well.
the moment where Bucky grabs his motorcycle, jaw dropping in
Yeah,
the theater.
yep, that was insane. That was insane. The stunts, just the stunts in this movie were so cool, and it was crazy when Bucky jumped out of the building and then landed onto the other building. Someone would die from doing that, but he just casually landed onto another building.
Metal
That was
arm,
cool.
Soldier serum.
Um, so like I said, the stunts in this movie very well done. Um, I love the way they introduced T'Challa and Black Panther. They took their time with first introducing T'Challa, um, his relationship with his father, and just kind of building his character up from there.
Mhm.
And then after the death of his father, and then they all assumed that it was Bucky. That's where, you know, things get crazy. And this whole movie, Black Panther is out for vengeance and wants to kill this guy, Bucky. And we finally get to see the Black Panther. A lot of people have been wishing for Black Panther to be in the MCU for a long time. And we finally get him in this moment, in this movie. This movie, out of all of them,
Yeah, it's
where all the heroes fight each other, is just like super. It makes it so much more exciting.
It's great timing.
And yep, and his suit, I think that is his best suit out of all the
Agreed.
movies.
His best series in
I
Civil
thought
War.
I also think it's Chadwick Boseman's best performance as Black Panther.
Yep,
He did
outside
great
of-
in
yeah,
first Black Panther movie,
outside of his
but
own solo movie.
I think this one was his best.
I would say so.
This is Black Panther's best out of all the movies.
Mhm.
And you know, later on down the line, I just like the development of his character, you know, wanting to seek vengeance. Then later on he realizes this isn't worth it. And he realizes that also because of what Zemo was doing. And you know, it's good to see his maturity throughout the movie. And, you know, to prove that he's not a bad guy. He's the king of Wakanda.
Mhm.
He's a hero. So
Pay tradition
makes
for us
sense.
Wakanda people.
I think they did his character just right, and that was the best performance Chadwick Boseman's done for Black Panther. Um, what else? So, the humor in this movie was decent.
Better than Age of Ultron's.
Although I do like freaking Falcon and Bucky's chemistry, their humor.
Stole the show, bro.
Put your seat up.
Yeah, can you move your seat
No.
up? No.
Yeah, can you move your seat up? No.
Yeah, especially for both of them smiling when Steve kissed Peggy's knees, and they all smiled by saying, "Yeah, that's how it goes, player."
Yeah. That like stuff like that was pretty funny. But I do say it's a lot more focused on the drama and action and all that more than it is on the humor. But there is a little bit of humor there. It's pretty well done. I mean, most of it is like you would laugh at it if you were a kid. Nowadays, I probably wouldn't find it as funny, but as a kid, I had a lot of fun with the jokes. It was funny.
I will admit, I forgot to bring this up, but the one funny moment that is still funny is when Ant-Man tells Captain America to throw the truck, and then Rodney was like, "Oh, come on!" And then it explodes, and then Ant-Man's like, "Oh man, I thought that was a water truck." Okay, I will admit, that's still moments where War Machine was exploded by that giant truck.
Yeah. The character designs. I already mentioned Black Panther. I think that's his best suit, best appearance. But everyone's character designs look great in this movie. I really like Iron Man's suit in this movie. I think it's kind of underrated.
It is. I would say so.
I do like Captain America's because it's like simple. It's kind of a mix between being modern and sort of comic booky. I don't know, but it's a good suit. Black Widow, I think again her hairstyle, her outfits look great. Falcon, I wouldn't
would
say
it's a glow up compared.
It's better than he looked in Winter Soldier. I'll tell you
I
that.
want to point that out.
I'll tell you that it looked better. But I wouldn't say it's his best look. But it was an improvement. And Bucky looked the most Winter Soldier that you could get. Yeah, he looked the most Winter Soldier in this movie. And yeah, speaking of character designs, we're gonna get to Spider-Man first appearance. I love that suit, but I honestly wish they went with the concept art suit, where they had the classic symbol, spider symbol, on his chest. But I am happy with the design they chose for this movie and Homecoming. Man, I remember all the hype for this movie and the trailer reactions to this movie, and like the trailer where they revealed Spider-Man for the first time. At first it was a rumor, and then when they actually showed it, I was like in shock. I was like, there's no way this is real. And you know, it also felt kind of weird because it wasn't Andrew Garfield like we'd hoped it would be. But it was still Spider-Man in the MCU taking Captain America's shield. That was just amazing. That never gets old. I will say, I didn't hate the CGI they did for his suit in this movie, but I do agree, like, the rest of his movies or appearance did look kind of off, especially like, well, I didn't mind the Infinity War look when it came to the CGI on his suit.
Yeah, it's slightly improving that film.
Yeah, but it was alright. I don't have a problem with it really, but the suit itself is one of the best in like for Tom Holland Spider-Man. They did his character. I mean, they nailed his character in this movie. Like his personality, his cheesy sense of humor, like the Star Wars jokes, and then, you know, hey buddy, I think you lost this. You got a middle arm. That is awesome.
Love those
Stuff like that was great. They nailed Spider-Man in this movie. As at the time, I do like his introduction where they show Queens and then him and Aunt May. That was cool. That was great.
Sure was.
But I will say, like, at the time, I wasn't a big fan of the whole Iron Man, Tony Stark, Iron Man, and Peter, mentorship thing.
Which we will
Wasn't
get
a
to
fan
that
of
later
that.
on.
And then they especially went a little too far with it. Went too much with the Tony Stark Spider-Man stuff in the later films.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. For me, that whole idea wasn't. It just didn't click with me. So it was weird. But they made it make sense. I'll give them that for the MCU. And it was nice seeing a little bit of, because we didn't get an origin story for this Peter. So to see a little bit more of his roots and his room and like his homemade suit and the YouTube clips and all that, which is kind of funny because him being a YouTuber, they kind of like scrapped that idea later in the later movies.
Yeah, which once again we will talk more about that in Homecoming, which can't wait to get to that topic for what you just said.
Yeah, but they did a good job with Spider-Man in this movie, I will say. Not my favorite Spider-Man, but I don't hate the Spider-Man like a lot of people do.
Yeah.
I like Tom Holland as an actor, as Spider-Man. It was a great introduction.
We like his Spider-Man when it's not too much on Iron Man stuff at times.
Yeah, exactly. Zemo, I mean, even though in this movie you couldn't really tell it was Zemo, because he doesn't have his costume from the comics, but he was definitely a villain. He was a bad guy. And even though, well, I will say it is kind of a good thing, because we get to see more of the actor's range and like his acting skills without the mask, and I feel like you'd be able to take him a little more seriously without the costume. But still, it would have been nice to have him with the costume sooner. But either way, good villain, and they used him just right for this movie. Using Hydra again for a Captain America movie, it's perfect. And then to kind of tie it into Tony and Steve's beef with each other towards the end of the movie, was very well done. They did a good job. It was epic and sad at the same time to see these guys fight and lose their trust for Tony losing his trust for Steve. And like I said earlier about Steve's character, I think it's cool, that they showed Captain America's heart towards, standing up for himself, standing up for his best friend, who people think he's a criminal and all that stuff, but was really just manipulated and abused for the longest time. And he's just traumatized. All the stuff he's done wasn't even his fault. It was Hydra.
It wasn't him.
So I understand both sides, really. I get why Tony is mad, and I get why Steve defends Bucky. So people online are always, they're more lean towards Tony's side because, hey man, he killed his mom. I wouldn't let that slide. And I get it, but let's put logic before emotions. Yeah, you get emotional over just witnessing the person that is standing in front of you kill your parents, and then your coworker, friend, kept that a secret. You would be mad. So I get it. But you gotta think logically. The guy that's also behind the door in front of you is the guy who manipulated the guy who killed your parents. So whose fault is it?
Zemo.
Bucky or Zemo? It's Zemo. So logically, why would you try and kill Bucky when he was used as a puppet, basically?
Because if you think about it, Gabe, remember how it should have ended? Their virtues were, in that video, Bucky apologizes to Tony, and then Tony actually finds his way to use his laser, and then they stop Zemo, which that would have been the alternative.
Exactly.
If it was like that.
So, I will say that is, in my opinion, kind of stupid from Tony's part. Um, but I don't know. I've always been Team Cap since the day that movie came out, and I like I said, I understand both sides, but I think it makes I think Cap side makes more sense. You don't want to be controlled by the government to tell you what to do as a hero, and then you're trying to save your friend who was used as a puppet for years for Hydra, and the guy that's standing right in front of you is the guy who did it. So I don't know, but I do understand the beef, why the fight happened, how everything went down. It made sense, mostly. And I love the iconic shot in the fight with Cap and Iron Man clashing with each other, like the comic book shot. That was cool. The music used in that scene was spectacular. Uh, and then, like, just the shock value of everything happening, like Bucky about to rip off Tony's arc reactor, and then Tony blowing off Steve's arm. Pause. I mean, not Steve's, Bucky's arm. But then, surprisingly, Cap survives a blast from Iron Man. Stay down, final warning. And that scene alone was just so awesome. And then Cap standing back up, still fighting after getting beaten up and blasted and all that stuff. That was just very, very well done. And then Cap, you thought Cap was about to kill Tony, and he could have, but he didn't. He resisted because he didn't want to kill Tony. He wanted to stop him from lashing out. And it shows how much he cares about, like, how much of a selfless person the Cap is, because when, after he defeated Tony was like, my father made that shield, it doesn't belong to you. He just dropped the shield, like, alright, you can have it, I don't care. And that was just a powerful moment, that entire fight. They killed it with this movie. And the way they set up the first Black Panther movie was pretty cool. I'm not like a huge Black Panther fan, but I was pretty excited for that movie.
Yeah, me too.
And yeah, I don't know. Everything they just nailed everything with this movie.
They sure did, man.
It's got everything especially for a superhero movie. Gotta put it S tier. It belongs there.
100% S tier, which I'm going to ask you, like, Gabriel, before we move on to the next MCU movie, does Civil War end up in your top 3 or top 5 in, like, your personal favorite MCU movies?
I'll say top 5.
Alright, top 5, that's all you could say. Oh boy, here's an interesting comment. When are we gonna get some Sonic stuff for my favorite YouTuber? Kid, I made Sonic streams in the past. Second, I made YouTube shorts, so if you're expecting Sonic content, but I'm sorry, you've entered the wrong stream. We're talking Marvel content. We'll talk about the headshot, but it's Marvel content. Got that, you 12-year-old NPC? Alright, shut up. So, either way, Civil War, yeah, I would agree, top 5 for sure, and definitely deserves on being on the S tier. So, now that we're done talking about our praise for Captain America Civil War as we're getting like rainstorms, let's get to this standalone movie. Just like Ant-Man, we got the first Doctor Strange movie. Do you think I should do the honors with this, Gabriel?
Go.
Okay, I would go. So anyway, the first Doctor Strange movie. So, I know this movie was basically a way to, just like with Ant-Man and Black Panther, like a Marvel character that's never been adapted on screen for the big budget. Hey, what do you want? Other content that's not the Sega mascot? Yeah. What's your name? Dare R11? Whatever that's called. Anyway, whatever. So, yeah, it took a while to adapt Doctor Strange on the big screen. And I gotta say, Benedict Cumberbatch, perfect casting as the role, man. Like, not only he looks like the character from the comics, but perfectly he embraces for what Doctor Stephen Strange is. I remember Joaquin Phoenix was originally gonna play Doctor Strange, but since that guy is not a big fan of cinematic universes or big franchises, he would only play a comic book role if it's a character study, which is why he was later to be perfectly cast as the Joker. So if it weren't for Joaquin Phoenix dropping out as Doctor Strange, we wouldn't get Benedict Cumberbatch, which clearly Cumberbatch is a very versatile actor, and two, he just fully embraced the role. Just like with Robert Downey Jr.'s Iron Man, I can't imagine anyone else playing as Doctor Strange. So either way, I know I am gonna get like nitpick about this, but basically, just like how I complain about this about Ant-Man, Doctor Strange is basically like the surgeon sorcerer version of Iron Man, where even though Doctor Strange, he's not as egotistical as Tony Stark to make sure that he's not the same, and Strange is wealthy because he's a surgeon. He falls in love with a chick that happens to be red, and he is selfish to others, but then he has to be less selfish to himself at times and go through an arc, and then literally has to go through training by an old Agent 1, has a black buddy, then we have a villain that has similar powers. So like we said, it's basically like a sorcerer version, the magical version, compared to Iron Man. But I like Infinity War in contrast for what makes Tony Stark and Stephen Strange different from each other. But back to the movie itself. So I will say this, it's a pretty solid origin story to know who Doctor Strange is, where bro literally just texts while he drives and then just goes to the agent realm just to be taught by not just the Ancient One, which I know comic book fans got upset that they whitewashed the character and just gender bend it, but I'll admit, the visual effects in this movie, pretty stunning, man, including where we get to the acid trip weed sequence where the Ancient One takes Strange to the realm, and then you get the hands growing on hands, growing on hands. It was trippy. I'm like, okay, I've never zooted on mushrooms before, but if that was the case, I bet that's what it's going to be like on screen. And I will admit, it's like the scene stealer of the movie, and he appears a lot in the MCU, it's none other than Wong, Wong, Wong. And I like that when Strange was first introduced to Wong, he's like, wait, is that your only name, Wong? Are you like Beyonce or something? Including that one moment where Wong was listening to Single Life from Beyonce, if you like Bishop, put your bring on it. And then Strange actually used the book just to master like the mystic arts of being the Sorcerer Supreme. And that was like Strange's journey just to like master those skills. And like I said, that's where it gets mostly interesting about his training arc, which, sure, we've seen this with Iron Man, we've seen this with Ant-Man and Captain America, but since this is more on the mystical, magical side of the MCU, not counting what Thor said in the first movie, where it's like, oh, science, we call it magic, but like real magic from this guy named Doctor Strange. And speaking of the cloak, like the cloak of levitation, I like that the cloak actually has like a personality of his own. Like he definitely gives me the same vibes as the magic carpet from Aladdin, where it smacks, it reacts, but it actually has a personality of its own despite, you know, it doesn't speak. So basically the cloak is like the MCU's magic carpet from Aladdin. But I will say this, my biggest flaws with the movie is, okay, once again, is the villain. Like, for instance, you have a really good actor, and sure, he was a student that felt betrayed for being a teacher. It's like, we've seen this trope before, but it's just done, like, more in a, you know, in an ancient type of way. And I will say, the character's name's pretty forgettable, like, Conceal, whatever that is. So, I don't think the villain's, like, not too special, like a top-tier MCU villain. Like, the most are understanding, but it is what it is. But anyway, as we move on, that's where we get introduced to Baron Modo, which he was pretty cool. But I will think the one thing that was pretty cool was they went to the mirror dimension. And since Michael Giacchino, I think this was his first MCU music since he mostly has done music for Pixar. I do like his Doctor Strange theme that goes, I feel like that Doctor Strange theme is iconic, which Giacchino did play that again in No Way Home. But as you move on, the mirror dimension, the visuals from how the way it slides everything, it feels like it's straight out of Christopher Nolan's movie Inception, but they decided to like put like wizard stuff all over. But I do like the moment where Strange was like stuck to the bus and then Stanley was just like laughing about it while he's literally on the bus. But the one thing that caught me off guard is once when the villain killed the Ancient One, sure, it was tragic for Strange, but then they just played off a joke, so I didn't feel like that much of an emotional attachment to Strange or the Ancient One when she dies. But I will admit, this became the most meme-worthy moment where Strange, Wong, and Baron Modo are off to fight Caecilius, where we get to Dormammu, which Benedict Cumberbatch did the mocap of Dormammu, which that man is no stranger of doing motion capture, what he did for the Hobbit trilogy, that Andy Serkis Jungle Book remake that was sent to Netflix, And this is where you get to the most iconic scene that people meme about. Dormammu, I've come to bargain. Dormammu, I've come to bargain. That Strange just dies multiple times just to face Dormammu. So I'm like, literally in my mind, it's like, if you are going to make a Doctor Strange movie, you got to include Dormammu some way. And it did disappoint me that he wasn't really the main villain. But the fact that they just opened the portal in the sky, I mean, that's another criticism I will give to Doctor Strange. They repeat the same trope that you've already seen in the first Iron Man movie. The Avengers did the same. Captain America 1 of the portal in the sky trope. Even non-Marvel movies did the same. Ninja Turtles has done it. Suicide Squad has done it. Like, been there, done that for a portal in the sky type of trope. But either way, so after the Dormammu fight, it was pretty interesting. It was pretty cool. And, of course, Wong has his funny moments. And I will say that it's a pretty solid origin story for Doctor Strange. So, despite the music, despite the visuals, I would say the movie, I would say it falls more into a C tier because, I won't say it's B tier because it's not as entertaining as Ant-Man or like Age of Ultron. But I will say this, like Doctor Strange is not like, oh my gosh, this is a top 5 MCU movie. But I will say Strange as a character, he's an MVP in later movies, Infinity War, No Way Home. I like the character, but the movie, I think it's alright. I think it's pretty solid. So I think C tier would have fit for it. So that's what I have to say about Doctor Strange. What about you, Gabriel?
Doctor Strange is, I don't know. I feel it's not talked about a lot. Especially not as much as Doctor Strange 2 for not the right reasons.
For obvious reasons.
Doctor Strange is, to me, it's okay. It's not a movie I would rewatch, but it's not by any means a bad movie. It's not a bad movie. It's just, it has a good, it's a good origin story for Doctor Strange. It starts off slow and him being, well, a doctor, and
Doctor?
you know, he's living his life, sorta. No, yeah, I'd say he's living a decent life, you know, because he's a surgeon, so obviously he's gonna make a good living. But, you know, then his life turns around just like nothing. Like, everything changes for his life, and seeing that twist, that change in his life was huge, and it was very interesting to see how he dealt with it, to the point where he looked like a hobo, and
like me.
went to meet what's her name, the bald chick,
The Ancient One.
the Ancient One, yeah. He meets the Ancient One for the first time, and then there's that meme where his soul gets taken out and then he gets transported into a bunch of dimensions or whatever.
Yeah,
That scene was kind of funny, but also pretty cool. And I also love his training, with, what's his name? Is it Mordo?
Yeah, Baramoto.
Yeah.
Star from that
Mordo.
crappy CGI Lion King remake, who's now in Venom 3, which makes no sense.
Yeah, but I like that whole training sequence with him learning to use magic and all that stuff. That was fun to watch, and him trying to basically fix the damage that was done, and team up with Wong the goat, and like that whole thing with, like, where they're in the city and then it all looks like a weird dimension looking place, and then that's where they see Stan Lee in the bus, I think.
Yep, he was in a bus.
Or something like that.
In the mirror dimension.
Yeah. The mirror dimension, yeah. That was cool to see. The villain, he looks cool, played by a great actor who's known for playing villains. I liked his character design. I thought he was a decent villain. Not the most memorable, but
kind of forgettable.
not as bad as like Malekith or whoever.
Yeah, Malekith sucks.
Or Mandarin from frickin'
Iron Man 3.
Iron Man 3. But he was a decent villain. Finally seeing the introduction to Dormammu was really freaking dope. And then, Dormammu, I've come to bargain, over and over again. That was funny. That was a good scene. And using the time stone in this movie was also really cool.
Right.
And like, you see everyone die and then not die, and then they're all good because of the time stone. That stuff was like really cool to see in this movie. I think it's not, again, to me it's not a movie that's the most memorable. It's not rewatchable
not the most
to me,
watchable.
but it's not a bad movie by any means. It's decent. I I will say it is a little better than Iron Man 3 in my opinion.
Yeah.
I think I would put it B tier.
So B tier. So
Yeah.
would you prefer it over Ant-Man 1 or after Ant-Man 1?
No, Ant-Man is better in my opinion.
All right, so we'll definitely.
I would put it. I love Iron Man 2, but I think I would put it over Iron Man 2.
I would say as a film, I think Doctor Strange was like the better film compared to Iron Man 2.
Yeah.
I'm trying to say the Incredible Hulk. So, this camera kid just put A tier. It's like, I mean, like I said, it's solid, but it's not like, oh, it's a great movie. So I think B tier is more appropriate for the ranking.
Yeah.
So now that we're done with Doctor Strange, now we get to Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2.
Part 2?
Anybody remember that 1979 Doctor Strange pilot movie? Yeah, I remember it, but probably not worth it around that time. But it is what it is. We got the better version, which, oh yeah, by the way, before we move on to Guardians 2, hot take, I know we're not going to mention this till next stream, but the Doctor Strange movie, the first one is better than Multiverse of Madness, just saying.
Yeah, agree.
So now we get to Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. Do you want me to go ahead, or do you want to talk about Guardians Volume 2, Gabriel?
No, you go ahead.
Alright, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. I will say this, it is a good MCU sequel. Like, it is very fun, and it's definitely as good as the first film. Yeah, there we go, Dwayne. I know you're going to show up in the chat. Goated. But I know I'm going to disappoint you. Peak film. Dare I say it's one of the most emotional MCU movies from the start. I mean, the first film was emotional for sure. But I think this was like the first MCU movie that actually made me tear up. Like, don't get me wrong. The previous Marvel movies give me, like, intensity, fear, and anger. But I will say this. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. Not only it's a worthy follow-up, even though I still prefer the first movie, but man, it has so much color. It's like the visuals from each planet, including the score, like the theme of the movie where it goes to 11 that goes bum 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 ba-da-dum. And even though I prefer the first movie, I end up always rewatching the second one because, I mean, just like the first movie, you get banger songs. You say, Brandy, you're a fine girl. And then we get to the most iconic meme-worthy moment where Baby Groot, a.k.a. Baby Groot, was the original Grogu before Grogu took the spotlight in the Star Wars universe, which that's what Baby Groot was around that time. It was still unbelievable that Vin Diesel was still doing the voice where, they kind of like sped it up and just made the I am Groot. Or I saw behind the scenes, which I thought that was pretty funny. But I will admit, the Guardians, since, they bonded around the first movie, I feel like the comedy for those guys definitely embraced more of their humor, especially Drax, man. That bro cannot stop laughing. To me, die, Space Crew, my nipples. Bro, I know that Drax was serious in the first film, but in the second movie, he's a stupid, dumb idiot, but he's a likable, dumb idiot that I can tolerate with just because the way how Dave Bautista embraces the humor, not just for him just laughing all the time, like, I have big turds, or that one moment where he talks to Mantis where Drax is being himself, where he's like, you are horrifying to look at, or in this one moment where, the one moment where he's waking up from Mantis, like, I just had a dream where I'm physically with you, and where he talks to Star-Lord's dad, Igor's like, do you have a penis? I like that James Gunn's humor is more edgier. I mean, not in line like Deadpool, but at the exact same time, bro, it is what it is. Anyway, let me see. That Yondu slash Rocket scene is what made me believe James Gunn knows how to make comic book wacky shit. I mean, yeah. Oh, I almost forgot it. Like, the one thing that makes Guardians 2 so special is the fact that Yondu in the first movie, I feel like it feels like a character in depth in the second one, because when we got introduced to Yondu, when, you know, all of the Ravagers are all partying Southern Nights, where bro's all lonely, he's already done making love with his robot girlfriend away, but then when he got escorted by Sylvester Stallone, Ayo Happy. I mean, Gabriel, you can remind me of what Stallone's reason why Yondu cannot be a part of the Ravagers team. I don't know. Do you remember the reason? Gabriel?
I forget
I don't
that
know.
whole dialogue when they were talking to each other.
Yeah, but the whole point is Stallone just made like a whole reason why that Yondu could not be a part of the team. But during the moment where, like what Dwayne says, I mean, I will admit, the moment that was pretty fun is how Rocket baited the traps where all the Ravagers were about to get them until then Rocket and Groot got kidnapped by Yondu. I feel like the dynamic of Yondu and Rocket just really shine a lot throughout this movie, because not only they have funny moments with each other, including with Baby Groot, like during the moment where Yondu has like his giant ass mohawk, and you get to this sweet sequence of whistling with his arrow where it goes, "Come a little bit closer, you're my kind of man, so big and so strong, come a little bit closer, I'm all alone and the night is so young." Like, once again, moments like that's pretty entertaining. But outside the comedy and the cheese, where Yondu and Rocket were just going through an acid trip where they travel a lot more, that's where he gets to the emotional moments where Yondu and Rocket were having their arguments, where he goes, "I know what you are, boy, it's because you're me." And then during the moment where Rocket was like, "What kind of a pair are we?" It's more like, see, that's the best thing about opposites attract when it comes to fictional characters. Whether it's two bros or a guy and a girl, it doesn't matter. It's like contrasting personalities, contrasting backstories, but in reality, you share the same pain, you share the similar motives in a way. So that was a cool moment between the character development between Yondu and Rocket. But yeah, Dwayne, put this in. Yondu betrayed the Ravager Code because he took Quill as his own rather than supposed to turn him to Ego. Right, because, you know, I mean, yeah, I forgot to talk about Ego, which you gotta give props to both Chris Pratt and James Gunn casting Kurt Russell, because they think Kurt will be like a good dad type of role of playing this character. Like, literally during the moment where he first got introduced, where he's like, "I'm your dad, Peter." I thought that was pretty funny. But yeah, it was emotional where Quill gets to know his real dad. And yeah, it gets to a cliche trope that we've all seen coming when it comes to the, "Hey son, I reunite with you, but secretly, I'm just doing the wrong things. I'm just using you, my boy." Like, it's a cliche trope that we saw it coming. But like before we get to the plot twist, we get to moments where Quill sees Ego like it's his David Hasselhoff, like his dad growing up. So it's like funny, because I kind of view my dad as the David Hasselhoff type, because he likes watching Baywatch and Knight Rider. So during the moments where Quill was bonding with Ego, and even though Ego never told the truth of what he did to his mom, but I like that Quill just talks about, like, "I saw my mom die." Like, I feel like everyone's acting, from Chris Pratt to Michael Rooker to Dave Bautista, even Kurt Russell as the villain, all great performances. And I do like the moment where Ego and Quill were just catching fetch with each other. It's kind of like one of those moments where it's like, my dad was never there for me and we never get to play baseball with each other. It's like that one SpongeBob episode, "Maybe I'll come back for a few throws. I love you, Dad. I love you, son." That's what it's like between Quill and Ego whenever they have their moments. And I forgot to talk about these two major Guardians characters that I don't say much. It's Gamora and Nebula. Okay, I feel like this was the movie that made me respect Nebula a lot more, because even though she basically was, you know, against the Guardians since the first movie, but I definitely love it goes not just personally through her negative mindset of not trying to take down the Guardians and betray them, but personally with her relationship with Gamora. And I like the moment where Gamora was like standing on her own and Nebula was actually attempting to kill Gamora, and then Gamora decides to kill her. I like the moment where Nebula just get off her chest like, "All I wanted was a sister." And I like that, you know, despite them just fighting against each other, whether it's for Thanos, whether it's for Rodan, I still like the fact that, heck, I mean, I met some girls in real life that they went through similar issues, because even though, I mean, thankfully I don't have a sister, but I do met a couple of girls that has like some sort of like, you know, similar conflicts with what they have with their own sisters, which is kind of like how Gamora and Nebula is. So I could see like audiences like connect to themselves when it comes to like the sisterhood aspects of it. So I like that between Gamora and Nebula. And yes, it goes in a very Fast and the Furious trope where Star-Lord feels more connected to his dad than ever, and literally around that time, Quill just feels more welcome. I will admit, there was a pretty sweet moment where Quill and Gamora were dancing to "Oh, bring it to me, bring your sweet love, give it home to me, yeah, yeah." And during the moment where Quill and Gamora were having their slow dance, but that's where Quill, he feels more more welcome with his biological dad, who's a freaking living planet that makes too much love with all those aliens. It's like, man. Anyway, let me read Dwayne's comment. I feel like if Gamora didn't die in Infinity War, this movie was going to set up Nebula join the Ravagers, and the three roles for Gamora and Nebula would have been switched. Yeah, I mean, if that's why I feel like Gamora's arc from the first two movies, along with Infinity War, is important. And not only just that, if it weren't for her death, it would just change the perspective of Nebula's growth as a character, not ending up with the Ravagers. But as we continue on, it does go to the Fast and Furious trope because, ironically, Vin Diesel voices a talking tree that happens to be a baby during the moment where they said, like, we're not friends, and then Drake's like, we're not, we're family. So I'm like, yeah, you know, it's in the tagline for Fast and Furious. Because, like I said, I do love the Avengers, but I will admit, Avengers, as cool as they are, they definitely see each other like as friends, like, you know, co-workers, classmates from school or college. But Guardians, like I said, they're Marvel's Breakfast Club, like outsiders, different personalities, different backstories, but they all share the same pain, one another. But then we get to the plot twist of what Ego's purpose is for what he's done, and then we get to the most iconic moment where he talks about he was the reason why that he put the reason why the tumor and the cancer to Quill's mom, to the iconic meme. What? I know that sounds bad. And then during the moment where Quill's just shooting him and be like, you killed my mother! But the one thing is, I know the plot twist is the fact that even though I did saw the twist coming that Ego was going to be evil at some point, because not only because, oh, the comic books, is the fact that I just saw it coming from the get-go by saying, like, look, I get that you're trying to connect with your son, but I know you're trying to connect with your own song for the wrong reasons. But I could not take Ego seriously when he randomly transformed himself to David Hasselhoff, just like, you know, to drop the cameo in, which I think that's honestly pretty, I don't know, off-putting for that one scene. Okay, the one thing that's even more comical with Guardians Volume 2 is the fact that since Ego made love to Quill's mother all the way in Missouri, when they start, like, creating the planet, it starts to blow up by a Dairy Queen restaurant, which I almost remember that Dairy Queen was a sponsor for Guardians Volume 2 as I think about it. I think Dairy Queen also sponsored Jurassic World. I'm like, oh, we gotta converge Chris Pratt's movies when it comes to Dairy Queen and not Kai McDonald's. So I thought that was too silly, but at least it wasn't like Power Rangers 2017 where they make the product placement like the plot point in the whole entire final act, which I thought that was lazy writing for that Power Rangers movie. But back to the point about Guardians Volume 2, I like the moment where we got Yondu, Rocket's back, and I like that Yondu reunites with Quill, and then Quill's like, that maniac is my father. I can understand why people don't like this movie. Personally, it's one of the most rewatchable comic book movies, so 10 out of 10 S tier. Yeah, I will say, I mean, I would not reveal my letter just yet, but definitely is a rewatchable MCU movie. Like, I'll say this, Guardians 2, I definitely say it's a better sequel than Avengers Age of Ultron. It may not be as serious as Winter Soldier, but definitely Guardians Volume 2 is one of the better sequels. But let's get to the final act. So, once again, banger song after a banger. Well, bam, shame-a-ling, and a shala. During the moment where all of Ego's, like, growing all the planets, and then all the ecosystem from other planets, whether it's on Earth, whether it's the other aliens, and all the Guardians were being trapped. Man, during the moment when Quill was about to get ticked off, and then you got Fleetwood Mac the Chain. Then you get flashbacks of Quill with his mom, then riding with Rockets, and then having that moment with Yondu. Man, like, look, you can meme all this all you want where he clenches fists like the Arthur meme where, man, like, I know this is a sci-fi Marvel movie, but this was such a badass moment from Chris Pratt's Peter Quill. Listen to the wind blows. And then he's like, you shouldn't kill my mom, my Walkman. And then just beat the crap out of Ego. And if you don't love me now, that you'll never love me again. I mean, first of all, the song is pretty fitting because it fits Quill's range, but also his perspective of his real dad around that time. And I will admit, before we get to Yondu's iconic moment, is the fact that I like the moment where James Gunn just drops a little bit more of like, that edgy type of humor where Groot's just like, when Yondu was like, "What's that?" He says, "Welcome to the freaking Guardians of the Galaxy," and only he didn't use freaking. So basically, Groot just dropped an F-bomb. Oh, I forgot this one side villain. Like, the other side characters I don't get to talk about much is freaking Taserface, man. And I get the constant running gag is where they all laugh at his face, which it's not a running gag in Guardians 2, it's a running gag throughout the MCU. Taserface, Ant-Man, Captain America, Dr. Otto Octavius, like, yeah, it's a running joke for Marvel. The colors of the movie was the music choice, honestly, what makes me put above with the other movies. Alright, dumb yapping. I mean, you're just in the chat, Dwayne. It's only just me and Gabriel. So, Taserface, I mean, I know intentionally he's not a dude to be taken seriously, where Rocket laughs at him, even the Golden Lady, what was her name? Aisha or something? The Oscar lady that became the mom of Adam Warlock, she also laughed as well. I like that most of her golden boys are like, when they're shooting the Milano and the second movie, they're kind of like they're playing like Galaga or arcade games, which I thought that was pretty silly, but also creative at the same time. But once when we get to the final act, during the moment where Yondu was going down, this is where we get to one of the most iconic moments where Quill was like, "Oh, you look like Mary Poppins," and then Yondu says, Yondu doesn't know who Mary Poppins is. He's like, "Is he cool?" And then Quill's like, "Hell yeah, he's cool." And then that one cool moment where Yondu just goes, "I'm Mary Poppins, y'all!" Such a cool moment from the dude. And then during the moment where Mantis is trying to keep Eagle together, and then the meteor just goes on Mantis, and Drax's like, "Mantis, look out!" "I tried, guys." And then when he takes Mantis away with a jetpack, "My nipples!" Like, it was so hilarious. But during the moment where Quill was about to fight Ego, and when Rocket was about to abandon the ship, and then Drax is like, "Rocket, where's Quill?" Like, he literally thought Quill was done for. But literally during the moment where Ego was like, "Don't do it! You're like, you need to be more like me, you're gonna be like everyone else." And then Quill was like, "What is so wrong about that?" And then Ego evaps away. And then, by far, like I said, in my opinion, before we get to Guardians Volume 3, this was the first MCU movie that made me cry. Because Yondu saving Quill, he carries him, and he's like, "He may be your father, boy, but he ain't your daddy." But when Yondu makes a sacrifice just to let Quill breathe in space, and from Chris Pratt's acting, just shouting when Yondu freezes, and the music, it's like, damn, man, the feels. Like, the fact what Yondu did, like, Ravager or not, Guardian or not, it's like, Yondu was one of the GOATs, bro. Like, literally during the moment where they try to, like, make his funeral and just make it get closer. And I like that Kraglin, who used to be close with Yondu, and he was gifted with the mohawk of how to use the arrow whenever he whistles, which that paid off later in Guardians Volume 3. During the moment where Quill was listening to his Zune, which was like a 2000s radio player in the early 2000s, I like that when Quill was getting close to Baby Groot, I remember James Gunn told Chris Pratt, like, think of Groot like Chris Pratt's son, Jack. And in my opinion, man, the tears started watering down where they play the song Father and Son. "It's not time to explain. You're still young, that's your fault. But I'm old, I'm happy. More than I could explain. I know I had to go away." It's like, bro, this is a good father-son movie. Like, I know Ego is a dick, but Yondu was dickish, but Yondu has a heart, and that's the difference between Yondu and Ego. And I know for many people out there, whether if it's your real dad or a family member like an uncle, a guardian, or whoever, like a mentor that wasn't your real dad but treats you like if he was your father, I feel like that's like the message for what Guardians 2 has. Like, no matter if your real dad did not treat you the same or your real dad does, I love the thematic message that Guardians 2 has had. But once again, it just shows like a great send-off to Yondu. And we get to, I believe this is the only Marvel movie that has like 5 mid-credit scenes throughout the whole run, where once again, another great song, as always. "My dad told me, yes she told me, Mommy's alright, Daddy's alright, surrender, it just keep going away." I just like that we go to a montage where Kraglin is using Yondu's arrow, accidentally stabbed Drax with the arrow. Groot becomes a teenager, and like with most teenagers, like Gabriel and all the other teens, starts gaming, and Chloe's like, "Get off the game. I am Groot. I'm not boring, you're boring." And then it goes off to, as you expected, a mid-credit scene that does not set up Infinity War. Okay, I will give Guardians Volume 2 credit that people expected this movie to set up Avengers Infinity War, but it didn't have to, even though we know the Guardians are important to play a major role in Infinity War because, Thanos is the father of Gamora and Nebula. But I like that Volume 2 doesn't do that. Like Volume 1 has with the Power Stone, Doctor Strange had the Time Stone, and then Avengers had the Space Stone from Loki. But I like that Guardians 2 doesn't try to like connect too much to the MCU. Like you could still enjoy Guardians Volume 2 as a standalone sequel, and that's why I really gotta give props for that. So I mean, Volume 2 takes place in 2014, just like the first movie. So I'm like, yeah, that's what I like about the Guardians movies. Not only like why I think it's the best MCU trilogy is like you can literally just watch the next movie after the first one. So I love how self-contained the sequel is, kind of like what superhero sequels like Spider-Man 2 and X-Men 2 used to be back in the day. So I will give props to Guardians 2. But there is a mid-credit scene where the Golden Lady, Aisha, whatever her name is, sets up Adam Warlock, which we know that was going to get a big role. But however, I do like the final song where David Hasselhoff himself is singing the Guardians of Furio song where he goes, "My daddy was a planet, Janu has a frown, Janu has a frown."
Oh, I love that music.
Yeah, the music video is fun. And these times of hardship. And I remember Jeff Goldblum was popping up in the post-credit scene somewhere. Jeff Goldblum's Grandmaster was in the credit sequence somewhere. I'm like, right, because the Grandmaster is the brother of the Collector, even though the Collector's not in this movie. He's in Infinity War. But during the moment where after the post-credit scenes has its fun time, just remember, we are Groot. I like that Stan Lee, one of his best cameos in the MCU, where he's literally talking to the MCU Watchers, aka the Watchers that looks every single cinematic universe, which the What If series goes dive deep into that. And I like how the Watchers leave that Stan Lee. I like how metaphorically they say that Stan Lee is like thematically the true Watcher, because Stan Lee is basically the Papa, the founding father of Marvel Comics. So, overall, Guardians Volume 2, I will admit, even though I do like the visuals and the colors, and I do say Ego's a much better villain than Ronan, like I said, I definitely say the first one is still better, but I will say Volume 2 is a worthy sequel. So, if I had to choose something, I'm either thinking of playing Volume 2 either A tier or S tier. It's somewhere in the category, either A or S. I'm still going to decide on that, but I'm just going to let Gabriel ramble on for Guardians Volume 2.
So Guardians 2, for me, is one of the funniest, one of the most fun MCU movies ever. It's so colorful and more comic booky and cosmic looking compared to the first movie. Actually, compared to the first and third movie. It really feels the most comic booky, and I mean this goes for really every Guardians movie. I don't know which one is my favorite. Actually, no, I would say I personally like the first movie's soundtrack more, but the second one and even the third, like all of them, are just perfect. They're awesome. When it comes to the emotional song choices, the exciting song choices, they all just were perfect. From like the beginning of the movie with Groot dancing, Mr. Blue Sky, that is never gets old. Never gets old. I love that intro. That's also one of the best MCU intros. I like, kind of similar to the Avengers, we get to see these guys' chemistry built up more, because it's, they've been working together for a while now, since the first movie, and just seeing how they get along with each other, like Star-Lord and Gamora, more of their romance scenes. Drax is definitely more comfortable with them, and it's got a lot more personality in this movie compared to the first one. And he's like, I mean, everyone has got a funny moment. Everyone's funny, but Drax was just absolutely hilarious in this movie. Mantis, look out! And then, yeah, my nipples. And then,
do you have a penis?
I have sensitive nipples.
Do you have a penis? And then Ego just said that.
What'd he say? He said, my father would talk about his penis every something something.
Mm-hmm.
And
then the moment where he
just, oh man.
where he randomly hugs Quill. Do you need a hug? You're welcome.
Yeah.
He's a lovable idiot.
But yeah, Drax is the funniest in this movie. Rocket was obviously hilarious. Our Lord, I mean, everybody, and the new character introduced, Mantis. Everyone had their time to shine, and I love that. Seeing, in the first movie, you thought, oh, Yondu's an a-hole. I mean, maybe some people thought, okay, this guy's awesome, but other people probably thought, okay, Yondu's an a-hole, just trying to manipulate Peter or whatever. But in this movie, they showed a lot more of their relationship and the heart between Yondu and Peter, being a father figure to Peter since, he left Earth, and needed guidance. And even though Yondu wasn't supposed to do that, he still cared enough to do so. And sure, it was tough love, but it was love at the end of the day, and he was a good guy deep down, good father figure deep down, and it showed just how good of a character Yondu is, and not just what he portrays himself to be, who's an a-hole, which he's not always. I'm glad they did that. They established that in this movie. And then this whole movie is just more of a father figure or father related movie. In a good and bad way. It showed the good father figure and then the bad, which unfortunately was the real father of Peter's.
Peter.
And I also love that they showed more of Peter's mom and her and Ego and how they met and all that stuff. That was interesting. I'm glad they included that. It kind of it built more, or kind of got you more invested into the emotional aspect of their drama in this movie. It made you feel for Peter, and I'm glad they did that. And Mantis, I like Mantis. I mean, she's not like a favorite or anything, but I think I like Mantis. She's cool. She's nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know really what to say about her, but I am glad they included her. She's a fun inclusion to the Guardians movies. And also the relationship between Gamora and Nebula, seeing their rivalry and their feud together, and Gamora, was trying to be a good sister, and then Nebula is just like, nah, screw you. I'm gonna try and kill you with a freaking jet. And yeah, that whole thing was it was a good inclusion. I'm glad they added sort of that small little arc for Gamora and Nebula, and gave a good reason to have Nebula back. So that was cool. They did good with that. Then what else? I like that. I like what they did with Groot, not just in this movie, just overall, like how you thought he died in the first movie, but then he just grows back, and then he's baby Groot, cause merch,
everywhere.
But he's baby Groot, then he grows to teenager Groot, and then I like how his personality changes between then. He's like very wholesome as a baby, surprisingly still pretty strong, but very wholesome. And then at the end, he's a teenager, and he's screw you, I play video games, I hate you, just basic
gamer
teenager things, I guess. But yeah, I loved Groot. and Rocket, their relationship together, as always, just as good as the first movie. Um, I love, like you mentioned, the Taserface thing with Rocket, and how he's making fun of his name, Taserface.
His reaction.
That was good.
Bradley
Like, just the
Cooper.
humor in this movie was top notch. I don't know. I don't know if it's funnier in the. No, actually, yeah. I would say, to me, this is like the Toy Story 2 of the Guardians movies.
Oh yeah, for sure. How
It's
ironic.
like the funniest and more colorful and expressive.
And just like Toy Story
Uh,
3, Guardians 3 is the most emotional one out of the three.
Yeah, exactly. Um, it was a good time. This movie was a really good time, and it had a great balance between its humor, and the drama, the emotional stuff. It made you laugh. It made you cry. It did everything right. Um, I I thought it was weird. Like, I mean, I know they joked about it, obviously, where him being being a planet and then having sex with aliens.
Yeah, a
humans.
lot of
It's
them.
like, how the heck would a planet do that? But
Yeah. Did that
I don't
bro
know.
use protection in other galaxies?
yeah,
Wrong.
uh, but I like that they joked about that because even I was questioning about that, and even though this is like a new take for Ego and Peter compared to the comics, I think they did it well. They utilized it well, and yeah, I mean, this Ego is I mean, it's in his name. He's got an ego. He's a douche.
Perfectly.
So I like that at first. It's like, I mean, this isn't new in movies, but first Peter's like, "Oh man, you're my dad. We gotta do stuff, man. We gotta hang out." And then later on, Ego, talking about putting the tumor in his mom's head, and then everything changed from there. I bet you the whole audience was shocked hearing that for the first time. But yeah, that their feud and their relationship was complicated, but they handled it in this movie pretty well. And again, made you really feel for Peter, which is one of the reasons it made us cry. Because either we relate or you just feel for the guy. And their fight, was really, it's kind of like what you'd expect, but also not, because you see Ego and he turns to this, or like, no, Peter shoots him and then he regenerates, and
let's not forget Peter Quill turns to Pac-Man.
yeah, that to me that was unexpected. I was like, why the heck is there Pac-Man? But the music choice, the chain, that was beautiful. I love that scene. I rewatch that scene all the time.
Badass moment.
Yep. And you broke my Walkman. And
Real.
that was, I don't even know what to say. It's just beautiful. The way they did it was beautiful. It was epic, emotional. Absolutely deserved. Get owned. Yeah. This, like I said, this movie's just got everything down. Emotion, drama, humor, the music choices were perfect. Everyone got their time to shine. It's just a great movie. It's very rewatchable also, because it's just so fun.
I remember I rewatched this one more than the first around that time.
Yeah. I'd personally put it S tier just because it's got everything for me.
I would say
For a superhero movie.
I'll place it next to the first
Comic
film.
book movie.
I'll play it next to the first film for the S tier.
Yeah. I still prefer the first movie, but Guardians 2 is just amazing.
Yeah, all thanks to the Go himself, James Gunn. I mean, this is like,
Absolutely.
we'll get to Infinity War, but that kind of sucks that around that time, because I know James Gunn produced Infinity War mainly just for the Guardian scenes for Avengers Infinity War, but you all know what happened after Infinity War, where Disney's like, oh, cancel over these jokes that don't age well in 2008, 2009. You're fired. And then Warner Brothers is like, hey, yo, want to join DC? Okay, what do you want to do? You want to make Superman? No, I want to make an R-rated Suicide Squad movie. And then boom, that's where the Guardians cast and everyone at Disney's like, shoot, we got to get James Gunn back for Guardians 3. We can't let Taika Waititi make the next film.
Yeah. Thank goodness.
Yeah, they made the right decision to let James Gunn give closure to his babies, his children, like his great trilogy that he has directed, not just as for these characters, but as a filmmaker in the MCU. But I know we won't talk about Volume 3 yet, probably not until like in Part 3, which is the third and final one, but we're gonna, like, once we get to Volume 3 for the next stream, we're gonna talk about like why the Guardians trilogy is the best one in the MCU.
Yeah.
So now that we're finally done with Guardians Volume 2, now we get to the mode that we're all waiting for exactly, which is why I'm wearing the Spider-Man hat, which is why I'm wearing Tom Holland Spider-Man shirts. We get to Spider-Man Homecoming, Spider-Man Homecoming. So, do you think I should take... So you think
Since Civil War, we've been anticipating.
Oh, yeah. Okay, well, for me, since, you know, I'm a Spidey fanboy, since I'm the host, okay, I'm going to go off with Spider-Man Homecoming. So, like what Gabriel said, after his great introduction to Captain America Civil War, I was like, bro, Tom Holland, he killed it in Civil War, and I got excited for his first solo-ish movie in the MCU where he, like, even though I love Tobey's movies, like, that's the best thing I like about growing up with the Spider-Man movies. Like, with Tobey Maguire, I was a kid. Andrew Garfield, I was a preteen. And just like Tom Holland's Peter Parker, I mean, I know he filmed Homecoming when he was like 20 years old when he filmed Homecoming, but his character, Peter Parker, was 15, and I was 15 years old when this movie was out, and Peter Parker was in 10th grade, and before I was in 10th grade, this movie came out during in the summer. So, and yeah, just before I talk about the movie, me and Gabriel saw this movie in 4DXXX. So, me and Gabriel watched this movie in 4DX, and I'm gonna say this, like, for the experience, like, the water scene when the ferry boat was going split, me and Gabriel felt the water. Or in this case, the moment where Spidey shoots webs, there's a bunch of air that just blows behind me and Gabriel's ears. Or the scene where Spidey was facing the Vulture on the plane when they crashed to Coney Island. Like, bro, literally when they crashed to the land, I felt a lot of pain on the chair, and I was like, ah! I literally almost fall out of my chair by saying, oh, man, that almost felt too weird. That felt too real. Man, I'll admit, even though it sucks, that was the only Spider-Man movie that me and Gabriel saw in 4DX, but will you admit, Gabriel, that experience watching 4DX of Spider-Man Homecoming was pretty radical.
That was the best one we've done.
Yeah, I feel like out of all the movies we watched, 4DX, Homecoming was worth it for that experience. And speaking of which, okay, about the movie itself, on first viewing, me and Gabriel were like, this is the best Spider-Man movie of all time. Around that time, maybe it's because, one, I was too overexcited for Spidey in the MCU, or two, maybe I was so glued to the MCU, like, meaning as in I ignored Tobey's films, I ignored Andrew's films, and I just fully 100% by saying this is the best Spider-Man movie ever made. But on rewatch value, no, I won't say it's the great, but it's not a bad Spider-Man movie. I say it's a solid, a decent Spider-Man movie in the MCU. But like what Gabriel said in part 1, why the first Avengers movie is so important. Like, literally, this was like Marvel and Sony, since, you know, Marvel and Sony has to merge with each other. Like, Sony makes the money when it comes to the profits, while Marvel's the one that is making the movie, since, you know, it takes place in the MCU. So I like how this movie incorporates the MCU, but how to incorporate this new, younger, teenage Spider-Man into the MCU. Like, with the first Avengers movie, like, literally, it starts off of why it's so important to the movie. And before we talk about Tom Holland's Peter Parker, we get to the introduction of Adrian Toomes, aka who's played by none other than Batman, Beetlejuice, Chick Heads from Cars, Kuchiga, and Ken from Toy Story 3, Michael Douglas Keaton, aka the Go himself, Michael Keaton. So either way, first of all, perfectly cast as the Vulture. And I say Phase 3, I mean, except for Doctor Strange, I feel like Phase 3, the villains in the MCU has gotten better. And Vulture, I would say he's definitely a top tier villain. He's no Thanos, he's no Loki, but I think Vulture is a really great villain because the best thing about Michael Keaton's Vulture, not only the dude was perfectly cast, which by the way, I'm glad that I remember John Leguizamo, Sid the Sloth was almost cast as the Vulture, but when Michael Keaton's like, no, never mind, I want the role back. So we know Keaton is great for playing Batman, and out of nowhere, Birdman. When I saw the movie Birdman with Emma Stone and Edward Norton, I'm like, yeah, I knew that was the movie that would like convince John Watts to be the Vulture. What I like about Vulture in this movie, he's not a bad guy that's doing the sake of doing evil things. He's not trying to take over the world. He's not trying to make someone to join forces or any of that. He's just a blue-collar working guy that just works with the Avengers scrap, which I like they connect that with the Avengers, where Adrian and his team gets all the alien tech scraps, and they're just trying their best to make money because that's the only job where Adrian Toomes is allowed to make money, but also, you know, make profits for his wife and daughter, which we'll get to that later on. But then when Tony Stark's crew was like, sorry, Stark is responsible for all this junk all around, but then they try to like shut Adrian's team down. And I like comic book Easter egg for Spider-Man, they're a part of Damage Control, which in the comics they do clean up like the messes, and they have superpowers in the comics version of that. But I like how Adrian Toomes is pissed. It's like, seriously, from all the hard work that we've done, you're going to push us away because the rich and powerful billionaires is going to shut us down and take our jobs over us? That makes no sense. Like, I can imagine people like my dad or even blue-collar worker people that can not just understand Adrian Toomes, but also relate to him. So that's why I think that's pretty interesting about Vulture as a film. Like, yes, even though he ties with Iron Man because, you know, it's all Iron Man's fault, but I like how Adrian and his team members, it's like, the world's changing, boys. It's time we change too. And I will admit, the worst problem about Spider-Man Homecoming is the fact they said 8 years later from 2012 to 2020. That was a timeline retcon that they make a mistake on. But however, how they modernize Vulture, like, I know we were supposed to get Vulture in Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 4, where we're supposed to get comic accurate Vulture, but obviously in the MCU it would be too ridiculous if it's just an old man, a bird suit just fly around. So I like how they modernize the Vulture, where it's still like the comics, like with the green and everything. It kind of reminds me of the Ultimate Comics, where Vulture has like a modern tech suit, but they kind of like put like a pilot's like helmet where it kind of looks like shaped like a bird, and actually make him a bit more creepy when he's on. So once again, I like how they modernize the character but still make him look cool and menacing and threatening when Adrian Toomes was on it. And I like how metaphorically, I mean, just like, not just the character, but like the bird of the Vulture, Adrian Toomes carries the scrap of what was left before, which are the battles from the Avengers, and use it all. Kind of like when a real life vulture takes the scraps of a dead animal. So I kind of like how metaphorical it is. But then, okay, Michael Giacchino's score, like, first of all, I think he's the fitting composer for not just this movie, but for the rest of it. I love the Marvel Studios logo where you get the, like, Michael Giacchino's take of the 60s Spider-Man theme. And in my personal opinion, this is a great way to introduce Tom Holland's Peter Parker because, like I said, guys, Tom Holland's Peter Parker was 15. I was 15 years old. And what does Tom Holland do? He vlogs. He vlogs his way all the way to Germany just to be in the scenes of Captain America Civil War. He vlogs Happy Hogan, teases along with them. And what I do like about his vlog opening intro of his perspective during the events of Civil War, I like the fact that he uploads them on YouTube and he watches his own video in class. And I'm like, bro's literally me. Bro is literally me in high school because, I mean, yeah, I'm kind of like the same thing. Like, I just vlog myself by saying, hey, what's going up, everybody? It's like, okay, I like that relatability factor, which Tobey and Andrew does a good job on the more mature, more grown adult versions of Peter Parker, but Tom's version perfectly embraces the teenage aspect of today. And I'm like, bro's literally me because I vlog, and even in my high school days, I sometimes get caught in trouble of watching videos, but it's not like anything naughty or anything. I was watching my own YouTube videos, whether it's Wayne Daffy Duck or Pop Culture Dude, and I'm like, oh yeah, trying to do my homework. So that moment where Tom's Peter got caught by his teacher where he's watching himself taking down Ant-Man, that's such a relatable mood just right there. So I love how Tom Peter's introduced, but my biggest complaint is I wish we would have seen the more vlog YouTube side. And to be honest, I know Jameson does not exist in Homecoming until like Far From Home, but man, if Tom Holland's Peter Parker would have worked for the Daily Bugle. Maybe they could do this for future Spidey sequels, but Peter could probably use videos to work for the Daily Bugle and just submit that for Jameson to just get paid and still be like, you're a menace. So it was a shame that after this movie they never utilize it. But then we get to the main reason why Marvel and Sony made the deal of putting Spider-Man to the MCU, because Sony wants to have the chance to use other Marvel characters. And I did want an Iron Man to be in the next movie. If I'm going to be honest, I'm like, yeah, I think Iron Man's a great choice to team up with Spider-Man into the movie. And I was excited for that. And they did include Captain America for the PSAs. Gabriel's going to get this reference. What you need is a hot lunch. During the
hot lunch.
The Spider-Man Homecoming bloopers around that time, which we made a reference to that in one of our William Daffy Duck homeschool videos. So I like that Iron Man and Captain. Well, Cap in a way is in the movie, so I'm like, well, those are the two Avengers I wanted in Homecoming. And I like that Far From Home and No Way Home. They just get I asked for which Marvel character would have fit, and not just with Tom Holland's Spider-Man, but in terms of the plot and story. I did want a Nick Fury to show up in Far From Home, and that happened. Same goes with Doctor Strange and No Way Home. It was like that for me in Homecoming. So I do like that Tony Stark is in the movie, but I will get to my criticisms about Iron Man's involvement into the movie. But I like that Robert Downey Jr. got paid $10 million just for 4 or 5 seasons. Because, just like Tony Stark himself, Robert Downey Jr. is rich. I mean, bro, he's getting paid more than $80 million just to play Doctor Doom in the next 2 Avengers movies. So that says a lot. So $10 million just to be his mentor role, just to be there. So that's the one thing I guess they try their best to be different, where, hey, Uncle Ben was important for both Tobey and Andrew. Then you got Richard Parker in Andrew's universe, and now we get to Tony Stark. But the one thing I do like about Tony Stark as a mentor, where Peter Parker, once again, bro's literally me. Hey, I want to grow up. I want to do adult things. And then Tony's like, whoa, take it easy, kid. I know you just fought Captain America in Germany, but just a reminder, you're just a kid, you need to do your homework, you need to go in high school, hopefully you don't do drugs and don't go through alcohol like what I did, but just stay close to the ground. And I feel like, I know a lot of people just talk about, okay, let me read Dwayne's, the Iron Boy stuff didn't get worse until Infinity War Far From Home. Agreed. I 100% agree with you, Dwayne. In this movie, it was fine because this was Tom Holland's Peter, it was his introduction of this whole Iron Boy, Iron Man Jr. stuff. But Infinity War Far From Home is yeah, let's forget about the message, which I will give criticisms to Homecoming. Even though I do like this movie as a Spider-Man film, as an MCU movie, but I don't love it as much as other MCU movies, or dare I say not as much as Tobey's movies, or dare I say Andrew's first Spidey movie. But I'm gonna get to the point. So I do like Tony just tries his best to tell Peter just to be like, hey bro, I'm trying not be an Avenger or any of that. Sorry guys, I'm ending out. See you next time. Well, thanks for stopping by, Cameron. Kind of wish you would stay for the Homecoming.
Peace out, Cameron.
Take care of yourself, Cameron. But either way, let's continue. My biggest problem of Peter and Tony's dynamic, the fact that I like that he sees Tony as a mentor or father figure, but I feel like that's the flaw of Peter Parker, where he is a spider boy, kind of like how we teenagers wish that we'll be more mature, more resourceful, but in reality we're not mentally smart, strong, mature enough, which I get that was the point in Homecoming. Then Dwayne just puts, love how he learns in this movie he doesn't need to be an Avenger. The next movie, you are an Avenger. Literally! That's oh yeah, I want to be your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, but when you're about to go to space, alright kid, you're an Avenger now. Don't get me wrong, I wanted Spider-Man in the next Avengers movie, but wasn't that the whole message of Homecoming? So I feel like that's one of my biggest issues with, the problem is not Tony Stark himself. The problem is how Peter is so dependent and reliant on Spidey. For instance, don't get me wrong, the suit in the movie, it's by far my favorite MCU Spidey suit, before the No Way Home's final suit. Why? Because you can tell they take inspiration from the Stan Lee, Steve Ditko era of the comic books, just to make it more as classic Spider-Man comic, this costume in the flesh. You get what I mean. I mean, the suit does look cool, but my complaints about the suit is, in some shots, you could tell it's fully CGI. You could tell there's some moments I'm like, yeah, that's Tom Holland wearing the suit. But some moments bro, why does Spider-Man look like a PlayStation 2 character? Like I said, Tobey's movies and Andrew's movies have CGI moments, but they're realistic enough that, okay, it does look good in the movie, and realistically, that's Spider-Man, not just some poor video game NPC walking around. And another complaint I have about the suit is, once again, they try to make Spider-Man like Iron Man Jr. I get the point of, Karen, aka I like that the character's name is Karen. When I was thinking Karen, I'm like, wait, Karen? Put the pussy on the phone, Karen from from SpongeBob SquarePants. I'm like, I'm not gonna take that seriously, but I get the point why they cast what was her name, Jennifer Connelly, who is the wife of Vision, who voiced Jarvis in the Iron Man movies, which I get the connection when it comes to that. So like having Peter Parker and AI just for someone to talk to, that's what felt so off about this movie. It's like, come on, man, like the suit looks good, you didn't have to overtech it too much just because it's a Stark product. And I feel like that's what caught me off guard by saying, yeah, I don't want to rank this as high as much as other Spider-Man movies, just because I mean Ant-Man and Doctor Strange fall to the same tropes like, hey, Iron Man was a great movie, let's just copy and paste from what Iron Man does. It's like, bro, you're not Iron Man, just be Spider-Man, bro. But before I get to more flaws about the movie, I will give Homecoming compliments. This was the best way for the MCU to incorporate the high school elements, because even though we've already seen it in Tobey's movies and Andrew's movies, but since Homecoming finally cast real teenagers, or in this case, young adults in a way, are actually playing teens. Like, obviously you got Tom Holland, you got Zendaya. Okay, the one thing I found that was stupid about of how they cast Zendaya was like, oh yeah, her audition was cool, but then Ken Foggy and Amy Pascal's like, wait, she's famous on Disney Channel for Shake It Up and Casey Undercover? I didn't know that. Bruh, Zendaya was popular because of those Disney Channel sitcoms. Like, it doesn't matter if the acting was good. It's like, she already was a popular star from the beginning. Arguably, she was already popular more than Tom Holland, and Tom Holland got popular because he played Spider-Man. So, it is what it is. I'm glad that wasn't brought back. I know, bro. So, anyway, back to the point. I like that we get to, like, I feel like this movie, because in Tobey's film and Andrew's film, we don't really get to go into that much of the high school stuff, which I get that was the whole point of Tom Holland's home trilogy, like let him stay in high school. I won't say it's not like the Harry Potter movies where they're like 8 movies and you stay in the same school, same grade, and whatever that's going to be, but I will admit, I definitely love the high school teenage elements. Like, I love the moment where he's casually on his phone, bro's literally like me, literally walking his way to high school. And I will say this, like in this movie, when Tom's Peter was walking to class, I felt the same way when I was walking back to high school in 10th grade. So I'm like, okay, that moment's pretty relatable. Okay, let me read Dwayne's comment. I think it strengthens the message that the Avengers of other heroes can always save him. When he got crushed at the end, the suit made him feel unsafe and untouchable, taken away from what made the learn lesson even more. Agreed, bro. I totally agree more, Dwayne. So, as I continue on, we get to this bro, Ned Leeds. Okay, I'm going to talk about this. In my Spidey fanboy knowledge, Ned is basically like Miles Morales' best friend, Genki, which you guys know who I'm talking about. Like, he's basically fat, he's chubby, he's silly. Heck, if you read the Miles Morales Spider-Man comic books, Genki likes Legos, just like how Ned likes Legos in Homecoming. So I felt like they just literally take the same Bible portion and they took the name Ned Leeds. I'm like, oh yeah, Ned is basically the Hobgoblin, but we're gonna make him Genki from the Miles Morales comics. So that's why Genki in the Spider-Verse movies is not in it that much, because I know fans are gonna be like, hey, they're copying Spider-Man Homecoming with Tom Holland's Peter and Ned, but in reality, they stole Genki and Ned, aka he is the CEO of sex, which I do like. His actor literally going on Instagram, he's like, that's right, I am the CEO. And then bro got more riz into Spider-Man Far From Home. But I'm going to say this, Peter and Ned, I mean, not going to lie, I did have friends that were the Ned type in my high school days, and I still stay in touch with them to this day. But I will say this is okay, during the moments where Peter and Ned are doing high school shenanigans with each other, and Gabriel, hear me out on this, Marvel's Drake and Josh.
No freaking way.
I mean, the difference is Peter doesn't play guitar and he's not a douche to Ned, kind of like how Drake is a douche to Josh in the show. But in a way, like, this is basically Marvel's Drake and Josh. Josh is basically stubbornly stupid, but also silly and likable like Ned. And even though Peter and Drake are more like the cool ones, definitely more the leading types, like, this is Marvel's Drake and Josh, and this is Marvel's Drake and Josh. And guess what? That's a compliment. I'm not going to say it's a criticism, which I will criticize more of that when we get to Far From Home. So I do like their dynamic as best friends. And I guess to make it different from Peter and Harry, which that's the whole point of why they make Homecoming, not just to incorporate Spidey into the MCU. It's like, how can we make the Spider-Man different from Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield's movies. Let's not repeat the same tropes, and let's not do the origin story. My complaint is, I wish they would have got a little bit. You don't need to show it, but at least let this Peter Parker talk about his Uncle Ben or about the spider bite, since Oscorp doesn't exist in the MCU. Maybe somewhere like during a science fair or science project or something. I don't know. Like, I feel like the movie has missed opportunities. And by the way, if it's John Watt's idea, putting Blitzkrieg Bop by the Ramones. Hey, oh, let's go. We're bumping in the street light. First of all, for those guys that don't know, I'll think Homecoming and Far From Home, those were the Spider-Man movies that made me a huge Ramones fanboy. And you want to know why? Because Ramones was raised in Forest Hills, Queens, just like Peter Parker. And even Ramones did their own cover of the Spider-Man theme, but it's punk rock where you go, Spider-Man, Spider-Man. I'm so mad they didn't put this in this movie, and I'm super disappointed they didn't put that in No Way Home. But since that whole Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man montage with Blitzkrieg Bop, first of all, great song choice. And every time I think of the band, I just think of Spider-Man. Whether it's Tom Holland's or any iteration, I think the band, like Iron Man is AC/DC, the Guardians is like 60s, 70s funky disco soul music. But when I think of Ramones, I think of Spider-Man, Tom Holland's Spider-Man to be exact. And I wish there was more Ramones songs after Homecoming, Far From Home. But either way, love the montage where he's taking down the criminals. And I like the moment of the, all right, Spider-Man, do a flip. That's where the suit looks cool. Then you get Stan Lee's funny cameo, which sadly, Stan Lee's final cameo in a live action Spider-Man movie. Don't make me come down there, you punk. And it's like, hey, how you going? How's your mother? And I do like the moment where Tom Holland's Peter's talking to Happy Hogan that he's he wants to be a part of the Avengers. And I will admit, that moment where Peter was eating a churro and getting his web fluid before he drops in, I like that behind the scenes. That was literally Tom Holland on a balcony. Like, that was no green screen. Like, the suit looks good. And during the moment where he's stopping these bank robbers that were wearing masks like the Avengers, I'm like, I get the reference. It's like that Ultimate Spider-Man comic book where Spidey faces criminals in Avengers masks. And I will say this, if Tom Holland's Peter's nod to Iron Man, he masters the comedy of Spider-Man where he goes, wait a minute, you guys are not the real Avengers. Thor, I thought you looked more handsome in person. Hulk, I can't believe we finally met in person. Iron Man, Miss Stark, what are you doing robbing a bank? So, once again, I just feel like the bank scene is like perfectly captures of the comic book style of live action Spidey from the older comics. And despite Peter's reckless actions where he got the Spanish Mr. Delmore guy who so I like the moment where she translates the Spanish where he's like, how's your aunt? Then Peter's like, how's your daughter? I definitely like that funny moment, but he got his store destroyed. And during the moment where he revealed his identity to Ned, it was silly. And I like that bro literally just destroyed the entire Lego Death Star. Hot take, I put it on B or C tier. This movie didn't show me why I love Spider-Man as much as I love Sam Raimi with Tobey. I'm not going to talk about my letter yet. It's a solid Spidey flick, but I definitely agree it's not better than Tobey's movies. But back to the point. Even though, like we said, I like Peter and Ned's friendship, but as for Aunt May, look, I'll admit, yes, I'll go thirsty for Marissa Tomei because I'll admit that woman's a hot cougar. But I hate the fact that her character is just nothing as, like, you know, an object just to, like, any single character. Like, outside of Tony Stark, because obviously he thirsts for Aunt May, like, literally in the beginning, like, hope you're wearing something skimpy. Like, literally the Asian dude by the restaurant, and Peter makes a joke by saying, like, oh, she lards you or something like that. Like, that's the one thing that kind of baffles me about this iteration of Aunt May. And I'm not saying she's bad. She has gotten better in No Way Home at the last minute. But I hate the fact that this iteration of Aunt May is just nothing as the cool, hippie, chill, hot mom type. But I will admit, her best scene in Homecoming is where she acts more like her character during the moment where Peter, like, got his suit away from Tony Stark, and she's like, cut the bullshit, you gotta tell me what's going on, like, you've been missing, you haven't given any of my calls. I feel like that was so in character of Aunt May, but also getting to know that she is very concerned about not just her nephew, but her one and only son. Even though my disappointment is, like I said, you don't have to show Uncle Ben's death again, but they never implied Uncle Ben in the movie, so that's where I'm like, yeah, I feel like they could have more moments with that, but I will admit that was the best scene where Peter was wearing homeless clothes and she actually gives more empathy to Peter after when Peter was gone and he tells Aunt May that he was done with the Stark internship. And I like that she literally just says, like, you smell awful, and I thought Peter was going to say, because I am garbage, just to make himself doubtful. But I'll admit, even though despite of the Stark Tech stuff and everything else. And even though, like I said, I'm not the biggest fan of the AI Karen being included to the Spidey suit, but I will admit, the other moments I forgot to talk about is the fact that Peter has a crush on Liz, aka, who happens to be the daughter of Vulture, which I will admit, that was a great plot twist. Like, I remember in the theater where Peter was getting ready for his homecoming dance, when he stepped to the door to see on Liz's house, literally everyone in my theater was going, oh, because we didn't see that plot twist come by saying, shoot, I'm dating the daughter of the guy in the wings. Okay, that's one complaint I have to say about how they treat Vulture in the movie. Like, even though Michael Keane's great, the character of the Vulture is great, but it sucks that not even Spider-Man, none of the other characters have never called him Vulture. They just said, oh, the guy with the wings. Oh, who is this Big Bird guy? So it's like, come on, just give like a Vulture nickname or something. Like, they call him Mysterio, but they never call Vulture. So I felt like that was a missed opportunity. But either way, Liz, okay, she's not as great as Gwen Stacy, and she's not as memorable as Mary Jane, but I will admit, she's a pretty decent character. And by the way, yeah, I think she's pretty hot, not gonna lie, which, yeah, I see it, Pete. Trying to get over the tall ladies, which I kind of find that hilarious, that Tom Holland's Peter Parker always end up dating tall black chicks that happens to be taller than him, which I guess that pretty much says the taste about Tom Holland's Peter Parker. But either way, I just think that I feel like Liz and Peter does have potential. The one thing that is so in character as Peter Parker is the fact that he wants to impress Liz by saying like, oh, I know who Spider-Man is, and that's why in gym class that was like, Peter knows Spider-Man. And then that's where you get to, in my opinion, the worst Flash Thompson ever, man. Like, I get the point, like, in the joke where he's like, sup, Penis Parker? Which I'm like, haha, reference to that Tobey Maguire meme of the Penis Parker YouTube poops. Thank you, Internet, for making that official in an MCU Spider-Man movie. But I get they try to make this Flash different. Like, he's not like the typical bully that will beat you up like the last two Flashes, which the best live-action Flash is in the Amazing Spider-Man movie. But either way, I get that this Flash is more of a douche, but I can't take him seriously as Flash Thompson, not just because of the looks. Like, no disrespect to the actor, Tony Ravioli, but during the moments where he actually acts like a beta at times, like where he's like, take the trophy before I fell down to the elevator, are you really friends with Peter Parker? Or during the moment where Peter was trying to be like Batman, where he's like, Flash, I need your car. And then Flash is like, oh, it's my dad's car. And then when Peter crashes the car, he's like, oh. It's like, bro, this is Flash Thompson's, like, if he was like some original character, like, I don't know, maybe like a dorky student that was like a rival to Peter Parker, then maybe I would have tolerated him. Like, name Emmanuel since the dude is Guatemalan, but no, they try and make him Flash, which I gotta give credit for Homecoming of trying to make the students more diverse, but let's be honest, Spectacular Spider-Man did it first, and they have the much better Flash Thompson. And dare I say, I think Liz is okay in Homecoming, but clearly the Liz in Spectacular Spider-Man is more fully fleshed out through in that cartoon than what Homecoming did. But I do like the twist of how they utilize Liz, that she's connected to Adrian Toomes being her father. So I'll admit, the scene where during the moments, like, okay, I need to talk about before what happens. So literally, I like that Peter goes to the neighborhood and he's running out of webs and he can't web swing through, and that's where we get to introduction of Shocker, which I like a line that Peter Parker says. I like the guy the other suit, like the first Shocker before we get to Black Shocker. I feel like the dude who played the Shocker before he got killed by Vulture accidentally, that dude should have been Shocker, man. And the disappointing thing about Shocker is like, bro, why is he not wearing the iconic mask? Because that's what makes Shocker Shocker, bro. Like, even though I wish Shocker was like, a C-list Spider-Man villain that just robbed banks, because that's what Herman Schultz is from the comics, but I just hate the fact that they just treated my boy Shocker dirty, man. Like, the Insomniac video game treats Shocker better than what Spider-Man Homecoming did. So I felt like this movie just wasted Shocker, just nothing but just like a henchman goon. I like how they utilized the crossbone gauntlet, but still, they kill off the first Shocker that had a personality, and then the second one where he faced homemade Spider-Man was like, I'm not sure about this, but damn, and then just take down Spider-Man. So, like I said, I just think they just treat Shocker dirty, but Vulture, he is pretty cool. So in conclusion, it does feel like Spider-Man movie is more of an MCU film with Spider-Man names in it. Some people can debate with that, but it's not like high top films where it's like, oh, it's a bad Spider-Man movie. But yeah, I will talk about the MCU stuff. So even though I do respect the Avengers being a major part of it, I do appreciate some of the Easter eggs with Captain America and Iron Man. But I will admit, some of the MCU Easter eggs may be a bit too much, where it's a little bit more like, okay, they have to name drop Black Widow because, she exists in the MCU. Or even though Spider-Man has never met Thor, surprisingly, but him just going, "It is I, Thor, son of Odin," and obviously referencing Winter Soldier and everything else, which once again, I understand Sony on their behalf is like, well, we need to incorporate every MCU topic it is. Like, as long as it ties well to the plot, it could work, but if it's just forced with the Easter egg, then that's where I feel like the desperation by saying, hey, it's Spider-Man in the MCU, he's in the MCU. I will admit, I did like that Ultron Easter egg where I'm like, even though Spider-Man has never faced Ultron outside of the Disney XD cartoon, I'm like, okay, that's a nice Easter egg. But as we get back to the film, so I will admit, there's not that much hand-to-hand combat, just like we've seen at Tobey's movies or even Andrew's movies. But the action scenes, they're pretty solid. Like, once again, I like when Spider-Man's going to the neighborhood, it's basically a reference to Ferris Bueller, because I like that Homecoming's inspiration is a bunch of John Hughes 80s movies, like Ferris Bueller Days Off, which obviously they made reference to that with great movie, and they made references to Breakfast Club, which, to be fair, Guardians of the Galaxy is more Breakfast Club than Spider-Man Homecoming, because even though you got Zendaya's MJ, which I don't talk about her that much, I get the fact that they try to make her different than Mary Jane Watson, but they just treat her like this side character who's quiet, mysterious, and she just randomly just draws sketches just because she's depressed. And I don't think that's like Mary Jane, which I get it's not Mary Jane, but they're like, well, we gotta make this different. But she's basically a hybrid of Daria, like the MTV show Daria that goes la 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 la. Like, heck, even their voices are kind of the same, where they're like, depressed, emo diary, oh, I hate life. And she kind of reminds me of that emo chick from the Breakfast Club. I think her name was Allie. That's who Zendaya's character is, which by 90s, 80s teenage recognition for emo goth chicks like MJ in the movie, I don't know, man. Like, I feel like if she does like Peter Parker, then I wish they actually would have developed their friendship at first, because that's how it worked with Spider-Man 1 with Tobey and Kirsten Dunst's Mary Jane. Like, in their iteration, it was teenage ideology, girl next door, and then adulthood sacrifice just because Tobey's Peter became Spider-Man. And the Amazing Spider-Man, Andrew's Peter and Emma Stone's Gwen, they were best friends at first, and then they became fiery first lovers when they first met. So I feel like Homecoming just wasted the possibility, which until now they transitioned that in Far From Home. So I get that Peter was in love with Liz, and I get the idea that's the trope of, hey, maybe dating the popular chick in school is probably not the best option. Maybe you should date the chick who is underrated, which, I mean, not going to spoil about my love life, but that's what I learned. Don't chase, like, the girls that will get simple out. Chase the other ones that are probably not as pretty, but probably might make the better chick, you know what I mean? So I get the message for what Homecoming's trying to do, and where Peter just ditched Liz out of class and just get out the way. But back to the inspirations of other 80s movies, yeah, again, inspired by Ferris Bueller, Breakfast Club, and Back to the Future at times. Like, I like that Tom Holland said that his inspiration of Peter Parker is Marty McFly and Back to the Future, which I will say this, Tom Holland's Peter Parker's like, he's like a modern day Michael J. Fox if Michael J. Fox was like healthy without the Parkinson's disease. And I definitely see the Marty McFly mannerisms when I watch the Back to the Future movies by saying, "Whoa, Mr. Stark, whoa, Doc, can you see? Oh, this is heavy." Like, I definitely see like the reflections by saying, okay, that makes Tony Stark the Doc Brown, that makes Tom Holland's Peter Parker the Marty McFly. So I like, obviously the pop culture dude inside me, but like, okay, I do appreciate the 80s stuff. Heck, it has some good songs. Like I mentioned Blitzkrieg Bop, I do like the songs that were playing throughout the movie, like the Rolling Stones with Vulture, and during the moment where Peter has his montage where he goes to Homecoming, save it for later, which I relate to that when I was 16, but I didn't went to Homecoming because I did shit for personal reasons. But Tom Holland's Peter, when we get to the plot twist reveal of Vulture literally just trying to like take Peter and Liz to the homecoming day, this was really good from Michael Keaton's acting, but also the lighting and the shot from how everything goes, of how Adrian too is like, so that means you like Spider-Man so much, like. And then I like how Adrian was like, your voice sounds familiar, have we met before? It's like, I mean, it's kind of like with Green Goblin in Spider-Man 1, where a Goblin knew that Peter Parker was Spider-Man after when there was like a wound of his scar with his arm after the wrong answer in Spider-Man 1. But I like that without fighting, Adrian already could tell that Peter Parker is Spider-Man, and he's not stupid enough to know that. Like literally when he drops Liz off, I like how Adrian's like, does she know? If you try to stop me, I'll kill you and everybody you love. Nah, that's the right answer. So that scene was intense from Michael Keaton's acting. Even though John Watts, he's no Sam Raimi, but I like that he adds bits of horror in his Spider-Man Home trilogy, and I feel like the homecoming scene during Adrian's talk with Peter was like the blue strap. But even though the homemade suit, despite okay, everything else is believable, but I will admit like the moving eyes on the goggles is unbelievable unless if you're like a talented cosplayer to do that. But either way, I do like the homemade suit. Don't get me wrong. I definitely say it's the best looking homemade suit, but it's not as believable as Toby's or Andrew's, where you can see through the eyes. But the suit does really good, look good. Like I like how the homemade suit's like an inspiration of the Ben Reilly Scarlet Spider suit, but just make it modified. But I do like the moment where Tom Holland's Peter stole the car from Flash, and the next thing you know, literally Ned, the guy in the chair, which I do like the nickname, Peter never drives before, which that's why they make like a driving commercial where Peter learns how to drive with Buck Peter, I said Buck Peter. And then literally when Peter finds his way to find where Adrian 2 is going, where he's about to steal all the Avengers tech from a jet where Happy Hogan's going to go. Oh yeah, I don't get to talk about Happy Hogan that much. So Happy Hogan is a jerk throughout this whole movie, and I almost forgot. This movie reunites some Iron Man characters from Happy Hogan and Pepper Potts. For Happy, I get it, because to not give Tony Stark too much of the spotlight, you need like some sort of a protege that can look out. So Happy Hogan was kind of like a quote-unquote babysitter that doesn't want to teach this kid too much about so much stuff. But either way, I like that in the progression in the later movies, after when Tony died, he started to care more about Peter Parker. But clearly, he doesn't buy Peter's BS. So, but one of the best moments is when Peter sneaks in after the hilarious joke where Ned got caught by the teachers. What are you doing? It's a homecoming dance. And I'm surprised they let this joke slide at homecoming. I'm looking at porn. It's like, bro, you could have just said I'm doing homework or something. You didn't have to say porn out loud. But either way, I thought that was funny. Some kid behind me might say, Dad, what's porn? It's like, geez, never expect that joke to be dropped in a Spider-Man movie. But the confrontation where Peter in his homemade suit was talking to Adrian, where he's like, how can you do this to her? And then Adrian's like, doing this to her, I'm doing this for her. It's like, look, Peter, you're young. Like the rich and powerful, guys like us, we build cities, we build the roads. They don't care about us, and I want you to say I'm doing everything to protect my family. Like I said, Adrian Toone's motives, like, not only is realistic to the blue-collar workers, that proves that Vulture, he's not being bad for the sake of being bad. He's not doing the take over the world. He's just a guy that is pissed off for what Stark has done. And yeah, that is a common complaint. That's, oh, great, it's Tony Stark. But when Spider-Man came along, that's where he's like an active threat, because Spider-Man is stopping for what Vulture's trying to do. And then we get to the most iconic scene in the entire movie, in my opinion. And I like that Kevin Feige says this was the moment where Tom Holland's Peter Parker truly becomes Spider-Man, because I like earlier in the movie where Tony Stark just says, if you're nothing without this suit, you shouldn't have it. It's like, Peter, the suit does not make you become Spider-Man. It's your choices. And once again, it rewinds back to the scene where Tony's like, if you died, I feel like that's on me. And it's like, bro, it's a callback to Civil War, where Peter literally tells Tony, like, bad things will happen and they will happen because of you. And that's the consequences that Peter has suffered through, not in this movie, but throughout his whole arc in the MCU. And literally the moment where he's literally crying for help, and Tom Holland, he did really good acting in the scene. And when he's looking at the reflection with the mask, and this was the moment where Tom Holland's Peter Parker really becomes Spider-Man and not Iron Boy Jr., where he's literally stuck in the rubble, no one can help him, and he's like, come on, Spider-Man! And we get this iconic moment of the if this be my destiny moment, straight from the comics, and I'm like, beautifully and poetically of Tom Holland's Peter Parker's growth. I mean, I wish they would have kept that message in the later movies, but they decided to forget about that. But the point is, in this movie, it shows Tom Holland's Peter's growth, and then, without the help of the Avengers, he's off to stop the Vulture from the plane heist, which metaphorically, that's kind of like us kids, like we need help, but as we grow older, our moms and our dads will not be out to save us, our friends will not be out there to save us. You gotta learn how to survive on your own, boy, even if no one's there with you. So, I like that message that teach many young viewers just to learn from. But the moment where we get to the plane sequence, which once again, it may not be as epic or at least confrontational like the Raimi movies or the Tasm movies, but still a cool action sequence where Vulture steals the Stark Tech heist, and I like that Vulture's theme just goes very optimistic, where it goes dun 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 dun, which by the way, I do like Vulture's theme, dun 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 dun. But during the moment where Spidey was facing Vulture on the plane, where he's like, finding my girlfriend's dead, I will admit, like I said, 4DX, just moving chairs all of a sudden, the the seat keeps on punching my back. It was pretty epic, man. But I will say this, the visual effects of how Vulture is trying to kill Peter on the plane, it was pretty intense for the dude. And then we get to Coney Island where he bumps into Peter and takes off the mask. And Michael Keaton delivered this line so well where he goes, "Hey, Pedro." And then during the moment where he grabs Peter by the wing, like, I was jaw-dropped by saying, damn, bro, this old man literally just beat the crap out of this teenager. This bro's definitely going to jail for sure. And I like that Adrian doesn't kill Peter. He's like, screw this kid. I already beat him up. And then takes the tech. And then when Peter's like, your wings are going to explode. I'm trying to save you. I mean, Peter could have used his other web fluid. But once when Adrian crashed, I like that Homecoming did such a refreshing take. Like, not only when Peter really runs into the fire and save Adrian Toomes. First of all, that's a very Spider-Man moment right there. It reminds me when Tobey Maguire did the exact same thing of saving that Vietnamese kid in Spider-Man 2, or when Andrew's Peter saved the kid on the bridge from The Amazing Spider-Man 1. It's kind of like Tom Holland's version of that. And he's like, look, I know this guy with the wings, he beats me up, and basically we're enemies, but I can't let this man die. He's basically the father of my ex-girlfriend now, and he has a family to protect, so I need to save him. So I'm so glad that for once, not just in the MCU, but for a Spider-Man movie, they don't kill off a good villain. Like, even though, unfortunately, they drop him for Morbius for stupid reasons, but I'm glad they haven't killed off Vulture. So I'm like, okay, that's a smart move. And a homage like what Toby does. Tom gets like a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man note, and then he's up on the Coney Island roller coaster, and then he's by the American flag. I thought that was cool. My one complaint about it is I wish there was a Coney Island like amusement park fight where Spidey and Vulture fight on it, but since the plane crashed, they had to make it lower ground, so it is what it is. I think it was really cool. And okay, even though the final scene is kind of pointless if you watch Avengers Infinity War, but during the moment where Peter was offered to Tony Stark by saying, here's the Iron Spider suit, welcome to the Avengers, kid. As a kid, I was jaw-dropped by saying, ooh, what a great modified version of the Iron Spider suit. But little that my younger self knows, later on I regret the Iron Spider suit in the later MCU movies. But I like that in character Peter Parker's like, thanks, Mr. Stark, but I don't want this. Like, in all due respect, even though I faced the guy with the wings and I've learned my lesson, I learned my mistakes, but I just want to be my friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. I mean, I wish he would have meant it in the later movies, but in that moment around that time, it's like, good, Peter, you don't need this. And then, out of nowhere, they just brought back Pepper Potts, and then Tony proposed to Pepper, so I'm like, yeah, that's one complaint. They just shoehorned the Iron Man stuff, but hey, since Pepper Potts and Happy Hogan were absent in the MCU, let's bring them back in Spider-Man Homecoming, because why not, since, Iron Man's in it. But, either way, as much as I'm disappointed that there's no final swinging scene, which it should have had a final swing at some point, but Tony gifted Peter, like, the last suit, then you got the funny moment where Aunt May's like, what the fuck? And my biggest complaint is, I wish we would have more scenes of May's reaction of Peter Parker as Spider-Man, but since, it's the MCU, we got pushed forward, so unfortunately we never see the rest of that cliffhanger. But at least we get, like, a very cool art sketchbook, like, that's literally made out of a teenager's, like, notebook, like, Diary of a Wimpy Kid style, so I like that. And then they play Bob in the Street Light. And yeah, I will admit, as much as Homecoming have its moments, it wasted some missed opportunities. Like, they teased Donald Glover as the Prowler, where he's like, I got a nephew in the neighborhood. They never brought him back. Across the Spider-Verse did, and they trapped him inside the Spider Society. Same goes for the Scorpion. And the post-credit scene with Adrian Toomes was like, I heard a rumor, you know who he is. And then Adrian just kept Peter's a secret. But now it's pointless because Vulture's in Morbius, and Scorpion never became a villain in any of these movies. Like, Scorpion could have easily been in Far From Home, but they're like, no, just forget about that. Which I felt bad for the actor, and I felt bad for the character. So hopefully, if they do, just bring Scorpion back in, like, a future Spider-Man movie. So I just feel like the post-credit scenes just doesn't age well. Like, outside of the Captain America one where he's like, hi, I'm Captain America, here to teach you about patience, and now you wonder why he waited so long for something so disappointing. How many more of these? Just basically being a mad joke by saying, like, you waited this so long for a disappointing post-credit scene. How many more Marvel movies do I have to be in this? So, I know I'm rambling for so long, so I will say this. As a Spider-Man movie and as an MCU movie, it's decent. I'll say what it is. So I would say Homecoming, I would say it's more on the B tier for my checking, so I would say B tier for me. Anyway,
all right.
You're up, guys.
Homecoming is, back then, wasn't too happy with the movie because again, did not like the Tony Stark Iron Boy Jr. bullcrap.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, over the years, I've rewatched it, and I guess because of what they've done with the future of Spider-Man, it made it make more sense,
Mm-hmm.
and it aged a little better. Uh, so I do enjoy this movie more than I did when I first watched it.
Like you grow
Uh,
more appreciation when you look
the
back at it again.
yeah, exactly. The main to me, it's a good rewatchable movie. It did well with the tone they were going for, like a teenager high school kind of setting.
In the MCU.
Uh, yeah, in the MCU with a superhero as big as Spider-Man, and they did it right. Like I feel like with the previous Spider-Man movies, they always skipped or fast forwarded the whole high school
Since
stuff.
Toby and
Like it
Andrew
was
were
very
too old to
brief
play
in the
teenagers,
original Spider-Man movies.
despite their
But in
ages,
this
that's where they
movie, it's
skipped
like
it.
it's the entire movie. He's struggling with his balance between being Spider-Man and trying to be an Avenger, and then dealing with his high school life. Um, and I think they did that really well. It was really fun. Um, and especially because at the time we were like the same age as this Peter Parker. We we related to this Peter Parker, and it was just a good time to put out this movie. And I like while I said that I don't like the Iron Boy Jr. stuff, I think it made sense for the MCU to tie in this Spider-Man with this universe, and um the point of this movie was that he's not Iron Man, and he needs to be his own hero, and like Tony said, stay close to the ground, be a street level hero that or like he is. Uh and Peter was just super stubborn and really wanted to be an Avenger and prove himself, and it makes sense. He was a fan of the Avenger. Like this is in the other Spider-Man movies, the Avengers weren't a thing. In this universe, this is a Spider-Man living in a timeline where the Avengers are a thing and they're the biggest superheroes ever in their world. Uh, and him being specifically a fanboy of Iron Man is what kind of threw me off. It didn't make sense to me, but with how they utilized it, I guess they made it kind of work. Uh, Iron Man, trying to help Peter out, seeing him as a son almost, and trying to teach him these lessons while Peter is going through all these struggles of being Peter Parker and being Spider-Man, and then trying to be an Avenger and prove himself, and then it all goes wrong with like the whole ship scene,
Mm-hmm.
and that pep talk scene. I thought that was nice. It was a good inclusion. Both their characters and their relationship teach Peter a lesson. And the whole lesson of this movie was it was basically the evolution of him becoming uh, Iron Boy Jr. to Spider-Man, and uh, I think they did it well. The characters, I would say that's probably I don't know. I think Ned is okay. Ned is fine. He's funny. Um, not a. I like Zendaya as an actress. I just don't like her character, Michelle. Still, well, she was better in No Way Home, but I still don't really like her
Yeah, No Way
character.
Home, they improved her
I
character.
was
on
never
Aunt May.
never interested in her character, but Liz also pretty good. And the whole plot twist and everything with her uh being the daughter of Adrian Toomes, who was Vulture, and then was eventually the villain of Spider-Man in the movie. Um, it created a good drama behind that. Um, and unfortunately, I guess because of that, they Liz and Peter couldn't date. anymore.
I did feel bad for her, not gonna
So
lie.
yeah, and stuff like that is where it shows like the struggles of being Spider-Man for
Every time
Peter. And
Spider-Man wins, Peter Parker loses something in
yeah,
the end. He loses
exactly. And then
Liz.
that scene where he has to go out and be Spider-Man and misses out on the party, and I love that kind of stuff involved with this movie, is where you see his struggle and his pain when he has to leave behind his normal life that he wants to be a superhero. Um, and that balance is hard. Uh, I like the street level stuff. I like the beginning where he was swinging around the city. Hey, oh,
Oh, let's
let's
go.
go. And then him talking to the civilians and eating a churro and everything. That was nice. And that
Peak,
shot where
peak
he has like his
Spider-Man.
mask halfway open, eating the churro, like stuff like that is so Spider-Man, and
Hmm.
they did that really well. Um, Also, when he was chasing Shocker and all those other guys on the van, that was fun. That was
Hmm.
cool. Him going around the neighborhood, cause he's friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
Hmm.
Uh,
Webs.
and at the time, it was annoying to see his suit kind of like too techy, cause we're used to him making his own suit and it being not very techy,
Hmm.
uh, just spandex. But again, for the MCU's sake, it made sense, and uh, it was still the way he used the stuff and the way he like was trying to figure out how to use the stuff was pretty cool. Um, like when he tried to use the parachute, or
Right, and then he
uh,
drowned himself.
yeah, like stuff like that. Just seeing him being a rookie as a hero, because this is only a few months after he became Spider-Man, so I think they did good with that. Um, yeah, just seeing his maturity, just being a young, naive kid who wants to be an Avenger, to then realizing I am who I am. I'm Spider-Man. I just gotta stick to who I am. Um, be the hero that people need. And not try and be someone else that I'm not. And that was the main point. And I think they did it well. Um, Vulture, you know, I think was great to finally have. We didn't get to see Vulture for Spider-Man 4, for
Yeah,
Tobey Maguire,
unfortunately.
but we finally get a Vulture in the MCU for the first time. We get Vulture in live action
Yep.
in a Spider-Man movie. Um,
It's great seeing
and
him.
Michael Keaton, man, I wouldn't say he's perfect casting. To me, it's an unexpected casting, really,
Hmm.
but great casting. He nailed it. Um, and I think he surprised everyone with how well he did and how scary. Like, Vulture is one of those villains that are kind of like, he's just kind of
You,
sidelined,
and you can't take it seriously
not a
because it's an old
main.
man in a bird
But yeah,
suit.
yeah, not like a main Spider-Man. But the way they did him in this movie was like, he he really, you could take him seriously.
And
Like, he was actually intimidating and stuff.
the best thing I like what they took inspiration is that Vulture was like the second comic book villain that Spider-Man faced. So I'm like, ah, okay, I get it. That's why they include him in Homecoming, which that does make sense.
Yeah. But Michael Keaton killed the role. He did great.
He carried this movie,
Uh
honestly.
yeah. And at first it was, him. I think his motives as a villain were, like, it made sense, and I like that it still tied into the first Avengers movie in a little bit. Um, Shocker, I will say I'm disappointed.
Yeah,
Uh,
they did him dirty, bro.
like, I think, if anything, I think the first guy that they Adrian killed was
He should
more
have been a
Shocker than the new guy. He just, like, the new guy just didn't really feel like Shocker.
He
He
didn't
just
have
felt
the
like,
personality.
or Yeah, he didn't have the personality of Shocker. He just felt like a regular
Just an NPC goon.
thug or something. Yeah, but with like Shocker's fists, and that's it.
Fierce.
Um, I don't know. They wasted Shocker, to be honest.
Yeah.
Uh, I know he's a not a huge Spider-Man villain, but still
He's
could have
not a
done
henchman,
better
bro.
with his character. Could have done more. Um, but overall, great villain for the Vulture, surprisingly. That ending where they fight on the plane, that was really cool. Peter's homemade suit. I mean, I'm surprised at how he did the techie eye goggles things. But also not, because like I get it, Peter's smart and he has the ability to do that, but he also doesn't have the money to do that. So I'm also like
The
confused
one thing that's
how he did that.
the one thing's kind of confusing that he mentions this at Tony Stark at Civil War, like what's the point of these goggles? And he says it's meant to control his spy. He sets his dial up to 11, but Homecoming never really dives in on why does it control the spider sense around that time until Far From Home came out, which that doesn't make sense if you think about it.
Yeah. I do like the suit though. When I first watched it, I was like, "Holy crap, Scarlet Spider!"
Mm-hmm. The
Um,
inspiration.
but it's cool. I really like it. I mean, I like the Spider-Man one, Tobey Maguire homemade suit more, but
Because it's more
this
believable.
one is really good. The Homecoming one is really good. Um, but again, the airplane scene, that fight sequence was really fun, especially in 4D.
Yeah.
That
Almost
was an
went off our
experience.
seats.
Oh, and the music, of course. Music choices they went for were great. The Vulture's theme was really great. Everything they did with the Vulture was done justice and made him a very cool character.
Until
Which you
Morbi-
wouldn't expect from someone like the Vulture.
Yeah, until
But
Morbius made him stupid.
yeah, that's not real.
Yeah, not
Um,
canon.
but that plane scene was awesome. And then when they land towards what's it called again?
Wait,
The
what?
fair, Coney Island.
Coney Island, yeah, it's in New York.
Yeah.
It's a popular
Yeah.
amusement park.
So they land there, and then even though it wasn't for too long, but you know
I
Peter's
wish.
like injured, and then Vulture is trying to like hurt him or kill him or whatever, and even though while Vulture does all of that and is just torturing the guy, or tormenting him, Peter in the end still saves him when he's about to explode from the wings, and again it just goes to show more of Peter's growth as a character. Um, from learning to be himself and be the hero that he needs to be or was meant to be. Uh, and yeah, it was a good ending, and I was excited when they showed the Iron Spider for the first time.
Right.
I do like the design still. It's a good looking suit. It's just one of those things where it's like they've used it so many times. It's like it's kind of like eating delicious food for the first time. It's amazing. It tastes great. You love it.
Mm-hmm.
But then you eat that food every single day,
It's the same
all the
food.
time, and then you get bored of it. It's like that with this suit. Like I like the suit, but they used it so many times in the MCU. It's just gotten boring.
It has, man. Like Infinity War, I get it because it's in space, but after Infinity
The
War,
Infinity War made sense, and that's what they were setting up.
Mm-hmm. But after that movie, it didn't
And I
make
was
sense that much.
again with the ending with Peter's like declining the offer to take the Iron Spider suit and him learning to be Spider-Man and not try and be Iron Man or whoever. That was a great ending. They did great. But I mean, I don't know. I think Infinity War it did make sense for him to use Iron Spider, but
To breathe in space.
uh they kind of I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. They just kind
They
of changed
overused
Peter a
it.
little bit.
They overused it.
They
too
kind of
much.
changed Peter a little bit in Infinity War.
That's what Dwayne
compared to
commented about it
Homecoming.
not too long ago.
But yeah, Homecoming. I appreciate it a lot more than I did before. Oh, and also Flash. I'll be honest. Like,
The worst one.
no offense to the actor, he's a cool guy, but he's just not fit for the. He's not believable as a Flash Thompson.
Hmm.
I can say he definitely acts like him very well. He just does it. He doesn't seem like a believable Flash Thompson.
If he
That's
was
all I
like
can say.
some other character, then it would have been believable. But since they call him Flash
Yeah,
Thompson, we can't really believe that he is Flash Thompson.
yeah, but yeah, that's all I can think of. It's a solid movie. It's a better Spider-Man movie than I thought it was in the past. Uh, I'll put it. Um, I'll put it A tier.
A tier? Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll say that. Next to Thor or Captain America or after Thor.
I would say after Thor.
Alright, I say A tier definitely fits the spot because as a Spider Man fan and as a first high school teenage, it's a good coming of age story for this iteration of Peter Parker. So definitely it just sets on a high bar and I will say this, like as a movie itself, I enjoyed it more than Age of Ultron, than Ant-Man, than Doctor Strange. So yeah, if it's more rewatchable as I go back as a Spidey fan, but also for the MCU as a whole.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's all for Spider-Man: Homecoming. I mean, sorry for the long ramble, guys, because this is what happens when you have two Spidey fanboys. We go on and on and on when it comes to that. I mean, to be fair, we were kind of the same with Civil War, but either way, that's all we have to say about Homecoming. So that's like 4 MCU movies, and now we get to the unexpected surprise of Thor Ragnarok, aka the kick-ass soft reboot to the Thor franchise, or as I like to nickname it, Marvel's Batman Forever. That's what this movie basically is. So I guess I'll do the honors of talking about Thor Ragnarok. So, like I said, it's Marvel's Batman Forever because I can compare the Thor franchise to the older Batman movies. Like, the first movie was good, second movie have its moments, but it's more darker. Then the third movie's more lighthearted, more campy, more comic booky, up to life, and you cast talented actors, kind of like what Joel Schumacher did with Batman Forever. And then Thor Love and Thunder is the most hated one, and it's also the Batman and Robin of the MCU. But back to Ragnarok. Okay, on rewatch value, like on first time viewing, I was like the majority, like everyone else, by saying, yeah, this is the best Thor movie. Like, it is better than the first movie because the first one is kind of boring. But as I look back, definitely this movie was a far more improvement than Thor: The Dark World. But I will say this, I don't think it's okay. I will say this: this is a more entertaining, a more colorful, a more enjoyable movie than the first Thor movie. But as a Thor story, I still prefer the first one. And the reason why it is because even though Ragnarok perfectly embraces that it's a movie based on a comic book, from its Jack Kirby inspired illustrations, the colors, and even the comedy. And yeah, it's all thanks to director Taika Waititi, which obviously that man is mostly known for directing a lot of indie comedy movies, so that's why they put that in. And I guess this was a great motivation when Chris Hemsworth did not feel like he's enjoying the role of Thor after when Thor: The Dark World leave a bad taste to not just Chris Hemsworth but to us. Like, we were not intrigued of Thor's movies. Like, we thought the next movie was going to be more in vain like The Dark World, but Ragnarok just flipped the switch when it comes to that. But to be fair though, the one thing that makes Thor Ragnarok such an enjoyable movie, like outside the comedy, is the fact that it's very vivid, where the moment where Thor's talking to Surtur, who's voiced by Mr. Krabs, where he goes, "Trouble before me, Asgard," and then we get to this killer opening sequence played by Led Zeppelin's Immigrants. Come to the land of the ice and stone. I'm like, hey, look, it's that one song from Shrek the Third. So this movie definitely have its moments, but I will admit, the one thing I do have complaints about Taika Waititi of how he handles the Thor franchise is, even though I get they're meant to be jokes, but I feel like they're just poking fun of Thor's life. When we see freaking Matt Damon playing as Loki and Chris Hemsworth's brother in real life, Luke Hemsworth, basically just recreating the scene of Loki dying in the Dark World. Then you got Dr. Alan Grant, playing Odin, the actor Odin. And speaking of Jurassic Park, you got Dr. Alan Grant as fake Odin, and you got Jeff Goldblum as the Grandmaster. Surprise! Now I'm about to play the Incredible to you. So even though it's just Jeff Goldblum being Jeff Goldblum, but he is a fun addition to it. And the main reason why his skin is not blue, because he does want to be like in that one movie called Earth Girls Are Easy, where he plays a blue alien next to Jim Carrey playing a red alien. So either way, I did like Jeff Goldblum's addition, and I'm like, well, you got 2 Jurassic Park actors in the MCU, and not referring to Chris Pratt because obviously he's a Jurassic World actor. But either way, even though Loki is not really more of a villain than he is in the last 2 movies, because he's already like established as a villain, but that's where I said like Loki used to be a great villain around that time, but now he's more like a ally to Thor. But still, even through the first Avengers movie, and even through the past 3 movies, despite Loki and Thor had the team of forces, and even though, Loki's like the half-brother of Thor, and basically, despite them not liking each other and not agreeing with each other, I do like they find ways just to help each other out. Like I will admit, this moment was funny when they're in the elevator and Plan Sakaar was like, we're not doing help again, brother, we need to get help, and then toss them over. So I will admit, moments like that, pretty silly, pretty fun. But once again, when Loki stole the Tesseract, but also, during the end of the movie, Thor, I know you love your brother, but you gotta remember, he's the god of mischief, and he cannot be trusted, bro. And this is where we get to Odin, which, by the way, he's not in the movie that much because he just Luke Skywalker himself to fade away, where it's like, yes, my time has come. And either way, I'm just going to go Loki's growth is pretty solid. Like, yeah, Loki as a character himself definitely grows a lot through, where he becomes from villain to redemption, which obviously in this movie, in the Loki TV series, it just goes more in depth with that. So him as a character growth, it grows a lot from this movie. But Odin, I don't know what was his deal. Like, once when he fades away, he just thinks that he was just doing his best to give with Thor. But then we get to introduce to the main villain, and surprisingly, she is a memorable villain because she is played by another popular Australian actress, Hela, who's played by Kate Blanchett. And I was wondering, like, when are they going to put this character in a Thor movie next to it, like, Enchantress? So basically, she's like the sister of both Thor and Loki. But ever since Odin did not treat Hela with respect, that's where she decided to came in and break Thor's hammer and banishes Thor and banishes Loki in that same planet. So I will say this, like, outside of Loki, I think Hela is the second best Thor villain, and dare I say, a far better villain than Malekith in Thor: The Dark World, because not only it was a way that I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, I think she is the first female main villain in an MCU movie, but however, I think they pull off the character comic actor just right. But once again, I think Taika Waititi treats like the past Thor movies dirty. Like, literally, Hela just killed off Thor's friends except for Sif. He kills off the Warriors 3. He kills off Zachary Levi, aka Shazam, and the fact that literally they just kill everything else. But you want to know what's one character that didn't die? And I think this character got improved later on just because he didn't like the second one. She's going to be in the Borderlands movie. Yeah, that's pretty ironic if you ask me. But yeah, this one character I think they improve is Idris Elba. Yes, Knuckles the Echidna himself, Hamdel. Not only he has to take off the giant helmet, and since Idris Elba did not like The Dark World, I like that Taika Waititi gives Hamdel like an active role of keeping the Asgardians like away from Hela and just keep it to a safer place. And I do like the message for what Odin tells Thor, like, a home is not a place, it's the people, which thematically, it's kind of like, no matter if you move away to a different home, or if you have to be evacuated or executed, like, the home is where the people that you live with, and not just, like, the place that you're living with. So I do like that message. And then, the one thing that does caught me off guard, like, even though I get the point, like, similar like the first movie where Thor doesn't have his hammer, he even loses hair when Stan Lee cut the hair, I like the fact that Thor gets tased a lot, like so many times. And that's where we get introduced to this new character named Valkyrie, which this girl is an alcoholic and she gets drunk a lot, but technically she was one of the warriors that faced Hela, but once when Hela killed her people, that's where she got introduced and ended up in Planet Sakaar. But then after when Thor got tased in more comedic ways with Jeff Goldblum, and then Loki's like, oh yeah, I'm not with Thor and he's my brother. But once when Thor is about to go into battle, I like that even though Taika Waititi plays this character like, hello, my name is Korg, you see him, I'm made out of rocks, and there's my buddy Meat, and he's my new dog. Okay, I will admit, Korg was funny in Thor Ragnarok, even in Avengers Endgame, but I'm not going to talk about Love and Thunder until probably the next stream. He got really annoying in Love and Thunder, but in Ragnarok, he was a welcome please. Like, during the moment when Loki fades away, Korg just comes in and be like, piss off, Ghost! So, obviously, the one thing I will give credit that Marvel gave Taika Waititi creative freedom, which that's one thing I like, that Marvel's being less corporate and just let the directors be the directors, like how the Russo brothers did with Winter Soldier, Civil War, and some of the other MCU movies. So either way, that's how I like the lesson, like, hey, don't fire the weirdo, just embrace the weirdo, embrace the goof, but take balance. Like what I said, despite the fun moments, Ragnarok has the serious moments when basically Thor just lost his home. And I almost forgot, Doctor Strange himself makes a cameo in the movie where he helps Thor, just gets around to find his brother, and he takes Loki away. And once when Doctor Strange brings Loki back, I've been falling for 30 minutes. And once when Strange was gone, I understand why they don't want to keep Strange with the Avenger, because they want to let Doctor Strange be an important role in Avengers Infinity War and don't outshine anyone else. But I like that in this one only movie, Doctor Strange has his iconic like comic book rubber gloves, which in the first movie in Infinity War he never had it. But I'm like, well, it was just a short scene just to help Thor out, so it is what it is. But speaking of which, even though The Incredible Hulk, in my opinion, is the best Hulk movie in the MCU, but since, Marvel cannot incorporate a solo Hulk movie because, they need the rights from Universal, I mean, at least Thor Ragnarok, at least incorporate the Planet Hulk storyline, even though it's Thor's movie, but they incorporate the Planet Hulk storyline into this one movie. And I will admit, the action scene between Thor versus Hulk, once again, it feels like I'm seeing a comic book from the Planet Hulk storyline in Thor come to life, where everyone in the stadium boos at Thor, but they cheer for Hulk. And the iconic moment where Hulk comes in and Thor's like, yes, we know each other. He's a friend from work. Loki, guess who this is? And Loki's like, I need to get out of here. This was the monster that crushed my back. And the funny moment when Thor was about to do that same quote that Black Widow did in Age of Ultron, hey big guy, sun's getting real low. Hulk did the exact same puny god move to Thor, and then Loki's like, yes, that's how it feels. Sorry, I'm a big fan of sports. But the one thing I do find that was pretty goofy is the fact that Grandmaster cheated and then Thor gets tased. But I will admit, the one thing that was pretty genius, like, once again, even though Age of Ultron is not like the best Avengers movie, but I understand why Age of Ultron is important to both Civil War and Ragnarok, to explain why was Thor and Hulk absent during the events of Civil War, because after when Thor just went to the Quinjet and it goes back to Black Widow's message that Hulk didn't get to finish, that's where Hulk turns back to Bruce Banner, and then Bruce wakes up like 2 years where he's like, wait, so I've been like the Hulk for 2 years and I've been treated like a celebrity? And I like that when Bruce actually puts some clothes on, it's like Tony Stark's outfits. Like, even though Iron Man is not he doesn't have to be involved in every MCU movie, but you could tell how very influential Tony Stark is for like anyone else. But it does make sense because Bruce Banner does work close with Tony, and it does. But then that's where we get to Bruce Banner, Thor, which I do like the jokes. Like, we get like the comedy duo where you got the brawn and you got the brain. It's like, oh, I don't want to like first of all, I like during the moments when Thor was in the same room with Hulk, and then we see Hulk's green-sized butt cheeks when he's off the bathroom and he's like, Quinjet. Like, I think Thor Ragnarok, like, basically in the first two Hulk movies, he was definitely like that rage monster. But I like Thor Ragnarok, it perfectly embraces the humorous side of Hulk, because even Hulk in the comic books and Hulk in like in other TV shows and cartoons, he becomes humorous by saying, Thor sad, Thor this, Mazer does, and say Hulk like fire and Thor like water, like Thor like smoldering fire, Hulk like raging fire. So I feel like those moments, I feel like, well, I know Joss Whedon's done some 30 stuff, but I feel like Joss Whedon and Taika Waititi knows the Hulk well than the Russo brothers, which, don't get me wrong, Russo brothers did a good job with the Avengers movies and Civil War, but I feel like they just wasted the Hulk in those movies. So I feel like the first two Avengers movies and Thor Ragnarok definitely incorporates Mark Ruffalo's Hulk so well from the comics, and there's many team up where Thor, Hulk, and Valkyrie calls themselves the Revengers, and they have to get revenge on that, and then that's where they break out. And then we get to a fun spaceship scene where they're being chased. Thor and Valkyrie are up in the sky, and it leads to a funny moment where Bruce is going, we're going inside the devil's anus. And then that's where you get to Heimdall trying to communicate with Thor, lead the Asgards out. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about this one character. What was his name? Who's played by Carl Urban? I forgot his name. It's the dude from The Boys who's this bald dude that's kind of like Hela's henchman, but then he actually turns himself good and then basically just takes down Hela. But then, like I said, despite the silly comedy moments, is when Hela revives a dead wolf to life and then bring back all these dead people and all of her own army basically just to invade and destroy Asgard since, technically she's the goddess of death. I like that Thor made a comeback to his throne. He literally quoted a line for what Odin told him in the first movie of what it needs to be worthy, and then he has his fight with Hela, which was pretty cool. And just like how Bucky lost his arm in Winter Soldier, literally Thor basically lost his father, even though he lost his brother multiple times until Infinity War happened, and half of his people, and then his home. And then next thing you know, Thor lost his eye when Hela basically just stabbed the eye or cut it off. And I will admit, during the moment where Thor had his lightning struck and throughout the Rainbow Bridge and just going, ah! Then he got Bruce Banner trying to jump off the ship where he goes, I'm about to show off who I really am. And then Bruce did not change to the Hulk real quick. When Hulk was facing the wolf and then Thor was chasing the lightning bolts and then Loki, Heimdall, and all the people were like facing each other, it's like, okay, this is a pretty entertaining movie to watch. I mean, I feel like Thor Ragnarok does have some drama moments, but it's overpowered by the comedy, even though it's a fun comedy. But I can't take this movie seriously because obviously this movie's just meant to be fun and enjoyment since, it's the third Thor movie it needs. Because I know the Thor franchise needs a reinvention, so I understand why they need to do that. But after when Hulk and Thor had their fight and Loki released like Surtur and everything else, and I like the funny moment where Hulk tries to fight him and Thor's like, Hulk, stop it, big monster. And the one thing is, like, even though as cool as Hela was, I did expect her to be a one-off villain. It's like, man, it's a common thing that most of these... Yeah, that's his name. Thank you, Rocket Man. Scourge. Where he make his sacrifice. Yeah, it's the dude from The Boys. Take your sacrifice and then take the guns over. So, as cool as the villains were, my biggest complaint is like, man, they were just one-off villains. And then, typical MCU fashion, they died, played by great actors, and they never come back for future movies. So, Thor lost his home, but the one thing that sucks about it is Korg and everyone else just makes a joke out of it. It's like, well, there goes your home. Oh, Meek's alive, boys. And that's about it. But I will admit, the credit sequence was cool, and the post-credit scene where Thor, the Asgardians, were about to move to Earth, I like how Loki was like, do you really think it's a good idea just to put me back on Earth? Because, what he did to New York and the Avengers, everyone hates Loki. But before I get to the post-credit scene, just like with Iron Man, Tony Stark explains in Avengers Age of Ultron, and even in Captain America Civil War, where he's like, oh yeah, me and Pepper are taking a break. I like that in Thor Ragnarok. Why was Jane Foster absent? Thor never said it. Loki never said it. Some random fan took a selfie with Thor by saying, hey Thor, can we get a picture with you? Sorry that you broke up with Jane. Because Natalie Portman wasn't interested to join back to Marvel until Love and Thunder happened. So that's why she was absent. So it's like, throughout all the relationship build up, that Thor, that's the one thing that baffles me. Like, Thor wanted to stay on Earth mainly because for Jane, but in Ragnarok's like, forget about that. I need to protect my people in Asgard, which, by the way, Thor is real for that, not gonna lie, so he doesn't thirst for Jane all the time. But either way, and perfect, like, I feel like this is the movie that perfectly sets up Infinity War when Thor and Loki were about to get to the Thanos ship. Like, it's a funny contrast of how Thor Ragnarok was a fun comedy, and then it leads to a super serious, extravagant opening in Infinity War. So, Ragnarok, I will say this, it's definitely the second best Thor movie. Dare I say probably the second best Hulk movie. But, and like I said, it's entertaining, it's fun, even though the comedy could be a bit too much at times, just like Age of Ultron. But for what it is, it definitely needs a reinvention of the Thor Ragnarok. So, I would say Ragnarok would be on the B tier for me. I don't know about Gabriel, but you take away with your review on Thor Ragnarok.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Thor Ragnarok was actually pretty exciting. I was pretty excited for this movie.
We saw this movie
the trailer.
I forgot we saw this in 4D as well.
Yeah.
And not only just
the trailer made it seem.
I was gonna
I
say.
guess I don't know. It got me hyped for it.
Yeah.
What were you saying?
I was gonna say, can we agree that this was better than Justice League when it came out in November 2017 at least?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, better.
I don't know. I don't even know how I thought Justice League was an okay movie. That movie's terrible.
Yeah, it's so bad looking back at
But
it.
Thor Ragnarok, overall pretty fun. Kind of like Guardians 2, also very colorful. Very
As
comic
Guardians of
booky.
the Galaxy.
And it was a different approach for Thor overall. Like, people were kind of bored of Thor. They thought Thor was a boring character. But I think this movie kind of saved him and
It's
made
what they
people
needed.
interested. People love the character more because it's not only just because of the humor and because he was funnier in this movie, but there were still some um good moments for him and good strengths for him as a character, like especially towards the end of the movie, uh, where uh, he was he was struggling emotionally because of mainly his sister and also because of the death of his father, Odin. And I actually like that scene. I like that scene where Loki and Thor visit Odin, and then Odin passes away, and
Hmm.
uh, then you have the shocking moment where Hela breaks Mjolnir, the hammer, um, which was seen in the trailers, which I guess is another reason why it was pretty hype. Um, I like Loki in this movie. I like his character design. How he was more of a supporting role and was just getting better as a character overall, and wasn't this completely evil guy anymore. Um, he was slowly evolving, and him and Thor, their relationship was getting better. That was a good thing. But then obviously you have the trouble with Hela, and Hela is pretty cool. I think she's pretty cool. Her character design, um, her abilities, she was just really cool. Um, I I don't know. I will say she is probably. I mean, she's definitely better than Malekith, and this movie overall, I think, is better than Thor: The Dark World. I think everyone can agree with that. Uh, I don't say it's better than the first though. Still would rate the first movie, higher as a Thor film. As for entertainment, like entertainment wise, this movie is far more entertaining. It's exciting, it's funny, fun. I mean, you've got Jeff Goldblum in this movie.
Hmm.
He was a funny character. Uh,
It's a toy.
Hulk. I love Hulk in this movie. I'd say this is for Mark Ruffalo's Hulk. This is probably another one of his greatest performances as Hulk. Bruce Banner. I think this is where they sort of shifted his character more towards the funny guy and not like someone you just don't take seriously. Um, which is kind of a shame because that's not really who Bruce Banner is.
It
But
gets worse later on
as
after
for Hulk,
Ragnarok.
I think they did well with Hulk. His character design very close to the comics because of his haircut and stuff.
And the personality.
Uh, the Gladiator Hulk, awesome to see. It's a great design for Hulk, one of his best. That whole fight scene it was cool and it was funny at the same time. Seeing Thor and Hulk fight after not seeing each other for a long time,
He's a friend from work.
and yeah, that was exciting. And then Loki's comment on Hulk and that whole scene was good. Um, and seeing Hulk fight Hela's giant wolf, that was awesome.
Sick.
That whole final battle was awesome, and then the music choices they chose for this movie was great. Uh, we all know the scene on the bridge with Thor. Um, oh yeah, the Quinjet scene also.
Hmm.
That was good.
Yeah, where obviously he transformed to Bruce, like at the end.
Yeah, that was cool. Um,
He's been the Hulk for 2 years
and I
already.
like how they transitioned or like explained what happened to Hulk and like ever since Age of Ultron, why he
Strongest
left
of
and
ever.
stuff, and the callback to Age of Ultron, how it all connected. That was a nice touch. Uh, yeah, in terms of superhero or comic book related things, I would say this is Taika Waititi's best work.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
Um, and he nailed both aspects: the humor, the action, uh, and the emotional side of things for Hulk and Thor and even Loki. Uh, Obviously you got freaking Billy Butcher, Scourge in this movie. He was funny.
Scourge.
Uh, just when he was just like showing off all the other items
Yeah,
in
this
that
is
one
my
room.
stuff.
Yeah, this is my stuff. That was funny. I liked his character, and then him in the final battle was cool too.
So he
Um,
makes a sacrifice.
yeah, overall, I think it's a huge step up from Thor: The Dark World.
For sure.
It's a very fun movie, rewatchable, I'd say.
Yeah, for
Um,
sure.
but as a Thor film, I wouldn't put it past the first movie. I don't. I think the first movie's the best one
Yep. For
in terms
sure.
of a Thor movie and all three of those films. Or well, four now, but
Yeah, unfortunately.
yeah, Thor Ragnarok. It's a fun movie. I would put it B tier.
B tier, would you want to, like, over Age of Ultron or behind Age of Ultron?
Uh, oh man.
It's ironic because
Mm,
it's the last time that we saw those characters.
I don't know. I don't know. You can put it anywhere. I don't care.
Alright, I'll just put it, like, in terms of entertainment values, I thankfully say it's a lot more entertaining than Age of Ultron in a way. And at least the comedy is intentional. And oh yeah, I like that Hela doesn't joke too much about it, like she doesn't, but Ultron does, so it is what it is. So that's like
Yeah,
five MCU movies
that's
that
kind of depressing.
yeah, I mean that sucks. But like I said, Phase 3, and we're about to get to the next movie. I feel like Phase 3, we're getting good MCU villains. And speaking of good, let's get to the $1 billion hits, the one and only MCU movie that got nominated for Best Picture. Every Marvel movie gets nominated for visual effects, but this one got for Best Picture just because, you know, the cultural impact for the black community. So it's none other than the Black Panther. So either way, I knew this movie was gonna get beloved, not just because of the black community, just because it's a really good story. And since this is like the first solo Black Panther movie, the deleted scene with Yondu's cameo. Yeah, I remember Yondu's in that cameo for Thor Ragnarok, but you know they cut that because you know Yondu passed away in Guardians 2 and Ragnarok came out. And since Ragnarok takes like a Guardians vibe, that's why I think the joke as Guardians of the Galaxy would have been a nice name. But anyway, we're done with Ragnarok. Back to Black Panther. So, um, like I knew this movie was gonna be beloved. I know it would be good, and technically, even though Black Panther's not really the first black-led superhero movie, because Blade was the one that started it all. Because that's why Blade had 3 movies, and spoiler alert, Deadpool Wolverine they brought him back. But speaking of which, for Black Panther, to me, for what made the movie great, it wasn't like the respects to the black community, and it wasn't this movie takes place in African culture, which to be fair, I do get very Lion King vibes, just because you literally have this young man that is crowned to be king after when his father passed away, but then you got a relative that wants to take down the hero and wants to be king. It's basically Marvel's The Lion King. And what makes this even more ironic is the fact that they cast 2 actors from Black Panther 1 to voice the CGI Lion King remake, where the actor who plays Black Panther's dad, T'Chaka, he voiced Rafiki in the Lion King remake, along with the Mufasa prequel. One of the Dora Milaje's voiced one of the hyenas, so it is what it is. But either way, what sold me about Black Panther, I feel like the thematic message for what the first movie has done, and I won't talk about the sequel, which the sequel's not bad, but it's definitely a downgrade to the first. But what makes the first movie stand out is the fact that it is a love letter to the tradition of not just father and son, but the tradition of legacy carrying that honor, but putting the position on your the position on your place of what does it mean to be a leader of your own people, whether it's a tribe, whether it's by your culture, whether it's for your kingdom, whether it's for your family. Like, once again, very Lion King when it comes to those themes. So I will give this movie props for that. And like I said, even though sadly before Chadwick Boseman passed away, even though me and Gabriel likes his performance in Civil War more, and I do like it, I do prefer his suit in the Civil War movie, but man, Chadwick Boseman, man, like, he has made a mark. Like, I know I've seen Chadwick's other movies, like, he's good in the movie 42, where he played Jackie Robertson with Harrison Ford, but he really gives it all with all of his acting, including the one where during the moment where Killmonger tells the truth of what they did to Killmonger, where he argues with his father in the spirit one, where he's like, all of you are wrong for the rest of the world. And like I said, Chadwick just literally just give it all for this role, man. Like, he is the Black Panther. Like, even the moment, like, during the tribal fight where he's fighting M'Baku, which, by the way, M'Baku is funny, man, where he goes, arr, arr, arr. It's like, is that Aisho Speed's tribe? Arr, arr, arr. Like, man, that was pretty hilarious. But the one that I do find pretty funny is when the only token white guy, Everett Ross, like that one white dude from Captain America Civil War that came back to Black Panther. I like during the moment when they go to M'Baku's throne, it's like, we must feed them. I'm just kidding. We are vegetarians. And then Black Panther 2, it just showcases that M'Baku is a vegan where he eats a carrot instead. But this fight with M'Baku was pretty awesome, especially when T'Challa got stabbed. And I will say this, I think Black Panther won an Oscar for Best Music, which I don't know how to say the dude's name. Ludwig, the guy who did the music for The Mandalorian, the first Venom movie, and Oppenheimer. Man, his theme in this movie, dun 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 dun, T'Challa, bum 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 bum. It's like, well, first of all, well deserved for that Oscar win for Black Panther's theme. It's fire, man. Like, it really just gets to the bones. And as for the other side characters, Shuri is a welcome surprise. Like, even though, yeah, she may be a little annoying, but that's how all little sisters are. But technically, Shuri's basically the brains when it comes to working on the Wakanda tech, the vibranium when it comes to Black Panther's outfit. And look, I know this movie takes place after Civil War, so I know the movie came out on Black History Month 2018. But I guess in the timeline, since Black Panther takes place in 2016, Shuri just says the meme, "What are those?" in front of T'Challa's shoes. I'm like, look, dead meme, but, you know, just for the sake of the timeline, they have to mention that. So I think Shuri's very resourceful. I think she is a really good sister that helps T'Challa out, not just from the beginning, from the suits, but even later on to the final act. And then it leads some more in depth of her carrying the legacy after when T'Challa passed away in Wakanda Forever. So I think she's pretty cool. Also, Lupita Nyong'o, which I know that chick has been in. She was in Star Wars. She was in the Jungle Book remake, and now she's T'Challa's girlfriend in the movie. She's a good actress, and she's been like all the franchises. The actress was in Sing too. Oh yeah, the actress who played Shuri, Letitia Wright, she was in the Sing sequel. So yeah, but yeah, Lupita Nyong'o as Nakia. She definitely was, like, you know, one of the better love interests that helps T'Challa out. Like, heck, even when T'Challa was supposedly thrown out the waterfall, she was a source of helping the Queen and Shuri just around, which, the actress Angela Bassett, that woman just gives it all for her performance. Like, even for her acting when Killmonger stabs him through, like, you can feel the pain from Shuri and T'Challa's mother around that time. So, once again, great acting from the actors themselves. And as we talk about the villains... another token white character outside of Ross, we got Andy Serkis as Ulysses Claw, just like in Avengers Age of Ultron, where, you know, where he goes, "Cuttlefish, wonk, 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 wonk," and now he's actually playing as a character, which I know he is a Black Panther villain in the comics, which later on, where he decides to take down Black Panther with the arm, where I think Black Panther went to a, I don't remember which Asian country it was. Maybe it was Japanese or Korea. I like the scene where Stanley was standing next to them and they gambled. And during the moment where Claw basically was about to get blasted and Black Panther was like trying to pounce over, which that was a really cool action sequence. Even when Shuri and the other chicks, Okoye and Nakia, were just stuck in a car, it's like Bugs Bunny level of humor. I like how ridiculous and over the top Claw is, where he starts kissing the water. He's like, "Baby, don't hurt me no more. I can see you." And I'm like, first of all, Andy Serkis plays Caesar in the Plants of the Apes trilogy, the OG trilogy. It's like, is this what Caesar does? We're like, apes must don't hurt me no more. But to be fair, since Andy Serkis has played a lot of CGI characters from Caesar Plants of the Apes, Gollum in Lord of the Rings, and Snoke in the Star Wars sequel trilogy, it's quite refreshing for him just to play a live-action Marvel character. What makes even ironic about Andy Serkis, he plays Claw in the MCU. He's Alfred in the Batman, directed by Matt Reeves with Robert Pattinson, but also he directed Venom: Let There Be Carnage. So Andy Serkis, not only he's a man of being in the comic book movies, whether it's in Marvel, DC, the Sonyverse, man's versatile. He's everywhere, man. So I like this character, but the one thing that does suck is Killmonger killed him off. I'm like, oh man, I thought Claw was a side fun villain. And speaking of Killmonger, man, okay, this was Michael B. Jordan's redemption after being in the worst comic book movie of all time, Fantastic. I'm not saying he was bad in Human Torch, but he was in a bad superhero movie. I think Fantastic and Madam Web, worst comic book movies ever. So Ham joined the MCU. I like that Michael B. Jordan makes a joke by saying, I'm finally in a good Marvel movie. And boy, the boy delivered, man. Like, even though Michael B. Jordan worked with the director Ryan Coogler on the movie Creed, aka the soft sequel reboot to the Rocky franchise, where Michael B. Jordan plays young Apollo Creed, the successor of the original in Rocky, which Ryan Coogler did a good job with that movie. Michael B. Jordan does a great job. I still say that's Michael B. Jordan's best performance in his career with Creed. But him as Killmonger, man, I never would have expected Killmonger to be a top tier villain. Like, holy crap, man. Not only they gave him an in-depth backstory where Black Panther's father killed his own father around that time, and obviously of why he's upset about the authorities of Wakanda, why he definitely has like strong moments of why he is, of who he is, including the moments where it shows like he's not just how powerful he is by strength, but even how powerful by command and everything else. And just like Lion King dethrones the king, like literally when Killmonger kills T'Challa's mentor by saying like, it was me, I was responsible for your father's death, and then when he kills Forrest Whitaker's character and then just takes T'Challa down, he's like, is this your king? And then literally just taking him down. It's like, bro, Killmonger is a beast. He's a monster, bro. It's like, man, like I said, one of the best Marvel villains next to Loki and Vulture and Thanos. But like I was saying, like Michael B. Jordan just ate that up. Like, including the moment where he tells, like, even the Wakanda people where he says, burn it all, and the music, man. Like, the upside camera angle where he hear, like, some rappy moments where it goes, oh, boom. And then, like, that upside down camera shot where he walks to the throne is like, dude, that walk and that cinematography is sick, man. It's like, don't mess with Killmonger when he's on the way. But then I like the moment where T'Challa gets rescued by Ross and everyone else, and then eventually just redeemed T'Challa. And like I said, that whole heartwarming moment where T'Challa's talking to his dad and he feels betrayed for Wakanda. But then once when he awakens and gets the recruitment of M'Baku, and then they got the Dora Milaje, aka the bald Michael Jordan women of Wakanda, defend their tribe. And I like how everyone is like, hey, T'Challa's alive, just like how they say, Simba, you're alive in The Lion King. And then the theme plays, do-do-do, do-do-do. I will admit, like, one of my biggest issues with Black Panther is definitely the CGI in the final act. Like, you could tell, once again, am I playing a PlayStation 2 game where Black Panther's chasing down CGI rhinos? In my mind, I was like, what is, like, if I'm seeing CGI rhinos in a movie, I'm like, am I going to see, like, Kevin Hart getting squashed by CGI rhinos and Jumanji Welcome to the Jungle? Help me! The rhino was chasing over me! So, I thought it would happen like that. So, I feel like the CGI was baffling. Even though Killmonger's Black Panther suit was cool, but it goes to the cliche trope of Iron Man did this, Incredible Hulk did this, where you have the villain that basically has the exact same powers as the hero, but was more stronger and determined for that. So I just felt like, I don't know, they just kind of rehashed that moment. I was like not the biggest fan of it. So either way, I thought the final act could have been done better, which I almost forgot. Hobie Brown from Spider-Man Across Spider-Verse, who plays Daniel Kaluuya, he's in it, but I forgot his character's name. But there's this one moment where he's in love with Okoye, but she's like, nah, I don't love you, dude. Like, I'm definitely finding this for my women, for my peeps. Wakanda forever. But I will admit, during the moment where Black Panther faces Killmonger, when he technically got Killmonger killed, where he's like, I definitely want to be buried in the seas with my ancestors. Like, definitely during his final moments when Killmonger dies, like during the sun, and then goes to the, it's like, man, what a poetic way of how Killmonger not talks about his ancestors, but how the way he dies. So interesting send off just to kill off Killmonger. But then we get to a nice ending where T'Challa's crowned as king. He takes the throne. And I like how T'Challa and Shuri went back to that same apartment building where they own the rights from that same apartment building where the original Black Panther was founded. But then I like the fact that it took the next level where not only they just took a shit where Black Panther is a noble name, I like that he literally goes to a speech on the United Nations of different countries around the world where he's like, well, we'll be sending vibranium from different across countries. The score in that scene was so good. I'm like, yeah, I know, right? The dun-dun-dun, 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 dun-dun, T'Challa. Like I said, well deserved for that Oscar win, man. So, even though Black Panther is not my favorite Marvel character, but the first movie was a really good movie. So, yes, the flaws with the CGI and some subplots, like some of the side relationships don't work out, but great acting from Chadwick Boseman, good direction, cinematography is good, the music and the soundtrack. Oh yeah, buy the songs. The songs are fire. Like during the moment in the trailers, like "Hear What I Say, Ah DJ," and there's another good song that was playing in the second trailer. "Watch me do my ops on the radio. You dead to me, girl. Drown, hold down, Danny Bays." I was like, so much sick rap songs. Even some songs produced by Kendrick Lamar. Y'all face, Scarface, wanna see it. Kind of like gives you like the inner hood out of you. But since this movie made $1 billion, good for how it approaches cultural communities, which Black Panther did that for black people, Shang-Chi did that for the Asian representation, so good just to bring more diversity to the MCU. But overall, I think Black Panther is a really good movie and well-deserved for the success, and the last MCU movie before we get to the big stakes of Infinity War. Even the end credits. Oh yeah, thank you for letting me know about that. I like the fact that in Civil War, we were like, oh, where's Bucky Barnes? And I'm like, yeah. And once again, just to give credit for Black Panther, just like Guardians of the Galaxy, like we know it takes place in the MCU, but Black Panther doesn't try so hard by saying, let's connect this, let's connect that. Which, don't get me wrong, I still enjoy Spider-Man Homecoming, but I could tell Homecoming was trying so hard that Sony wants like, let's incorporate this, let's incorporate that. Like, it's welcoming, but you don't want to overstate the welcome. So Black Panther did its balance, just like what the Guardians of the Galaxy movie does. It's like, it's a standalone solo movie. Yes, if you watch Captain America Civil War, that's where he got introduced as a character, but as a solo movie, it's definitely the good for what it got. And even though, sadly, we never get that sequel where it was supposed to be Chadwick Boseman teaching his son, kind of like Lion King 2-ish in a way, but sadly that never happened. But just pay respects to the king. Wakanda forever! No, wait, hold on. I never freeze. I like that moment. That moment was pretty sick when he was bulletproof and he was hiding in the shadows. Pretty sick moment. So, personally for me, I would give Black Panther a A tier. I say it definitely belongs in the A tier for me. So anyway, you're up, Gabriel.
Oh, Panther. Another movie we watched in 4D. Pretty good experience. This is, I can't believe it took 2 years after Civil War to finally get it out because of that one scene teasing the movie. But I'd say it was worth the wait. They really went in when it came to exploring the world of Wakanda and T'Challa's world and his family and friends and everything he's experienced. They really went in and they did a good job with the atmosphere of Wakanda and that African feel to it. And I mean, it's just a lot. I like the connections between Killmonger and T'Challa and their cousins, their family, and then them fighting, and then Killmonger almost killing T'Challa just to be king. Was intense. That fight was intense. It was a good fight to watch, but man, it was intense, and I think it solidified Killmonger to be a great villain. It made you dislike the character and want to see justice for T'Challa throughout the whole movie. And the way, like, when they pour the I don't know what it's called, but like the
Yeah,
juice or
the
whatever
juice where
they
you
give.
become like the powers of the Black Panther.
Yeah,
Mm.
that whole thing was pretty cool. And then T'Challa got to speak to his father, his late father, and that whole scene was beautiful. The way it looked and
The
the way it
visuals,
played
the
out,
message,
the act. Oh my gosh, my
the
voice.
acting,
The acting between
father
the
and
both of
son.
those guys was very well done, emotional, and that overall was beautiful. And I love how, like in the tree, you see like the actual Black Panthers. That was really cool. It was just very nice to look at, and a very beautiful scene. And supporting characters like Shuri. It's cool you get to see uh, a lot more. Like again, like they dove deep into more of T'Challa's life and his family, and you got to see each and everybody uh, with their personalities and what they do. Like Shuri with her technology and her relationship with her brother and all that stuff, and making the new suit. And I like the new suit, but obviously I prefer the Civil War one better. I think the whole kinetic energy power thing is pretty cool from Black Panther. I just think design wise, the first suit is better. But nonetheless, a good suit. And that whole chase scene where he's on the car from the trailer and everything, that was super cool. And then,
Mm-hmm.
I forget, is it Okoye,
Yeah,
the
Okoye.
guard?
Yeah, the one that's bald,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's her name, Okoye, the chick from Walking Dead.
Yeah, when she was like disguised in that one club or whatever, and then they all fight. That was really cool. Um. Uh. Oh yeah, Claw. Uh. In this movie, I thought it was perfect casting. To be honest, that was
Mm-hmm.
perfect casting. Uh. And I like that it's still connected. With Age of Ultron, and Age of Ultron kind of set his character up for this movie, and was a great choice. Um, then you got I forget what's the white guy's name?
Everett Ross, the token white guy in the Black Panther movies.
Yeah, yeah. He's just, I don't know. He's kind of like always getting bullied or something, I feel like.
Yeah,
But,
like that one time where M'Baku's like, "What'll feed do?" And it's like, "Just kidding." What
like,
about
he's
the
always so,
Italians?"
like, trying to be serious, but, like, he's still, you can't really take him serious. Can't take him seriously.
Yeah, casting
But,
two Lord of the Rings British actors in a Black Panther movie.
yeah. But Claw, they did good with his character. He was funny.
Sucks that they killed him
Um,
off too soon.
yeah, it is unfortunate, but it was bound to happen. Uh, Killmonger's suit also, I think, looks really cool. And then him also having the Black Panther abilities, and then having another fight with T'Challa, but this time more elevated, and having their video game CGI looking fight
Right.
um,
Where's Kevin Hart?
was it was something. Um, and then it was kind of cool where they were fighting in like that area where they had all the vibranium and stuff. That was
Especially when we were
cool.
watching that scene in 4D when they were like fighting down as they fall.
Yeah, in 4D that scene was cool.
Mm-hmm.
That was cool. And then seeing Shuri use her technology, and even though she doesn't have the abilities of the Black Panther, but she still uses her brain to fight, and that was pretty cool and nice to see. And then you see also Black Panther has a love interest. I don't think she gets a whole lot of time to shine, but she is involved uh, anyway in the movie, and it was cool to see their relationship. Um, yeah, I like that. I mean, yes, there is a little bit of a tie-in to the Avengers movies because of Claw and
Mm-hmm.
vibranium and all this stuff, but overall, it's a very Black Panther centered movie, and it's just involved with his world and not the world in New York and stuff. It's his world, Wakanda.
A self-contained
And
standalone story.
yeah, yeah, I like that they did that with this movie. The music also was really great. It really set the tone for the movie itself. And yeah, Chadwick Boseman again killed the role as Black Panther. He's perfect casting. Um, and yeah, it was great to see Black Panther again and Chadwick Boseman and everybody else. M'Baku, hilarious. Um, yeah, and also the ending with Killmonger's death. It was pretty well done. It wasn't, it kind of went back to how T'Challa was with Zemo, kind of forgiving and merciful.
Mm-hmm. That's
Uh,
true.
but this time with his own cousin, and yeah, I thought it was well done. Um,
It's beautiful.
it's a good movie. It's not a movie I would go and rewatch countless of times or whatever, but it is a good movie nonetheless. It was worth the watch in 4D, and yeah, it was worth the wait. I'll tell you that. Since Civil War, so I'd put it A tier.
A tier for sure. I definitely say like as a standalone movie, it definitely is like one of the better ones. I mean, the one thing I do find that is pretty hilarious is the fact that the last two MCU movies that we end up watching 4D was the first Black Panther movie and even the second one. It's like, bro, we could have done that for No Way Home or even Endgame
Yeah,
or dare I say even Infinity War. And speaking of Avengers Infinity War, whoo, is this the best MCU movie of all time? Maybe. It depends who you're asking. But honestly, man, as we're now on the topic of Avengers Infinity War, the 10-year build-up, if you've been following these movies from the first Iron Man movie to now I guess you could say Black Panther 2, man, this movie is clearly 100% for the fans. Like the diehard MCU fans, the diehard Marvel comic fans, and I will say this, I mean, Civil War was like the beginning of like a reactive audience reaction. Oh boy, when me and Gabriel saw Avengers Infinity War, when we were done live streaming, our first live stream for Wayne Daffy Doug, we just went straight to the theater, bro. It's like, first of all, the trailers make it exciting because you got all of these original Avengers from Iron Man, Captain America, Thor, Black Widow, and I guess you could say Bruce Banner, excluding Hawkeye. Then you got the new characters that you introduced, like you got Spider-Man, you got Doctor Strange, you got Black Panther, you got the Guardians of the Galaxy, minus Ant-Man. But the point is, you got the major MCU characters that you've been following along for almost of these 20 movies, and this 10-year build-up was worth the wait because now for watching these movies, whether if you're someone that likes the solo movies or the team-up movies, Infinity War just live up our expectations. And once again, the Russo brothers did a good job with Captain America sequels. And even after watching Civil War, where I'm like, oh, they're going to direct Infinity War and Endgame, they're great. And even though Marvel brought them back to direct Doomsday and Secret Wars, I'm like, you know what? When it comes to Avengers movies, I trust the Russo bros. They know how to make a good, compelling story. And what's so interesting about Infinity War, there are so many characters, not including X-Men or Fantastic Four, because Disney did not have the rights, but every single character has a purpose to be in the movie. They're not there for fan service. They're not here for the cameos. Every single character, no matter if it's big screen time, small screen time, every character had a purpose to be in the movie. Like for an instance, like what I said about Thor Ragnarok. After when we had a fun, entertaining, enjoyable comedy movie, we just went straight to drama. Boom! Thanos and his children just kills all of the Asgardians except for one, or in this case, a couple more. So it's funny that we got Thanos teased as the biggest bad of the Infinity Saga from Avengers 1 to fine, I'll do it myself in Age of Ultron, including his comeback in the first Guardians of the Galaxy movie. And now we understand how we get to Thanos. And not only he is the most quotable, the most powerful, and the best MCU villain to date, is the fact that even though this is an Avengers movie, this is basically half of Thanos' movie. Like, he is the main star, bro. Like, literally, he killed half the Asgardians, and then his children comes around, and then he's like, I am. Like, bro is so quotable, where it's like, perfectly balanced, and all things should be ours. But literally, when he first got the Power Stone from the first Guardians film, and I like that Loki was about to give him the Tesseract, and then this nice callback to the first Avengers movie. Like, obviously, this movie is going to be fan service for a lot of MCU, but it doesn't feel forced. It feels genuine from the characters, which, to be fair, even though it was cool to see Hulk face Thanos, but it sucks that that was the last time that we'll ever get OG Hulk in the MCU, and probably the only time that the Russo brothers actually did a good job with the Hulk until he's no longer needed anymore. But later on, as time moves by, Hamdell, aka Idris Elba, sends Hulk away, and then he dies. So rest in peace, Idris Elba. Now you're in the DC universe, and now you're Knuckles the Echidna in the Sonic the Hedgehog movie universe. But either way, Hamdell dies apparently, and when Thor's Catcher Man, I feel like the Russo brothers did a really good job. Like after Ragnarok, they know how to torment Thor's like pressure. Like Thor lost his home, he lost his people, and this time, well, until the Loki series came out, this time Loki's 100% dead. Like the way that Thanos choked Loki, like it brings like such a dark opening sequence where Loki chokes, "You will never be a god," and when Thanos keeps like staring at him, and then Thor's like, "No," and then one of the I think his name was Ebony Maw or something, shuts Thor up with his Magneto power and then abandons Thor, destroys the ship. Thor feels bad for Loki when he dies, and it's just a tragic opening to Thor. And I know in the comic books it's Silver Surfer that gets sent, but since he's not sent in the MCU, that's where you get to Bruce Banner telling to Doctor Strange and Wong. And yeah, for those that were a fan of Doctor Strange movie or not, it proves that Doctor Strange was an important character in the MCU, because not only Bruce Banner came back to Earth to talk about exposition, Strange explains him and Wong talks about the whole purpose of the Infinity Stones. Like obviously Thor and Captain America, Thor and First Avengers was the Space Stone. Guardians 1 was the Power Stone. Thor the Dark World, Reality Stone. Doctor Strange, the Time Zone. And then we get to the other stones where we get the Mind Stone, Vision that he has in Age of Ultron. And then the Soul Stone was first introduced in Infinity War. So you got the 6 Infinity Stones, the Chaos Emeralds, Jolly Ranchers, whatever you call them. I like how Strange and Wong explains everything. And then ever since we got Pepper Potts back in the MCU, there was a deleted scene where Happy Hogan was there, where Tony and Pepper are about to plan their wedding plans. And then literally, one of the things I wish they could have done, I wish like even during the events of Endgame, they should have show of Tony's wedding, even after the snap, it show the time where Tony's a dad before Morgan Stark becomes a bit older, which that's one of my complaints with the time jump in Endgame. But in Infinity War, it's a good establishment where Tony and Bruce had the reunion. And I like how Bruce Banner perfectly represents of that one Marvel fan that just skips phase 3 by saying like, wait, the Avengers break up like the Beatles? Wait, who's Scott Lang? There's an Ant-Man and a Spider-Man, because obviously Bruce has been in space as the Hulk for 2 years, so obviously he doesn't know what's going on. But I like how when you put Tony Stark and Doctor Strange, like even though I did complain that Doctor Strange copies the elements of the first Iron Man movie, but I like that in this movie, just like in the comics, Tony and Strange do team up with each other. But even though they have their similarities, but their personalities, their motives are very different from one another, just to show that they're not the same character. And yeah, the opening sequence with Tony, Bruce, Strange, and Wong, it was hype, man. Like literally the intensity where it starts with New York, kind of like, it definitely gives me homage and nostalgia of the first Avengers, where it's street level, everyone's running away, then you have a giant donut ring, and then we got Tom Holland's Peter Parker, which we didn't get to see the spider sense in Homecoming, but I'm glad that it was teased in Infinity War when his hair grows up. Then you got the CEO back in the school bus where he's like, we're all gonna die. And I love Stanley's cameo with the school bus. It's like, aliens, give me a break. I like how Peter lets Ned distract his friends, put on his Spidey mask. I'm like, okay, glad that Spider-Man is in an Avengers movie, Avengers 3, because we demanded that since when Andrew Garfield got the role. But when Tony, Strange, Bruce, and Wong were next to like Ebony Maw, where he's like, we have come to you for your extinction, we thank you. I like that Tony continues being a smart ass, like, sorry, but taking over Earth is close. And when Strange and Wong warns him, I never would have expected Tony Stark to say, it means get lost, Squidward. It's like, I never would expect Tony Stark to drop a SpongeBob SquarePants reference, which that inspires the memes. I was saying like, oh, Squidward is an official MCU character. But during the moments which, okay, this is one of my complaints about Bruce Banner. Like, even though Bruce brings exposition to the main characters, whether it's Team Iron Man or Team Captain America, but it sucks that Bruce never gets the chance to be the Hulk. Like, in the beginning, I get it because he's scared because Thanos beat the crap out of him and Hulk is scared of Thanos, but he didn't change it till like later in Wakanda, there's a deleted scene where he does become the Hulk, but he becomes Professor Hulk. But either way, it would have been nice if he transformed to the Hulk. So that trailer where Hulk is running in Wakanda with Team Cap, it was just clickbait, man. It's like, man, that would have been a great time to get back, like, bring back OG Hulk back in the good old days. But technically, Thor Ragnarok was the last good movie that used OG Hulk from Mark Ruffalo's Hulk. But then, obviously, Hulk's a wuss. But I will admit, the scene that was pretty funny where Bruce was about to change it, then Tony's like, dude, you're embarrassing me in front of the wizard. Because obviously that's where he thinks Strange usually does. And then, once we get to the fight, that's where we get to Spider-Man. And the one thing that was surprising is everyone was cheering when Tony Stark put his nanotechnology and he puts his Edith glasses, aka the glasses that I'm wearing in the stream. Or he's like, nanotechnology, you like it? I thought Tony takes a little bit of that Black Panther guy. I mean, I thought that I saw that alien guy. But literally, when Spider-Man shows up, I was the only one in the theater that cheered. I'm like, woo, woo. But come on, you guys were cheering when Iron Man put on his suit. And I like that Spidey shows up. He's like, hey man, it's up, Mr. Stark. Oh, I was like, where are you coming from? Field trip. And it's like, man, that would have been an opportunity where Spider-Man could have interacted with Bruce Banner, which, yes, he is close to Iron Man, but the only other MCU characters he interacted in Infinity War was Doctor Strange, which it does make sense because Spidey and Strange do interact in the comics, and it meant something later in No Way Home. But in a way, it's a shame that he didn't interact with others outside of Strange and the Guardians, which I do like Spidey's interaction with the Guardians. But I do like Spidey's role that because in Civil War and Homecoming, he didn't really swing in New York, if you think about it. Like, yeah, he did swing in Queens, but he never swung in tall buildings in the city. So at least Infinity War gave us like a glimpse of what's it like where he's getting over Ebony Maw. And even though Homecoming, where he's like, yeah, I don't need the suit, Mrs. Stark, but okay, I'll let the Iron Spider suit slide because of this movie, because it makes sense, because it's space, he couldn't breathe, he didn't need it, and he tells Tony Stark, like, oh, Mr. Stark's not in a new car again. And like Tony's like, yeah, get out of here, kid, you're not supposed to be here, and then takes the parachute away. It's like, ha, nice callback to the parachute gag from Homecoming. But even though Peter could have stayed home on Earth, but that's what he said to himself, like, oh, I should have stayed home. But to be fair, Spidey, there's this one line that he tells to Tony Stark where he's like, you can't stop, there is no friendly neighborhood Spider-Man if you can't save the friendly neighborhood. So I'm like, okay, that's a very in-character moment with Spider-Man right there. And I do like the moment where he tries to save Doctor Strange, which once again, Tom Holland said that it's a Russo brothers thing where Spidey says pop culture references, and for me, since I'm the pop culture dude, I can relate to that. In Civil War, he used Empire Strikes Back to take down the villain, and now in Infinity War, he's like, have you ever seen this really old movie, Aliens, where they take the aliens to duck out to save Doctor Strange, and then his Iron Spider leg show? Which, even though the Iron Spider armor was tolerable, but I wish they would have done the comic book accurate one, which there was a concept where they were going to get that gold and red petals all over his armor, but they're like, no, we're not going to do that. So I do like Team Iron Man around that time with Spidey and Strange, and I do like how Tony talks to Strange where he's like, Thanos has been in my mind for 6 years, ever since the first Avengers movie came out, and Strange just makes jokes by saying, sorry, is this your Warden? I'm Peter, by the way, Doctor Strange. Oh, these are made-up names, and I'm Spider-Man. But I will admit, even though it was cool that Tony's like, alright kid, you're an Avenger, I mean, for the sake of saving the world and saving the universe as a whole, sure, Spidey has to be an Avenger, but I hate that it retcons of what he learned in Homecoming. But Infinity War makes sense, but after Endgame, Infinity War to Far From Home, it just lost for what Homecoming was trying to tell Peter. But for the sake of the plot, they have to do it. But then that's where we get to the Guardians, which, man, even though we expected the Guardians to show up, but the Guardians plus Thor, it perfectly, like, they both match up together with Thor and the Guardians, because literally Star-Lord's jamming out, and then you got Drax sleeping, Groot's just being a gamer as a teenager, I am Groot being disrespectful to the Guardians like how teenagers are, and then when Thor comes in, they rescue him. I like that Drax and every single Guardian in the team flex on Thor's like, huh, you're a dude, like, that's not a dude, you're a dude, this is a man, a muscular man, it's like a pirate that had a baby with an angel, because Thor has an eye patch, because, you know, after the events of Thor Ragnarok, that happened. But I do like the moment where Thor wakes up, and then Thor talks about the Avengers versus Mightiest Heroes, and then Mantis like Kevin Bacon, which that joke got paid off in the Guardians Holiday Special. But I like the banter that they give Thor so much credit, and Thor talks about his tragedy, that he lost his father, he lost his brother, he lost his mom as well, and he lost his whole home and his whole kingdom of people because they're all dead. But then Quill wants to back up and flex with his, not just his past, but not just to build the ego by saying, hey, I had to fight my dad as a planet. I've lost my adopted dad. I lost my mom due to cancer, and basically I suffered a lot. I do like the fact how Quill tries to one up with Thor and just try to sound Thor, be like, no, you're not. And it's like, why are you doing that voice, Quill? Are you mocking me? Are you mocking me? He's trying to copy me. I like they got both of Marvel's Chris's, Pratt and Hemsworth, Optimus Prime, and Mario trying to banter with each other, which I thought that was hilarious and nice. And when Thor need to team up with Peter Dinklage later on, I like that he constantly calls Rocket the rabbit, just because obviously I don't think Thor has encountered a raccoon before. And literally, the one thing I do find the fact that's cool that Thor gets to know Rocket more, and he understands what Groot means, just because in Asgard, Thor gets to learn how does the Groot language speak whenever he talks. So I thought that was pretty cool. And I feel like that's one of the things I do find very endearing about Infinity War, of how not only they balance the screen time but bring meaning to these characters, where you got Team Iron Man and the Guardians, you got Team Thor with Rocket and Groot, then you got Team Captain America with the rest of the Avengers of Wakanda. Like, the balance of screen time and the character development, it's so hard to do. But plus with the main villain, you gotta get props for the Russo brothers for that. So either way, I like how in the Guardians we get to more depth with Gamora. Like, I like in the first two Guardians movies, like a will they, won't they be together, but now in Infinity War it's official that Quill and Gamora are boyfriend and girlfriend. And when Gamora talks about the past of how Thanos became the adopted father, I like that in the backstory where Thanos and his crew kill Gamora's parents and he's like, I like this one, and then literally shows the weapon, perfectly balanced, come over me, I'm your daddy right now. So literally when Gamora was talking about Quill, and then talk about the sacrifices that Quill's willing to take whenever Gamora's die or willing to kill her just to save everyone else. I like, this is the iconic meme where Drax is like eating some snacks and be like, I'm invisible, just pretend I'm invisible. And then when Mantis comes over, she's like, hey Drax, damn it. Even though James Gunn did not direct this movie, but he was an executive producer before Disney fired him for stupid reasons, I do like the main Guardians at their core, where they go to the Collector's Room, Thanos gets over the Reality Stone, and then once they get to the Guardians, Quill tries to make it all clear, but since Drax is upset with Thanos because he's responsible for Drax's daughter's death, so he used the Reality Stone just to cut Drax into bricks and to Mantis into twigs. And then when he takes over Gamora, and when Gamora kills Thanos, it was so funny where Thanos like, daughter, why? And then Gamora feels bad because it's basically the man that basically just trains up just to be the dad. And then Thanos used the Reality Stone to wipe the Collector away, and the Collector's room is obliterated. But once when Thanos tormented Gamora, but not just that, but tormented Quill, where he's about to kill Gamora's like, do it, Quill, and it's like, no, I don't want to kill you because I love you too. I like how Thanos used the Reality Stone. Instead of just blasting Gamora, it just turns into bubbles, and then Thanos is like, I like this one. That's like, I like him. It's like, it's kind of like the equivalent of where you're dating this badass girlfriend, and she's raised by this very stoic, tough dad, and then you got this goofy ball, like this goofball of a boyfriend. He's like, you know what? I like this guy. No wonder he's into you. And then he just takes Gamora away. And then I thought that was funny how the way Thanos just utilized the Reality Stone. So it has good drama, but definitely shows a lighthearted side from Thanos of why he takes Gamora away. Just because since, he treats Gamora like a daughter and actually cares for Gamora, that's where I feel like Gamora's like the most in-depth character for what they've done in Infinity War. And I will admit, there's one deleted scene that I wish that would have been kept, where Quill, Drax, and Mantis went back to Milano. And there's one song that would have been so good. It was playing the Guardians Telltale game where it goes, I'm back in the New York groove. That was played in the Guardians of the Galaxy video game. And then they find their way in. But then I forgot to talk about some other characters, because like I said, there are so many characters in this movie. Scarlet Witch and Vision, probably the best movie that develops a relationship. Like, even though their opposites attract, one's an android, one's a Sokovian woman that lost her brother, even though they never met her brother. But since Vision can transform to human, obviously he's being tracked down by the children of Thanos, because obviously the Mind Stone is what gives Vision life. And it gets to a very intense scene where Scarlet Witch tries to save his life, and then we get to this epic moment of the dun-dun-dun, The Avengers theme. We got Steve Rogers taking undercover as Nomad with his beard, which is one of the only ways for Chris Evans. He always grows a beard, but never shaved for this one. Black Widow looking blonde like in the movie Lucy. You got Falcon back, where you got the OG Captain America squad all together since they went rogue undercover after the events of Civil War, and then they reunite with Rhodey, and General Ross is like, no, don't work with these guys. And then, boom, we got the Team Avengers reunite after the events of Civil War, and then Bruce Banner's back thanks to Wong that gives Bruce Banner the phone, and since Tony Stark went to space, they didn't call Steve, but Bruce Banner did, and that's where they all reunite about Thanos, and Vision gets to tell what's going on, and they have to give Vision to Thanos so they can remove the Mind Stone out of him, and that's where we get to Wakanda, where we get to Bucky Barnes to get the brainwashing process of the Winter Soldier out of his mind, where Bucky Barnes is a good guy again, where he's not evil thanks to the people in Wakanda and Black Panther. And despite Black Panther and his team not getting that much screen time, because obviously Black Panther had a big solo movie and pretty much everyone saw it, but the Wakanda scenes was pretty welcoming, where Shuri and Bruce Banner, the science people, the nerds of the class, try to like overvest the Infinity Stone, then they all have to look forward to it. And then we get to the scenes where Thanos talks about Gamora, like where she can find the Infinity Stones, and she tortures Nebula, since she's basically the sister of Gamora, of how the way she torments Nebula to completely remove her, and since Gamora knows where the Infinity Stones are, like the Soul Stone, takes the Volmir. The unexpected surprise that we got, Red Skull, not played by the same actor, but since Red Skull take the Tesseract to the Infinity Stone, he talks about the purpose of the Soul Stone by saying, a soul for a soul. And then once when Gamora's laughing by saying, you don't love anybody, Thanos, what are you talking about? But then Thanos starts crying, and then she's like, why are you crying? You don't love anybody. And then Red Skull's like, those tears aren't for him. Thanos actually feels bad and feels tormented for killing Gamora. So once when he yeeted Gamora off to the cliff and kill her off just for the sake of the Soul Stone, he actually feels bad. Like, that's the one thing about Thanos. Like, even though he's a meme and he cannot be taken seriously, his motives are pretty clear. Like, I don't agree with his motives, but it's understanding. He wants to take balance of the world of 50% of life so it doesn't become too oversaturated. Like, Thanos, he thinks he's the hero of the story. He does see himself as a bad guy, but similar like Vulture, if you stand in his way, he will kill you and anyone you love. So, for what has to be done, perfectly balanced as all things should be. He kills Gamora, gets the Soul Stone, and then goes on with his mission. But then, what I found that was pretty interesting, the fact that we get back to Thor. Rocket gives Thor the eyeball, and they bet up to it. Peter Dinklage, which that dude was in X-Men Days of Future Past, and now he's in the MCU, where Thor becomes friends with this dwarf, and he needs to create a new weapon since he does have Mjolnir because Hela destroyed it. But luckily, thanks to Groot, since he games off from video games, and Groot actually did something nice where he cut his own arm, and Thor takes the sacrifice just to take the Stormbreaker and just bond it with Thor. So I do like the dynamic that Rocket Groot has respect for Thor around that time. And then when we get to Team Iron Man, I like how I think Team Iron Man's probably the funniest one, where we get to the Guardians, where the Guardians break in, and then Iron Man's like, I'm not going to hear another single pop culture reference, and then Spider-Man messages Spidey sense and references aliens. Please don't lay eggs on me. And the funniest moment where we get Quill's banter with Stark, Strange, and Peter, where literally we're like, alright, now I need to chill the F out. Where's Gamora? Oh, I got you one question. Who's Gamora? I'll do you one better. Why is Gamora? Where Drax is just being funny. Do it, Quill. I can take it. Which, fun trivia fact about Dave Bautista, he said his favorite Marvel character is Iron Man, so he enjoys his scenes working with Robert Downey Jr. And then Strange says, what master did he serve? And then Quill's like, what master serve am I supposed to say? Jesus? Like, who the hell are you guys? And then Spider-Man and myself, we're the Avengers, man. And obviously they never heard of each other because Star-Lord has never been to Earth ever since the events of the first movie. But I will admit, No Way Home pays off this joke of saying, Peter, yeah, with the three Peters. I thought they were going to do that joke with Peter Quill and Peter Parker by saying, Peter, yeah, but it's Quill and Parker. Which is why Chris Pratt and Tom Holland were in a Pixar movie together. But I like how Mantis gets intel that they work with Thor, and obviously Iron Man and Doctor Strange met Thor, but Spider-Man has it, but that's when they went to Planet Titan, which surprisingly, Tony Stark, Doctor Strange, Peter Quill, and Spider-Man has breathable atmosphere when they went to the Titan planet. But I will admit, it was pretty funny when Stark and Quill are trying to talk about their plans with each other, and Drax and Mantis were being idiots in the background, where Stark is like, excuse me, are you yawning? And then Peter's like, what exactly do these guys do? And then Mantis out of nowhere just says, she basically says, take ass, kick names. And it's like, everyone just say sign because they don't get the logic because obviously they're aliens. And I do like this pop culture reference where Peter and Quill were geeking out over movies where Peter's like, oh yeah, just like in Footloose. And then Quill's like, yeah, is it the best movie ever made? And then Peter tells Quill it never was, which I thought that was hilarious. I feel like in terms of comedy, Team Iron Man and the Guardians, hilarious. And I like how Nebula, thanks to the events of Guardians 2, she's definitely more of an ally at the last minute where she helps out. And I like how resourceful Doctor Strange is with the Time Stone. Like, he looks at every single way of how to kill Thanos, and literally he's like, there's only one way to stop Thanos once when he arrives. And hilariously, where Thanos was about to enter in, that's where we go back to Wakanda, and then all the people in Wakanda were lining up thanks to Black Panther with his team, where they go the Yubambe, which was an epic action sequence where he got all the Avengers. And even though it's a bummer that Bruce Banner was in the Hulkbuster, but it's like, man, he could have just transformed the Hulk out of that, where all the Avengers in Wakanda face all the countless Venom meat riders, whatever you want to call them. But I do like how very climactic it becomes when all the Avengers are being beaten by these monsters. The epic moment when Thor, Rocket, and Groot enter Wakanda, the audience lost their minds, man. They're like, oh my gosh! It turned itself into a giant football Super Bowl stadium. And it was perfect when the Avengers theme played, and then Bruce is like, you guys so screwed now. And the most badass moment, once when Thor, Rocket, and Groot comes in, break me Thanos! Once again, I'll admit, like, even myself, if there's like, behold the power of the mighty Thor! And then that's where we get to the big event where Thanos even though he faced the Guardians and Loki in the beginning of the movie along with Hulk, but this is where Thanos get to the main action where we get to our biggest fights, where Strange uses his ability, the Guardians, that one moment where Spider-Man kicking around, magic with the kid, magic with the insect, which I do like those moments. Iron Man upgrades his armor, one of his most strongest armors to be exact, including the moment where Strange was chasing over multiple clones of himself and using his magic lashes with them. I thought that was pretty awesome for what they did in Infinity War. I like that in Infinity War and Planet Titan, like how Strange, Iron Man, Spider-Man, and the Guardians use their different abilities, their quirks, and everything. And this was the moment where fans get really upset by saying, like, oh, it's Quill's fault. If he would have, like, keep him controlled to himself by saying, like, oh, if he didn't stop Thanos, then maybe they would have won the battle. Like, literally, when everyone was holding, Mantis was trying to mess up with Thanos' mind, which was funny where he screams, ah! But once when Thanos exposed the truth, where he's like, my Gamora, tell me what you did. I had to. It's like, Nebula, you're standing literally next by Quill and you didn't get anything to stop him. Like, Tony Stark was the only one in person by saying, Quill, no, this is not the perfect time. You almost got this off, man. But just to defend Quill on this, I mean, obviously Quill has lost a lot. He lost his dad, his adopted dad, his mom, and now he lost his girlfriend. So I understand in Quill's mind, he has the right to be angry. So even though yes, Quill could have controlled himself, but like outside of Iron Man, Nebula could have stepped in, and then Spider-Man came in. But now they all lost to the Power Stone. Everyone's defeated. But man, during the moment when Thanos was about to stab Tony Stark, I remember I literally shouted, no! Like literally in my mind, it's like, man, don't kill Tony Stark like that. No, man. But then, literally, when Strange was about to spare Tony Stark with the time stone by saying, stop, here it is. And then he actually spares life. Star-Lord is still pissed. And Tony Stark luckily heals himself. Like, literally, I thought that's where Tony was going to die when Thanos stabbed him. But I like the moment before when Thanos and Tony Stark where he goes, Stark, you know me? You're not the only one who's cursed with knowledge. So that fight with Iron Man and Thanos, especially when he throws a freaking moon at Stark. Like, even Stark got really pissed when the moon was, like, pulling that Iron Man. But then we get to things get a lot more intense when Thanos arrives in Wakanda, where all the Avengers were, like, fighting against each other. I forgot to talk about that one moment where Black Widow, Scarlet Witch, and Okoye were facing one of Thanos' children. Then they shedded the female one, and then Vision was fighting off things of that. Like I said, so much range of so much intensity from Wakanda to space-time to everything else. But then when Thanos defeats everything else, like everyone, Scarlet Witch did not want to sacrifice Vision's life, but Vision encourages her just to do it, kind of like what Gamora encourages Star-Lord to do the same. And it gets really emotional, man. And she did it. And then Thanos is like, oh, don't worry, I have the time, so let me just kill Vision again and just choke him. And then Vision is like 100% dead without the Scarlet Witch kill. But then Thor, like, you thought Quill felt bad for like messing up for what he did to Thanos. Not as bad as Thor in comparison, man. Like, literally was like, you die for that. And then Thanos literally just said, you should have gone for the head. And then boom, after the snap, had the talk with young Gamora, and the hilarious moment, did he do it? Yes. What did it cost? Everything. Once when Thanos got everything for what he did, this is where Marvel took like a very Star Wars Empire Strikes Back moment where the villain won and the heroes lost. And even though around that time, it was like the biggest spoiler that not a lot of people talk about, but man, everyone else in the theater, including ourselves, we all felt bad that our favorite Marvel characters are getting dusted away into ash, where it started off with Bucky, and then later on, like, now this hits more where Black Panther's like, this is no place to die. And then boom, he got faced away to ash. Falcon's gone. Scarlet Witch is gone. And then I'm pretty sure like other major Marvel characters were also gone as well. And the only ones that survived Wakanda was Captain America, Black Widow, Hulk. Well, not really the Hulk. Like, that's one of my complaints. Like, Bruce could have unleashed the Hulk around that time and probably could have stopped a couple of the monsters down Wakanda, but it is what it is. And they all got sapped away. And then it becomes a lot more depressing when we get back to Planet Titan, when the Guardians are gone, Star-Lord's gone, and then Strange is like, we're in the endgame now, there's no other way. And yeah, I will admit, even though it's not sad right now because people treat us as mean, but this is the quotable moment where Peter Parker's like, Mrs. Stark, I don't feel so good. And it's like, man, and my mind's like, no, don't you dare dust my boy, Spidey. Don't you dare dust my boy. Now my boy. Now my boy. It's like, no, Spidey, come on, man. Why you have to go so soon? And I know that traumatized Tony Stark because basically he trained Peter Parker just to be better than him, and now he just fell. Just like what Tony said to Peter in Homecoming, if you die, I felt like that's on me. And then even the only people on the planet was Tony and Nebula, where Nebula's like, he did it. He got what he wanted. And now everyone failed. And then we get to the funniest moment where Thanos just goes, da, 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 just staring at the sun before he's about to make potato soup, that he got what he wanted, 50% chance of life. And then boom, everyone in the eyes was shook. They were blabbering. It's like the Russo brothers did a ballsy move there. Like, even though I do blame Marvel for like, Spider-Man Far From Home, Guardians 3 is happening. I wish Marvel would have like not reveal any future movies after Endgame, so then the mystery would have been like how are they gonna get back to life? Then it would have been less obvious. But either way, that ending though, what a great way, just like the Avengers fall and they need to avenge back. And I think it was smart that they kept the 6 core Avengers despite no Hawkeye and Ant-Man. But that ending, man, top tier MCU movie, peak cinema at its finest. Then we get to a post-credit scene where Nick Fury and Maria Hill's there, and even though Star-Lord dropped the first F-bomb in Guardians 3 and Deadpool Wolverine said a lot of F-bombs in their own movie, Nick Fury almost said the iconic like, motherfuck. And then, even though we'll talk about Captain Marvel for some other time, but this was the moment where like, Captain Marvel might save us by finding Thanos. But little that we know, she wasn't that important in Endgame. So either way, Infinity War is not only probably the best MCU movie ever from its 10-year build-up, I'd definitely say like it is 100% an S-tier movie. Like, it's a love letter to the MCU. Thanos is a great villain, a great screen time with all of the characters, and each character actually has meaning with one another, and the stakes, the drama, the character variety, the connections, and everything else, man. Best MCU movie by far, next to Endgame and Civil War. So S tier easily right away.
CC.
Mm-hmm.
I'll try and make it quick because it's midnight, but Infinity War is just, I mean, it ages well to this day. I know it wasn't that long ago, but still, like, it's one of the best comic book movies ever. And it's a movie that everyone has been waiting for years and years to come. 10 years, and all these characters, these movies that they've built up, led up to that moment, and not only the characters, but the Infinity Stones, and them finally getting into the hands of Thanos, who they've been teasing since forever. and finally seeing him in action against all these heroes that we've grown up to love, it was just exciting. And the way they started it off after the events of Thor Ragnarok, where, you know, the people of Asgard most of them are dead. Actually, not all of them. Including the homeboy Heimdall, who, yeah, that was unfortunate to see him die by the hands of Thanos and his children. But you know, I don't know. It was just so dramatic and emotional off the beginning of the movie. All those people dead and Heimdall of all people, sad. And the worst of all, Loki. I mean, even though we've seen him die a billion times, this time was for real. And by Thanos in front of Thor, and just brutal. It was sad. And after they had just gotten along, it was sad. And Thor, at this point, had just lost everyone. His family, friends, everybody.
It's tough, bro. I feel
And
bad for the dude.
yeah, just seeing him go through all this, and then like him wanting vengeance against Thanos, it makes sense. You can't blame the guy, even if he's a hero. But him meeting up with the Guardians eventually is kind of an unexpected collaboration, like them meeting up. But I think that's what makes it exciting, is you don't expect it, but you want to see how they interact with each other and stuff. And that goes for all the characters in these movies. We're excited to see how everyone interacts with each other for the first time. And
That was exciting.
it was funny, it was dramatic, just what we've been waiting years to see. And each character gets their moment to shine, no matter regardless of how many characters are in the movie. They all got their time to shine, and each had their own, even if it was a little, their own development. You know, obviously the main Avengers, even though most of them were separated because of Civil War,
Yep.
they all kinda work together, but not together at the same time. Like in Wakanda, and then in base, and then everywhere. And that was another great thing about this movie, is it's set in so many different places, and not just New York, or not just Wakanda. Like, it's in so many different places. And some of the characters, like Bruce Banner and all these guys visiting Wakanda for the first time, and them having that new experience, was cool. Obviously, you know, seeing Spider-Man again, and then him on the bus, and Stan Lee cameo,
Yeah.
that was very fitting. That was nice. And seeing his spider senses, that was really cool.
Finally.
And then seeing him actually swing around New York, at least for a little bit, was nice to see. Him helping Iron Man and fight those other dudes. I liked it. Obviously, to go back to the beginning, it was disappointing to see Hulk lose to Thanos,
So quick.
and then chicken out, I guess, for the entire movie. That's one of my complaints, is how they treated the Hulk. I thought the whole thing of him not wanting to transform into Hulk just because he's scared, it made no
It was
sense
stupid.
whatsoever. Like Hulk, just because he lost a fight, it would not make him scared to fight again and to keep fighting. I mean, it's the Hulk. He's gonna want to smash things regardless. Pause. Um, but I don't know, that whole thing with Hulk being scared, not wanting to transform, that was just stupid. So I'm disappointed with that. But everyone else, it was cool. I love the moment with Captain America coming back, and then Black Widow, and then Falcon. They all come back to rescue Scarlet Witch and Vision. I love that scene so much. That was a hype moment in the theater. Seeing them return since Civil War. I like the characters' new designs. Some were hard to get used to, but some I thought were really cool. Tony's nanotech being used for the first time was a huge change.
Sure was.
And was really awesome. That first suit up scene was really cool. And then him meeting up with Doctor Strange, that was great. Just these small little interactions and stuff made the movie a lot more fun. And obviously love the music, the Avengers theme and everything. It was great. They utilized it very well. Love the scene where, I mean, everyone complains because of Star-Lord, but try to get the gauntlet off with Thanos. You can't, I mean, after everything Peter went through and lost, you can't blame him for being upset. It was a dumb mistake, of course, but you can't blame him. It is what it is. It happened, and it was, I mean, according to Doctor Strange, that's how it was always going to be. That was the only outcome,
There was no other way.
anyway, that would lead them to victory in the end. Because there was only one outcome that was going to get them to win against Thanos. And that, unfortunately, was one of them. So, it is what it is. But I like the scene. I like them all teaming up, using their abilities in different ways to fight Thanos. Especially Doctor Strange using his magic against Thanos. That was insane. And then we get to Iron Man versus Thanos. We've been wanting that for a while. And seeing them duke it out was super cool. And then also scary, because I mean, you see Thanos rip off freaking Tony's suit, and you get scared because, oh shoot, he doesn't have magic like Doctor Strange does. This is a regular human in a suit of armor. If that suit's gone, he's done. So that moment was scary, and then obviously everyone was pooping their pants, scared,
Like for me, I shouted
when Tony got
Like
stabbed.
for me, I shouted no in the theater because I thought Tony
Yeah.
was done.
I remember. But it was just the adrenaline was pumping throughout that scene, and the anxiety was going crazy throughout that scene. It was just crazy. Did we just lose? And yeah, that scene was dope. It was very emotional with Gamora and Thanos' situation, their relationship, father and daughter, and you know, the entire time you think, oh, Thanos is a maniac, he's evil, he wants to kill everybody. And then you get that moment where he feels sad for having to kill his daughter, sacrifice his daughter just to get what he has to do done. And you see him tear up, and shows, deep down he really does have a heart. He has a soul. He's not just a monster. That, and also, where he meets Star-Lord for the first time. And that scene was scary also. Thanos was definitely intimidating in this movie. And yeah, I didn't think Gamora would truly die, but later on as the movie went on, I was like, wow, she really is dead. That's insane. And it was pretty sad, man. And what did it cost? Everything. I know it's supposed to be sad, but I can't take that part seriously.
With that deep voice,
But
where he's like,
Gamora just her passing away after she had just started getting her life together at least a little bit compared to being, you know,
yeah,
the
seeing a lot more joy and Quill,
slaughter
Nebula,
that
the
she
rest of the
was
Guardians.
with Thanos.
She had a lot of growth from those last two
Yeah.
Guardians films to this one.
Exactly. So it was sad to let her go like that, but yeah. Then I mean, like I said, the stuff with Wakanda and the battle there with all those like alien dudes and Captain America and Black Panther teaming up. Just it was awesome. And then of course the iconic moment everyone loved,
No,
Thor
we all cheered for that.
making it to Wakanda. That was one of the best moments in cinema. That was worth it. The music, just everything. That was sick. I freaking forget Peter Dinklage is in the
He
MCU
was as a giant
and he's in this movie, but he was funny.
Just for a one-off character.
Then, I guess to skip to the biggest part, the ending. Thanos eventually gets what he wants, and just needs that one stone, Infinity Stone. No, not the which one? What's the one Vision has?
Mind Stone.
Mind Stone, yeah. Yeah. Just needs that one, and then you think that they saved Vision and got Thanos away from getting the Mind Stone, but nope, he's got the Time Stone and Uno reverse card. He surprises everybody and gets what he wants.
Too late, because he already
And-
faced the wizard in Titan Planet.
Everyone got beat to a pulp, but it was cool to see him try, especially Captain America. And it was sad to see Scarlet Witch and Vision and what happened to them, her trying to save him, and it was tough.
Which
But
led up to the WandaVision series.
yeah, it was a good lead up to WandaVision, I'll say that. Then you get to Thor almost killing Thanos, and he could have, but should have gone for the head, as Thanos said. But it's too late. He snaps, and it's over, man. I mean, you get worried, like, oh crap, he snaps, who's gonna die? Any one of these Thor could die right now. Who's gonna die? And then you see everybody from everywhere in the world just fade and turn to dust, and it's sad, it's crazy, like freaking Nick Fury, what the
and then literally fades away before he's
seeing Groot go was sad.
His last words were "Dad" when he told that to Rocket.
Yeah, and Black Panther going was insane, was sad.
Even now.
Yeah, then Falcon, Winter Soldier, all of Cap's buddies basically.
Literally from his team.
And all there is left is pretty much just the main Avengers, the main six,
yeah,
and
plus
a few others.
Like Rodney.
Yeah. So it's sad to see him go, and also sad to see the other people that are left kind of deal with that and witness them die. And seeing most of the Guardians go, tough. And Spider-Man, I wasn't sad only because I knew about Far From Home already.
So, of course.
But
blame Sony for that.
Yeah, but obviously, I'm sure it was pretty emotional. It's Spider-Man, and seeing Tony watch him go was probably tough. But I don't know. I knew about Far From Home, so I was like, he'll be back. But everyone else, it was pretty depressing, and that
I
ending
was.
was depressing. But also, I like that about the movie. It had a great cliffhanger and really built up anticipation for the next Avengers movie. Um, so I think they did well with that cliffhanger. Um, and yeah, this movie blew all of our minds away. It blew my mind. It's such a rewatchable movie, one of the best comic book movies out there, and it's a kid's dream come true, really. Seeing all these heroes come together and these
Literally.
actors and everything. So,
It's a love
gotta
letter
put this in S tier for sure.
that deserves its spot in S tier. And the question is it your favorite MCU movie ever, or is it one of them?
No, it's not my favorite ever, but it's top five.
Then what is your favorite one ever?
Uh, I would say Guardians one.
Okay, that makes. I think he did say that in part one, so makes sense. I already put them in the S tier ranking. So, I'm thinking about this. Do you want to talk about Ant Man, the Wasp, and Captain Marvel like right away and save Endgame for the next stream?
I say save the rest for the next stream.
Well, I was gonna say like, do you want to stop at and do you want to stop at Endgame, or you want to get to the quick ramble of Ant Man, the Wasp, and Captain Marvel real quick?
Oh, I thought we were doing those next stream.
I feel like Ant Man, the Wasp, and Captain Marvel pretty easy, but for Endgame, yeah, I feel like for Endgame, there's a lot to say.
Well, I could tell you, you could talk about it, but I'll just say my tiers for it. I would put Ant Man and the Wasp D tier.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same
I
thing.
would put Captain Marvel D tier.
Yeah, we could get that out the way. And then Dwayne just puts,
But
finally rest a sunrise on a grateful universe.
wait, he did
Yeah, Dwayne just put that in the chat.
freaking the porch scene with that music. I feel
Mm,
defeated.
yeah, I feel defeated. We failed, man.
Yeah, I can't take that music. That scene, I can't take it
Especially
seriously.
when Trevor was using the memes all the time. Put that she and D to your spit. You're talking about Captain Marvel?
Yeah,
Hmm.
Captain Marvel, I put it D tier, and then Ant Man and the Wasp C tier. That's all I gotta say.
No problemo. I was gonna say, you want me to go for my quick ramble for both the movies?
You can talk about it, yeah.
Okay, so C tier for Ant-Man the Wasp. I have to agree with Gabriel because look, I understand Ant-Man the Wasp is meant to be a light-hearted MCU movie and distract us away from Infinity War and basically telling us, oh, where was Ant-Man during the events of Infinity War? Well, this movie basically just explains it. D tier, well, Captain Marvel, yes. Ant-Man the Wasp, definitely it's a downgrade compared to the first one. I will say it definitely has a better looking poster. Sure, we got the introduction of technically our first MCU female lead, but it's not Black Widow. The Wasp beats it. And I will say this, it definitely doesn't hold to the first one because I just feel like Ant-Man the Wasp doesn't bring anything too new. Like the first movie felt pretty refreshing. Sure, you did got Michael Pena as doing the usual thing of super fast, like I'm a funny Mexican dude. And yeah, just like the first movie, there were some interesting, some shrinking car moments, like when they went tiny as a car and then went past through. I do like the moment of the "Hello world is a song that we're singing, will make you happy. We got to drive it together." So yeah, good song to start off the movie, and I like the fact how Hank Pym just shrinks the building and everything else. Wasp himself, I mean, she is a good ally just to help Ant-Man. I think the part about the movies where they go to the quantum world where they rescue Michelle Pfeiffer, which I'm like, how does she look this good throughout the whole run of the movie? I've seen Ant-Man 2 in a while, so my opinion probably changed, but I probably might remember being repetitive. So yeah, I won't put Ant-Man and the Wasp on a D list, so I think it's okay. Like, it's not as good as the first one, and mainly because the villain, which funny enough, I think the villain Ghost is going to come back in the Thunderbolts movie, which I think they're going to redeem the character. And I like that Lawrence Fishburne is in this movie despite him being in his Perry White and Zack Snyder's Man of Steel and Batman v Superman. It was like, hey, DC movies are not good. I'm going to just join to the MCU. Boy, Lawrence Fishburne, I think you joined into the wrong franchise when it comes to the MCU. But it is what it is. The more you learn about it. And then you got this one side villain, which I forgot what his name was, but I think he was in the Tomb Raider movie and he's in the Fallout show. And he's basically a guy that wants to bring in the lab. They keep saying so many times, the lab, the lab, the lab. And basically, they have to take the lab away. Ant-Man becomes giant, Wasp becomes tiny. It's just a short, microscopic adventure when it comes to that, but obviously not as refreshing as what the first movie has done, because at least the first movie has the charm, and sure, you got the same actress who plays Cassie in the second one. I mean, good for that actress, but after Ant-Man 2, boy, they recast her again in Avengers Endgame, and they recast her again in Quantumania, which they made her unlikable. I won't talk about Quantumania until we get to the next stream, but boy, they made Cassie so unlikable in that film. And I will, like I said, I won't talk about Quantumania, but I feel like Quantumania easily killed the franchise. Like, looking back at Ant-Man the Wasp, it's decent. At least it takes back to short scale and also basically the point of what Ant-Man's doing in his life. I mean, it doesn't bring anything too refreshing or too new. It's just a simple popcorn MCU movie if you like Paul Rudd doing Paul Rudd things. And yeah, that's all about it. It's just alright. I mean, it is less frustrating than Iron Man 3, but it is what it is. But hey, at least it has an interesting post-credit scene where, oh yeah, Ant-Man's supposed to go to the quantum realm, but Hank, Hope, and Janet went to, basically, they got dusted away because Thanos happened. So, even though it's a shame that we don't get to see Hawkeye much until Avengers Endgame happened, but it's like, alright, this is just like a side DLC pack for Ant-Man. So that's why Ant-Man seats here. But now as for Captain Marvel, man, I understand why this movie made $1 billion, and technically it's the first female lead before Black Widow herself, which me and Gabriel will talk about the Black Widow movie in the next stream, but man, I understand they try to market this character like, oh, she's the chosen one, she's going to be the one that will face Thanos and defeat Thanos, and basically once when we saw in the movie, it's like, that's not the character that we've seen. And the worst thing is, Captain Marvel, once again, every MCU movie after Iron Man tries to copy what Iron Man does. Ant-Man has done this, Doctor Strange has done this, Spider-Man has done this, and now Captain Marvel's doing this. But except Captain Marvel's doing the, hey, I'm the unlikable douchey hero, and now how do I make myself likable? Like for Tony Stark, we actually see the personal growth to that. And as for Carol Danvers, man, I understand what they're trying to do, like, oh, be emotionless, and then you wasted a good actor, Jude Law, who's done many good stuff in his career. Heck, he even worked with Robert Downey Jr. as the Sherlock Holmes movies. But then, no, he's just wasted as a forgettable villain, which I don't even remember the villain's name. And I know this movie, technically, Captain Marvel, just like Captain America, the First Avenger, it takes place in the past. And I remember my dad says, oh, I like this movie. It's like, what? All just because it takes place in the 90s, even though, this is technically the first MCU movie that chooses a Nirvana song, which is the Come As You Are. But I'm like, come on. Even though the Defenders is not the best Marvel's Netflix show like Daredevil or Jessica Jones, but that trailer of Come As You Are was more fitting in that short-lived Defenders TV series for Netflix than it does for Captain Marvel. It just felt shoehorned in. And sure, there are plenty of 90s references that you'll see where Captain Marvel shoots an Arnold Schwarzenegger out of the movie Total Recall. Originally, it was supposed to be Jim Carrey's The Mask. I'm like, no. If they would have done that, don't you dare disrespect a Jim Carrey classic in the 90s, despite the movie takes place in a blockbuster. And the one thing that's baffling about Captain Marvel, so you're telling me this movie introduced the Skrulls, and we thought the Skrulls were going to be evil, but technically no, the Skrulls are technically nice. And I think later in the MCU, they treat the Skrulls much more worse in the Secret Invasion show. You're telling me Secret Invasion is one of the biggest Marvel comic book storylines, and they fumble it in the first Captain Marvel movie, and they fumble it even worse in the Secret Invasion TV show on Disney Plus, which I think that's probably the worst Marvel show in the Disney Plus catalog. So, yeah, I'm disappointed of how they use the Skrulls where they actually are good, which they could have been doing something more with the Skrulls. But I will admit, even though this movie came out after when Stan Lee died, I do like the tribute that they paid off for Stan Lee in the opening logo. And also, he's looking at a Mallrats script, which I know Kevin Smith made that movie, and Stan Lee made like a big role in that, where he got Dave Seville from Alvin and the Chipmunks, where he was in the movie Mallrats, and that was a film in the 90s. But when we get to Nick Fury, so even though it was cool of how Samuel L. Jackson de-aged himself just to look like, young Nick Fury. But the one thing that was so stupid, like in Captain America Winter Soldier, he was like, oh yeah, the last time I trusted someone, I lost an eye. And sure, you trusted an alien cat named Goose. You're telling the cat carried. Man, I mean, look, if y'all are cat people, whether it's this movie or the sequel, which I'm not going to talk about the sequel till the next stream, man, the way that they fumbled, like, motherfuckers, like, seriously? That's where he wears the eye patch just because a freaking alien cat just scratched out of nowhere? Bruh, come on, man. So then, the final act becomes anticlimactic, which, by the way, when Captain Marvel puts on the mask, which I get it, it's just like the comics, but man, her face looks so awful in CG around that time. It's like, am I supposed to care about Carol Danvers? It's like, that's the worst thing about this character. Like, no disrespect to Brie Larson, even though she can be a feminist at times, like, behind the press. Like, oh, this movie's not going to be made for white male shows. So it's like, oh, yeah? Like, the reason why your movie's not a billing, not just because you're a woman, because, girl, you're not Wonder Woman. What makes Wonder Woman a good character, not because she was a strong female woman, is the fact that she actually was and like a character that you would sympathize for Diana throughout her journey in that first Wonder Woman movie. And I hate to say it, that's probably the best female lead movie, and that was made from DC. Sure, the sequel sucked. 1984 was a downgrade compared to Wonder Woman 1, but I feel like what made Wonder Woman succeed, that's what Captain Marvel just lacked at. But yet again, it's meant to be a solo movie just to set up Thanos and takes place in the 90s and the pre-Avengers days. I mean, it's cool that we get to see Agent Coulson in this movie, and yeah, that's about it. And then you got this Monica Rambeau, and then she comes back. It's like, the final act just becomes baffling because the final battle, I just felt like no emotion attached to that. So it was just pointless. And then at least we get to one post-credit scene, like as we expected. We see blonde Black Widow, and it's like, this one Carol Danvers, we gotta bring her back. And I like that later in Avengers Endgame, which we will talk about Endgame maybe in the next stream, because right now it's midnight, it's almost 1 a.m. and the stream is it's like 4.5 hours long. But it's so weird that literally in the next movie, Rhodey was like, so where have you been? Why you weren't there with the Avengers? And I'm like, that's what we fans think. Where have you been throughout the battles? And we're like, oh, because I'm busy taking out other galaxies. Like, man, Captain Marvel, I get she's meant to be unlikable in that movie, but man, she has like no redeeming qualities. Like, sure, she is strong, but as a character, probably one of the characters that I'm not really a big fan of, honestly, whether it's her solo movie or cameos. And like I said, this is not a diss to Brie Larson, but I'm just not a big fan of how the way they handle the character. Like, it could have been done so much better. So that's why Captain Marvel's on D tier. Like, sure, it's more, I don't know, like maybe more vividly pleasing than Thor: The Dark World, but at least the Dark World has at least Dark World has importance for Endgame and future, like the importance of Thor. So that's why Captain Marvel's D tier. It's just not a good movie.
Agree.
Yeah. But anyway, it's past midnight, and I know most of y'all, except for Dan in this Rocket Man, I mean, for those that stayed, thank y'all for watching. And I want to say, even though I want to end off the Infinity Saga with Endgame and Far From Home, but I'm sorry, but those two movies in particular, Endgame, Far From Home, me and Gabriel have a lot to say, so we'd rather save that for the next stream. So basically, hopefully the third and hopefully final one, hopefully we can wrap all of the last Infinity Saga movies and all the multiverse saga movies from Black Widow to Deadpool Wolverine, which is the main purpose why we made the stream, because Deadpool Wolverine, the Avengers announcements with Robert Downey Jr.'s Doctor Doom, D23 is happening later this weekend, so we're like, yeah, we want to continue off and just wrap off the Marvel content because this is the best week for it. So for now, we'll talk about Endgame and Far From Home in part 3 in our next stream.
Yes, sirree.
So that means we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We have 13 MCU movies to get to talk about. Hopefully we can wrap them up very soon this week, but that's all we have to say. So just to recap for Phase 3, Civil War, S tier, Doctor Strange, B tier, Guardians 2, S tier, Homecoming, B tier, no, Homecoming's A tier, Ragnarok is B tier, Black Panther's A tier, Infinity War's S tier, Ant-Man the Wasp C tier, Captain Marvel's D tier. That's what we could say about all the Infinity Saga movies minus Endgame and Far From Home.
Yeah.
So anyway, 4.5 hours.
Let us know what you think in the comments.
In the comments down below. Thank you y'all for watching. That stick around. Better late than never. But we'll come back either tomorrow or Wednesday. Me and Gabriel will talk about it off stream. And yeah, we'll just start off the next stream with talking about Avengers Endgame. And we'll get prepared for that, guys. So stay tuned for that. So even I'm dead, I'm the hero. Gabriel, you take it away with your outro, and then we can just call it a night.
Thank you, everybody, for watching tonight. This late night stream. Glad we got to talk about some of the greatest MCU movies that's ever been put out there.
The era of Phase 3.
We hope to see you in the next stream where we talk about the rest of these movies that some are great and some are
terrible,
pretty bad. But we'll let you know our thoughts in the next stream whenever that comes out. Hope to see you soon. Hope y'all have a good rest of your night or morning, whatever time it is, your place. We'll see you in the next stream.
Yeah,
Goodbye.
So we'll be back for we'll be back for part 3 from Avengers Endgame 2, depending about the time we have. Hopefully, either to Deadpool Wolverine or close to Deadpool Wolverine, but we'll see. But anyway, love you all 3,000. I mean, I love y'all. I'm just kidding. And I'll definitely see you guys in the next stream.